My name's Twister Enrique. I'm the West de Tuckian de Phineas de People place. And it's a pretty exciting day. It's the kind of day that makes a good man turn bad. Hi, Ivar. You are first indeed. And that is something to be proud of. I'm up early. Obviously, it's 4:20. And I got a pretty good night's sleep. But yeah, I could possibly use a little more sleep, but don't really need it. Hi, Winston's mom. Yeah, I'm up early as usual. You know what they say? Early to bed, early to rise makes Eric awake. Um, I just started melting an Adderall in my mouth, so I'm waiting for the drugs to kick in, as they say. Ayo, ayo. Hi, Boba Fett. The taste you love to hate. Horrible taste. Horrible, horrible taste. So I think I'm going to make a poll. It says, have you had a paranormal experience? Yes or no? I know your breath smells like shit. Do you? How do you know that? I'm curious how you know that. Have you had a paranormal experience? Oh, you retracted your message. Why? I appreciated hearing about your incredible knowledge you have. About my breath. So I was impressed. You can smell my breath all the way through the internet. Winston's mom has storms. You're cognitively compromised? What does cognitively compromised mean? You're cognitively compromised? By what? By alcohol? That will cognitively compromise you, it's true. Hi, Kitty. So I think we made kind of a big decision last night after I've been thinking about it for a while. I read that article in the newspaper yesterday. I think Rachel and I are going to rent this property out month to month rather than vacation rental. Given all the extra stuff entailed in the vacation rental, I think it would be probably ultimately about the same amount of profit for a lot more hassle for the vacation rental. So I think we may decide to do that instead. I mean, that's the current plan. Yeah. But the thing is, I'm basing the vacation rental notion on a figure of about 3,000 a month. But I can probably get 2,100 a month for the house as a rental. If I do the vacation rental, we have to pay propane, electricity, internet. We have to pay taxes to the city, I mean the county. We have to go through all these inspections from the county. And what we learned is that the driveway at that house is uh, it's a circle driveway on gravel, right? But it shouldn't be. It should just go up here and then you have to go back down here because the circle part of the driveway goes across the leach lines from the house to the septic tank. So it's not supposed to do that. There are rules about on-site parking if you have a short-term rental, and I don't think we have that parking really. And I don't want to, re-engineering the driveway is going to cost a lot if we're going to do that, and it take a long time to make up that much money with the added thing about the vacation rental. No, I haven't heard anything about it, about the bridge incident in Baltimore. Let me check out the news. Bridge collapses in Baltimore after container ship collides with it. A huge study confirms Viagra cuts Alzheimer's risk by over 50%. Really? Neuroscientist Andrew Huberman accused of bizarre behavior. So it says here, a deep dive into the disparate public and private lives of Stanford University neuroscientist Andrew Huberman illustrates a jarring portrait of a man who promotes physical and mental health and wellness, but engaged in bizarre interpersonal behavior, including secretly dating 5 women simultaneously. Hmm. Well, that's kind of interesting. Well, apparently we should take Viagra to prevent ourselves from getting Alzheimer's disease. So, Sean Diddy Combs spotted slowly walking back and forth outside Miami airport after a federal raid on homes. Aw. Hi, Annie. Hi, Dink. A little. Did a little oopsie we have? Have we? I'm not sure what an oopsie is. Which oopsie you're referring to? Gary Busey had a bad motorcycle accident. Is a bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs now. I'm pretty sure Gary Busey was never winning the sameness award in the first place. Gabe H says, I had a crazy paranormal experience with a friend. He was 100% skeptic. I was too. That night made us both believers. I want to hear all about it. You hate wearing a helmet. I just want to enjoy the ride. And if I die, I die. Well, uh, when I rode a motorcycle, I used to have a helmet that just went like here, and it didn't go over my face. I had a helmet that went over my face too, but the skull cap kind of helmet is pretty comfortable. Doesn't bug that much. I don't especially mind seatbelts, but I don't like the fact that like the car is so determined to make you put your seatbelt on. It'll beep for such a long time before it stops beeping. Just let me decide for myself, okay, car? It's like beeping at me constantly. Gabe Itch. What a silly name. All right. Grab a health tube. And we will begin to settle in for a day's worth of some streaming here. Going into town today because I have a 1 p.m. appointment at the mechanic. I do watch the NFL, yeah. I'm more of a college football fan than I am an NFL fan, but I watch both. Definitely watch all the playoffs for the NFL and watch some regular season games. I usually watch Monday Night Football every Monday night for sure. Sunday, I probably don't spend my whole day watching NFL, but I definitely watch Monday Night Football, and if there's like a super good game on a given week, I'll watch that one. But college football is my football day. I'll watch football all day on Saturday. I don't know, I just like college football better for some reason. More upsets, I guess, and more diversity in the quality of the teams that play. Less parity makes for kind of a more exciting football, if you ask me. I've got my jacket. That'll help. Go have this health tube. And where did I put my coffee, though? I'm going to need that. And then I feel a poo coming on. I think after this health tube, I'm going to be poo ready, Nice man one. Pride, go Detroit. Go Detroit. I've been to Detroit. I visited somebody from the channel in Detroit, in fact. I stayed at this casino in Detroit. MGM Grand. Detroit has an MGM Grand. I don't know if you're aware of that, but it does. Let's see what Gabe It says. Gabe H. Make a long story short, we were inside of a church basement next to a cemetery. The basement was completely locked, so nobody was down there besides us. I don't think sex organs are designed as poorly as, say, teeth or eyes. Your teeth are unlikely to last a full lifetime. We tried contacting spirits or anything of that nature around 3 a.m. as we were sitting on a bench in the basement trying to ask if anything was with us. We didn't hear anything to get a response. This is cool, Gabe. This is exactly what I wanted to happen with this title. I wanted people to come in and tell me their paranormal experiences. I like to watch paranormal stuff a lot. I'm not sure if I believe in it, but I like to watch it. There you go, cat. Difficult cat, even though he has a cat door right there. He doesn't like to watch and walk through it, so I have to open the door for him. So we decided to ask if anyone is with us to make the ping pong balls or the ping pong paddle move. And then, two ghosts started playing ping pong. Taste is just, the taste of melting Adderall in your mouth is just horrible. All the ghosts were playing ping pong. Paddle, 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 paddle. This week, we once again have open mic at the Grove. A long night of a so-called blow binge ended up being ice. First time the shadow people visited, was driving home, hitting behind my seat. I thought people were there. Our me go sober. By ice, do you mean meth? Mushrooms are much worse tasting. Mushrooms will make me feel pukey, whereas Adderall, I just don't want to taste it. This is where it gets creepy. As we were sitting there on the bench, a ping pong ball started bouncing towards our feet. We both looked at each other in disbelief and still skeptical. Mind you, we are in a pitch black power zone. This is where it gets creepy. I got a ghost job once. Felt good, but it was spooky. A ghost job, huh? Basically, what you want to do here is periodically walk down the hall going, ooh. We asked if you're actually here, make the ping pong paddle move. Not even a minute later, the ping pong paddle whizzed by our heads and smashed against the wall. Wow. You guys run away. We're like, run away. I probably would have screamed like a little girl and run away. I scream like a little girl and run away, even if I see like a possum or a potato bug. We had flashlights and double checked there was no one else there. We knew there wasn't because it was only a one-way entrance and the door was locked with padlocks. So do you think the spirits wanted you to leave? Is that why they did that? Or they just wanted to obey your like respond to your question or what? Okay, I will answer this question for the millionth time. My position is that Israel cannot claim any moral high ground at all in this issue until they afford the Palestinians their autonomy, without any terms or stipulations. That's my position on it. That's the correct position on it. It doesn't matter what anybody else says. Once you ask me, you've ascertained the correct position on things. So I'm going poo now. You're just going to have to wait. There's a towel for you to look at. A dumbbell, huh? Well, that's dangerous. Neither spirits nor people should throw dumbbells at others. That's a good way to hurt somebody. Yeah, the Israelis have just completely lost it. Yeah, it's like you can't like be the bad guys and sell everybody that you're not by just kind of like pretending like things are other than they are. There doesn't need to be any talks at all. The American president needs to say exactly what I'm saying and make clear, look, Israel, you cannot persist in your current apartheid state and expect the world to approve of it. And you know, there's Eric's the priest was a tough SOB. I guess a couple people died building the rehab, whether it was from an accident or just poor health from living on the streets with alcoholism. Apparently the priest was a tough SOB. You know, near where I live, there are a couple of very spooky places, like abandoned houses. There's one off at the end of Triangle Road. It's this kind of abandoned house that totally looks haunted. But I don't want to trespass, otherwise it would be cool to go in there at night. I'm trying to catch some paranormal activity on camera. I don't hate the idea of intentionally trying to contact spirits. When I was talking about paranormality the other day, I actually called my daughter and she told a paranormal story that I'd never heard before. She had a lot of paranormal activity when she was living in her stepmom's house. I know I was going poo, but I'm done now. Well, I guess that made you a believer, Gabe Itch. This cat wants me to watch him eat. All right, kitty. I'll watch you eat. Come on. Meow. Meow. I've got a kitty who wants me to watch him eat. All right. We're gonna have a TV party tonight. All right. Oh, you silly boy. You don't need me to watch you eat. You could eat just fine by yourself. But you're a good boy. And you're a happy kitty with your question mark tail. I'd like to learn how to play Frances Gathered Up Her Lover, a song I played on the stream last night that was from quite some time back. I'm not happy with the recording of it. I don't like the vocals of it, but I think it's a good song. If I, add a song to sing. Fa la 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 la. Ma na 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 na. Fa la 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 la. This cat actually is a ghost. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. We only have one cat, but this ghost cat keeps eating all the food. Oh yes, ghost cat. That's why you're gray and white like a ghost. Oh yes. What a silly boy you are. Yes, you are. And Daddy knows, and Daddy loves. Oh, yes. You're a silly boy. You have the spirit of boyhood in your heart. He's done. We can leave now. The place is called Talbot House in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. So are you Canadian? Eric, what do you type Kakashi? Maybe ISTP. It's kind of hard to find a Japanese INTP because They don't. There's this sort of social prohibition on talking too much in Asia, with Japan especially. Yeah, I agree with you, Ivar. ISTP is more likely. If you want to identify an INTP in Naruto, you're probably looking at the what's his name? The guy who does shadow bind. What's that guy's name? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I got that. It was a joke. What's his name? The guy who does the um, shadow bind jutsu. Shikamaru, right? Thank you. Shikamaru, I think, is an INTP, but even then, you don't hear the kind of any dialogue from any of the characters really, because it doesn't necessarily work in the storyline to have somebody carrying on about a bunch of possibilities all the time. Kakashi ISFJ, possible. Talbot House Rehab Center in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. I didn't know Canada had any paranormalities. I thought Canada was ghost free. Canada seems like a nice place. I'm here for a month, so I still have a couple weeks and some change left. You're where for a month? Are you in Kuala Lumpur? That's where people normally go. All right. It is about time for the first bong rips of the day. I really like this silly paper I threw away. Avoid a stroke. Painless, non-invasive. Keep your clothes on. Keep your clothes on. Wow, I get to keep my clothes on? Now I really want to be now I really want to be screened for stroke risk. Canada seems like a great place. It seems like a place where people are pretty respectful of each other, civilized, you know. I like to watch some videos about, like, basically somebody finds a place off in the wilderness that's weird or whatever. I watched this one about this Canadian guy, and he went off and found these went off and found these there's like this basically pimping off-grid mansion that somebody made, this German guy. But after it was almost done, it's like really great bit of woodworking, you know, like he made it all out of trees and stuff, and it's a pimping cabin. And he died right before he finished it. He never quite got all the way finished, but he's just sitting there, just rotting in the wilderness. I've seen a couple of those kind of things where somebody had this vision. They'd go out in the wilderness, build their like dream off-grid house, and then something happens either before it's quite done or like shortly after it's done or whatever, and there's nobody, people leave, and it's just this, you know, this dream someone had almost manifest, now just rotting in the wilderness. It's kind of an oddly poetic thing to watch. Just like I like to watch those abandoned amusement park videos. It's just, yeah, Kakashi definitely is that. Why do people always think of temporary solutions instead of finding systematic ones to long-term recurring issues? Well, it's because the immediate project needs to be dealt with immediately. The long-term recurring problem needs to be dealt with at some point. You devote a lot of attention right now to dealing with the long-term recurring problem, then it's going to interfere with your ability to get the time-sensitive project completed in time. I feel you, KE. I feel you. But I know from my own habits, it's like, what should I do? Say, um, let's say for whatever reason, I get a new laptop and I reinstall Audacity. I download and install Audacity on it. Well, great. Now let's say I did that because I feel like recording music right now. I'm inspired. I've got some ideas and stuff. I need to record that stuff right now. But I just downloaded a new Audacity on this laptop. I have none of my keyboard commands set up. Obviously, using Audacity without the keyboard commands is very inefficient, and you should set them all up before you use it at all. But in that moment, I need to record right now because otherwise I'm going to lose my idea or whatever. So then, before I know it, I've been working on Audacity for quite some time in this super inefficient way with the mouse because I haven't set up any of my keyboard commands. It's annoying, but sometimes you have to put off architectural changes because you got something more pressing than that in the immediate, you know? Yeah, well, being a macro thinker is all well and good. Unfortunately, as often as not, the devil's in the details, you know? I would love to just be a big idea guy as well, but once you're in the thick of a actual job that you're doing, it always boils down to the fact the devil's in the details. Yeah, I don't like the details like that. I don't like that reality either, but it's just how it is. You solve problems in a way where you're constantly needed. It is the case also that if you're really worth something as whatever it is um, you're doing, you know, if you're really worthwhile, good at what you're doing, uh, there's no way to ordinate and delegate that. As you know, when I was director of Kudos, I ordinated as much of the program architecture as I could into lesson plans. I delegated as much of it as I could to other people. But the simple reality is, when it came to debate coaching and lots of other things, like being like having good ideas, I simply could not delegate it. There was nobody else who could do the job, and I was fundamentally irreplaceable. And, you know, there was no way to make myself support fearless. I was critically important to the difference between us kicking ass and us failing utterly with me. There was no way to get around it. Like, there's this kind of dream that TE people have of everybody's replaceable. Everybody can be replaced because a properly structured organization defines everybody's roles properly, and all they need to do is fill them. Unless your job requires you to be smarter than everybody else, right? In which case, you can't be replaced. Any of you guys believe in Ouija boards? I have an original one I got from a yard sale that was from the 60s or 70s that I got from an old couple. I tried contacting spirits one night. Never worked, though. Of course, well, first let me answer your question. I did use Ouija boards when I was a kid. I did have them work for me at some point, but I haven't tried it since childhood. Well, actually, Gabe, I probably have been up a full hour now almost before my first bong rip in the morning. So I'm showing a lot of discretion. You have? Let's hear about it. Gabe here was just telling us about one of his paranormal experiences, and I'm very interested in hearing about it. This thread is a celebration of women's intellect and agency. It's a reminder of our collective power. Is it? I'm glad to hear that. Oh, Rain. You just have to feel the meaning of it with your intuition, okay? Ghosts and stuff. God, Mr. Rational. So I'm really pleased to hear that my chat is a celebration of women's intellect and agency. I would not say, however, that women have collective power. That's always a bad thing, right? You're an individual. You don't want to be a woman first. You want to be a person first, right? And you and other women do not necessarily share the same interests or politics or anything else. So it's not a good idea to imagine yourself having or implementing collective power. All good power serves to preserve the autonomy and integrity of the individual, regardless of their group. Yeah, long time no see. Hi, Rain. I am a collector myself. I like to hang on to stuff that has value over time. I don't like to collect stuff. I don't like physical objects. As it is stands right now, I've got all this clutter all around me. I don't like it. It's not that I don't believe or that I do believe in a healer. I find when people tell their paranormal experiences, I find it very interesting. I, I take most of what people say just simply at face value. They're honestly relating their experiences, and Some of them are really weird. My daughter told a really weird paranormal story the other day when I called her during the live stream to ask her about it. Because it came up the other day in the live stream. It wasn't the topic of the stream, but it came up. I see demons in my room, says Satan. I hear knocking on my window. I have demons. I've had the demons I see touch me. One pushed me. I see them so often, but nobody believes me. I named one. I see them in the shadows. Ivor says, Eric, do you agree on average men are smarter than women? No. Everybody's dumb. I mean, that's what it boils down to. Everybody's dumb. Men and women both are dumb. In some sense, like children are less dumb than adults. That old age home, I could feel the pain and grief of an old couple. Well, I don't see playing chess as being indicative of smartness. It's like, okay. Also, the case that the top 1,000 weightlifters in the world are all men. Okay. That doesn't mean anything about their intelligence. Chess is a totally spatial strategy game that links very weakly to intelligence, in my opinion. I'll definitely take a look at it and do some research. I appreciate you mentioning that about my Ouija board. I'm going to subscribe, and when I get some information back to share it. Well, thanks, gay bitch. You know, and I want you to know this also, Gabe. You may be Gabe, but I don't think you're a bitch. The Blue Baron saw a ghost once. Anybody who would like to tell me their paranormal stories, I will definitely read them out loud, and I'm interested to hear them. What kind of ghost did you see? The Blue Baron. Was it a textbook wavy line bottom? Ooh, ghost. That's the kind of ghost I want to see. I want to see one that's just like straight from the cartoons. My name before this used to be Glory Hole 6000. Fantastic, Gabe. Fantastic. Okay, never, when dealing with work, never leave a paper trail. Hey, Squiggles. Kian Nipple. I am your grandfather, Bennett Cheese Crackers. One time I saw a big ticket night. That's not paranormal, Alpha Assassin. Rain says, I'd like to agree because I'm rubbish at chess, but surely the amount of computation power you need to get to Grand Master level is indicative of the smarty pants? No, it just is indicative of the ability to singularly prioritize this dumb game. What smart person would do that? If you just singularly prioritize mastering one system and a bunch of sort of sets of board setups in your head and shit, then you maybe get good at chess. But if you were smart, you wouldn't spend all your time doing that. No smart person would spend all their time playing chess. In chess, maybe they're smarter than men and don't spend all their time playing it. You know? It's like, well, what do you make of the fact that Chinese people are the best at playing mud chucking? That they have bad taste in what to do? Well, what else would you determine from that? His dog is immortal. He's eating bleach and markers, a whole box of chocolate. He gains no weight. He eats plastic. The dog never dies. Well, I should try to prevent them from eating those things, probably. But I know it can be difficult to police your pets. What common game would correlate to intelligence the most? Obviously, Rain, it's debate. That's the best correlation, okay? Is debate. Okay, so Ivar, that just means that chess is one of those things you can be a prodigy at, like music, okay? So there are children out there who have perfect pitch and have like genius musical ideas. Like Mozart wrote like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star when he was like 5 years old or something. Uh so yeah, there are things in which you can be a prodigy. Drawing, for example. I was reading a story one time of this like kindergartner who uh who could draw like say a rabbit from any perspective and drew it from multiple perspectives and just could see it in her head. Yeah, debate's a game. Sport. Where's the female Mozart? I mean, I can think of plenty of genius female artists just because women weren't really allowed or didn't compose back when Mozart was composing, and so didn't generate a bunch of classical music doesn't mean there aren't genius female artists. You have had a couple of ghost experiences, Russia Hennessy. Please do tell us about them. Well, I mean, prodigies are, you could say, natural specialists, right? It doesn't mean they're smarter. It's we're all ill suited to imagine that specialization links to intelligence. It seems to me to be the opposite. Like, who's smarter, a grandmaster in chess or Leonardo da Vinci? Doja Cat. Doja Cat's terrible. I will say this: the new Baby No Money song that was released last night is great. Or at least I only listened to like 3/4 of it before I started the stream. It was recommended to me. I put it on Chappy Tracks. I was like, man, this one slaps. I like this. The last time I experienced something, I went up to my uncle's property that's known to be haunted. It was about 11 p.m. and everyone was passed out but me. I was in the bathroom washing my face and had the door locked. All of a sudden, the knob started rattling from the outside, like someone was trying to get in. As soon as it stopped, I swung the door open and no one was there. Bitch, I said what I said. Thanks, KA. I appreciate that. Inner Healer says every soul has energy. It may be positive or negative energy, and energy cannot be destroyed. It is converted to another form. Well, I've noted this before myself. I've heard other people note it as well. Obviously, Inner Healer, that there's something that needs to be explained about death, right? Because when a person dies, it's not like when a car runs out of gas, where, okay, if you just put more gas in, then the car will work again. Some animating force that has caused this biology to continue to breathe, pump blood, etc., has left the body, right? Like you say, energy can't be created or destroyed. Um, and humans seem like more than just uh, a capacity to be dynamic predicated on some fuel, like a car. I've also had a very interesting conversation one time. She didn't publish, unfortunately, so nobody gets to see the video, but she was a nurse in an ICU, and I was typing her, I was just doing typing stuff, but after learning about what she did, I couldn't help myself, even though that's not my job at the moment. I had to ask her about it, if she had like seen any ghosts or whatever, you know. And so, was very like level-headed, not woohoo at all. But she said, "Well, I mean, I don't know what to make of it, but one thing that frequently happens when someone passes in the hospital room is the TV in their room will go all staticky." What do you say about that? And she also related a a story about this one hospital that she had worked at for stretches of time, and that it was that multiple people, nurses, patients, visitors, had seen this particular lady that like did this thing but didn't exist, wasn't ever there actually. And people would be like, "Oh, you saw that lady? That yeah, I don't. That's not actually a lady. That nobody's sure what's going on with that." So all animals are skinwalkers. I don't hide next to my dog because he smiles at me and it's scary as fuck. Hmm. There's so much evidence out there on the paranormal if you really dig deep, especially if you look for people documenting their own haunted house experiences. I might Google the science of hearing our name called out when no one is around, but honestly, this is happening to me, Chad. Not trying to figure it out. So, I have not exactly had what I would call like a pure, satisfyingly inexplicable paranormal experience. Rachel and I did see a weird cryptid one time, crossing the road. People have suggested multiple possibilities for it, but it wasn't any of those things. uh, I know what I saw, and it's not a cryptid anybody's ever seen before either, as far as I can tell. I've never heard anybody tell of this before. Rachel and I saw when we were driving out of here one time. I do not know why I didn't stop the car and film this thing. I was going somewhere. I was not in the mood to stop or whatever, but I could have stopped and filmed it. Um, there was a gigantic caterpillar, like the size of a loaf of bread or something, right? With a flat face. I didn't see the flat face. Rachel saw the flat face. She explained it to me, but I saw everything else about it. And it was crawling across the road like a caterpillar, except it was furry like a mammal. It didn't have like caterpillar hairs, it had fur on it. And it was just like, a loaf of bread, big loaf of bread, um, furry caterpillar thing, crawling across the road like a caterpillar does. What was it? I have no idea. I have no idea what that was. I've never heard anybody describe anything like that before. Like, have you ever heard of a cryptid story about a giant caterpillar? It couldn't possibly have been a caterpillar. No caterpillars are this big. You know, It wasn't schizophrenia, gay bitch. What are my thoughts on UFOs and aliens? I don't believe in them. I don't believe they're aliens, and I don't believe they're spaceships from other planets. I don't believe in faster than light travel. And I don't believe in wormhole travel either. When people talk about wormholes, right? Um, it in it's theoretically possible to using intense gravity wells to purportedly make a hole in space time that purportedly goes somewhere, you know. But the forces involved to create that preclude any conceivable way of humans traveling through that. You're talking about like we're going to use forces big enough to rip a hole in space time, and somehow they're not going to be big enough to rip up our spaceship, right? Thank you, money. But if I fold the paper in half and poke a hole with a pencil, I do science is right? Yeah, I know. Like, just because you can do something analogous in three-dimensional space, yeah. The point is, there's no way. It's like it's strong enough to rip a hole in space time, but not strong enough to break our spaceship. His caterpillar story was a spooter. What's a spooter? I don't know what a spooter is. Maybe I could Google it. Yeah, I do think there's weird UAP shit happening in the sky. I do think that. I don't have an explanation for it. I don't know what it is. A spooter man. Who's Spooter Man? Spooter Man, starting off as an MS Paint character that often appeared in the Dolan Comics universe, Spooter Man, also known as Spooter Man or Spooter Man, is recognized for intentionally poor drawings and comedic misspellings of words. Hmm. Oh, Spooter. You think it was a spider? The giant caterpillar? It was not a spider. Okay. Really? You caught the classic saucer income with rotating lights and a pack of five? I mean, I've seen videos that I think are convincing that something unexplained is going on in the sky. I just don't think it's aliens from another planet. They obviously made the hole with a space-time drill, and they just drive through it. Duh. I agree with you, Shalom. Yeah, so I believe in UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon. I believe they occur, phenomena, and I believe they're unexplained, which means I don't have an explanation for them. But I just don't believe in faster than light travel, so I don't believe they're aliens from another planet. It's like I'd be more likely to believe they're some kind of ghost than aliens from another planet. I mean, it's not. That's the thing about paranormality, right? If we had any kind of explanation for it that was satisfying, it would be normal. It wouldn't be paranormal. Can a ghost be gay? I don't know. Does the does the ghost do ghosts have sex? Do they have sexual desires? Romantic love? It's like I've seen plenty of videos, for example, like someone's filming and out there the window of a plane and there's this thing that just zips by like it very clearly is not anything that you would normally see or something. Or just Homelander? I'll check it out. I don't need to have the um, sound on. I could just. that thing, is that the Mexican and Peruvian thing or whatever? That doesn't convince me at all. That little alien guy. I mean, I I find that hard to believe that that's an actual alien. Anybody could make that out of whatever. I don't think that's a real alien. Uh, I was thinking about that last time. Are you a physical being after death? Could you interact with others? I, um, I mean, uh, yeah, right. I don't. It doesn't seem like you could be, but it's also the case that another paranormal experience I had was um, I was walking from my car to the sidewalk to go to my dad's funeral in Arcadia. And as I tried to step up onto the curb, something grabbed my foot and pulled it back down to the ground. And obviously, there's nothing there. I, I don't know how to explain it, but petrified Peruvian children, petrified Peruvian children. If you like petrified Peruvian children, then meow. Can human rights still apply in the ghost world? Uh, I'm not sure how ghosts engage each other, right? Like, people are always concerned about how ghosts engage with living people, but how do ghosts engage with each other? Or like, do ghosts have ghost friends? Do they hang out with other ghosts? In everyday disputes, how does one determine af or neg systematically? Is it intrinsic to the position or dependent on the circumstance surrounding the dispute? Well, the general rule for af is af changes the status quo. Neg defends it. So whichever side is changing the status quo, they're affirming. In that regard, like my negation of evolution is actually an affirmation. We change the status quo because the status quo consensus is that evolution is correct. So, um, if say evolution were to be a debate topic, it would be a tricky one to phrase. Sometimes you end up with kind of um, double negative phrasings of things, like in other words, the neg negates a negatively phrased affirmation. Did I watch the series Hellbound? No, I did not watch that series. But I mean, I'm not sure if that's really the best way to determine who's affirming in every instance. I think uh, in instances where something purports to explain something, then the affirmation should be that which purports to explain something, obviously. But because debate in competition debate is always about advocating a change in the status quo, either advocating the truth of a sentence that isn't there about which there isn't consensus agreement in the status quo in resolutional debate, or about affirming a specific policy plan. So it's in competition debate is it's a fine rule to say the aft changes the status quo. In the real world, it depends what's happening. It's like if someone's advocating an action or advocating that a given statement or position is true, then they're affirming. If they're purporting to explain something, then they're affirming. But to me, the only thing to fear is fear itself. I break that rule a lot. So you're telling me, Satan, that you fear things that aren't fear? You know, to be honest, I'm not sure I ever fear fear. I almost always, if not always, fear something other than fear. Hellbound is a South Korean dark fantasy television series directed by Yan Sang-ho. Is it is it on Netflix or what? Petrified Peruvian children. It's on Netflix. Cool. I do like to watch Korean shows. I've watched quite a few of them. I will say, however, I'm a little feelings shy about. Okay, I don't appreciate your vulgar and hateful homophobia, Admiral Mighty Boom. You may not be expressing fear. Maybe homophobia is a bad word for it. But clearly, whatever you want to call it, you're displaying that kind of groupism. I don't like it. Now you got timed out. Also, how is it possible to logically drive negative moral obligations, you say? What premises would you be assuming? The premise, the axiomatic thing that you can't establish that you work from is that, people own their own bodies. And we define ownership as exclusive right to destroy or, you know, exclusive authority over or something like that. So, in other words, if you want to frame that up more operationally, you'd say, as long as you agree slavery is wrong, we can go from there. I guess you'd have to agree that slavery is wrong because it violates your property rights. I like deer. They're soft. I've never pet a deer before. High five, Winston Mom. Oh, that's what that pink hand is. High five. I never really knew what that was. I just call it like pink hand, like pink eye, but with your hand. Yo, Pandy Boy 360. How's it going? How is it going with you? How is it going with you? I'm not sure why people feel the need to attack whatever group or focus on groupist stuff like Ivar going, women aren't as smart as men. I mean, the thing is, like, let's say demographically, even it were true, it still wouldn't tell you anything at all about any individual man or woman that you encounter in the world. And if you were to operate from that rule and treat a man or a woman accordingly, then you'd be guilty of both being a dumbass and um, getting everything backwards, You have to deal with individual human beings first. But more importantly, like Admiral Mighty Buffoon coming in, shitting on gay people. And it's like, if someone's gay, do you think it's like they need to be taken down a notch or something? The world's too accepting of them? No, there are plenty of people like you out there who shit on them for no reason whatsoever, without even knowing who they are, simply because they, fit in that group label. Fuck you. Obviously. Matthew Adams. Hi. Yes. Good looking oregano? Well, that's because I'm making my own pasta sauce. Did I watch Sinister? No, I did not watch Sinister. Wait, Joe Media, I remember you. : F, D. : F, D, E, G. Alright, let me pull another bomber up. And then I think I might take another half an Adderall. And then I think some for health too. Do you read satanic books while you're waiting for the bus? Do you read satanic books as you're eating tuna melts at the diner down the street, while the waitress and her feet serve you coffee and some meat? You're reading satanic books. How would you operationalize interspecies intelligence? I mean, I wouldn't ascribe intelligence to a genome like that. You know, that's the one of the problems with evolution is that it necessarily presumes that one's genes have some kind of interest, that they can be optimized accordingly, but they can't be optimized accordingly. However, it is the case that a genome can become sicker. In other words, that undesirable genetic elements can enter a species because there are some negative mutations that aren't negative enough to kill the individual organism. No offense, but I look from like Mike from Breaking Bad. I take no offense at that at all. I've never heard that before. What percentage of a suggested group has to embody a trait for it to be okay to operate with the assumption that assumption on an individual basis? Well, if you're talking with people, 100%. So, like, 100% of minors are, especially, I guess you'd say children, let's say under 12 or whatever, 100% of children are not eligible to engage in consensual contracts and stuff, right? So it's fine for us to treat them all as though they can't. Fox Therian Ivy? Question mark? Exclamation point. 100% of people with Down syndrome lack normal metacognition. So it's okay to treat them accordingly. 100% of ENTPs have attentional stack meow, so it's fine to treat them accordingly. As I've said before, typology allows us to do what we instinctually seem to do so much as a species, despite the questionable wisdom of it. It allows us to be groupist and not be wrong. As long as we're groupist about how a given type actually is because of their stack, at least we'll be hating people we actually hate, you know? I'm a smoking on these Z terps. What are Z terps? I've heard of terpenes before, obviously. I'm not quite sure what role they play in marijuana, but I don't know what Z terps are. Question mark? What? I just joined late and I'm confused on what's happening. Well, what's happening is I'm not, my name is Eric. I am live streaming. And as I live stream, one of the things I do is I read things people say in the chat out loud and respond to them. And that's what's occurring right now. This place takes reeks of death. There's chill in the air. And I barely escaped being killed by hair. Oh, great Alistor, powerful, almost died for his friend. Sorry to disappoint. But that's not where this ends. Kaon. Galactic Chancellor Kaon, you should call yourself. If all people with 3 copies of chromosome 21 have Downs, and I have 3, does that mean I like chocolate milk? Yes, as I were. Yes, it does. The evolution of elephants. Okay. I obviously am not going to watch some nonsense video trying to explain how elephants evolved. Galactic Chancellor Kaon. Eric, you remind me of some kind of old scientist from the 1900s. Well, they and I may have certain things in common, but living in the 1900s is not among them. Oh, I know, Satan. I interpreted those things as lyrics. As I was reading, I thought, oh, these must be lyrics. Gogurt777. I lay in bed on chest for 2 minutes trying to sleep. Then behind me, my door handle wiggled. No human or animal around. This seems to be a fairly common paranormal experience. I've heard this from somebody else already today. Namely that this other person was like in a bathroom and door handle went wiggle, and they flung the door open and nobody was there. A great scientist from 1999. I'm not a scientist of any sort, really, but I do feel as though philosophy really is the first science and the most important science still, and I do engage in that science. The science of forensics, as it used to be meant, using discourse to parse things for correctness. What's your opinion on tarot card readings? I mean, my wife likes tarot cards, and I like her to be happy, and I like things that she likes, so I'm fine with tarot card readings. I don't usually do them, but I have some right here. Rachel will sometimes do them. We passed 60. Oh, wow, there's 70 people here right now? That's crazy. So if any of the people here have any paranormal stories, please do share them, and I am reading them aloud. We've heard a couple of interesting paranormal stories so far. Am I an off-brand Dr. Phil? You've got to face the truth. I don't like Dr. Phil at all. I think he's an asswipe, and I would prefer not to be like him in any fashion whatsoever. So probably off-brand Dr. Phil is incorrect. Wing lift, not my story, but my dad's. He has worked for a while as a security for hire, but now he is security at a hospital. When he worked as security for a hotel, he was in the dining hall at night and a section. We will continue to read Wing Lift's paranormal story when he or she continues it. Is Dr. Phil an ESTJ? No, I don't think he is, actually. I think he may be an ISFJ, maybe an ESFJ. I'm not really sure. And so, anyway, he was in the dining hall at night, and a section of the entire room was blocked off by fog with nothing there making the fog, explaining the fog. Wow. So, did your dad think it was like a, a bunch of ghosts making a mist or something together? Or when a section of it opened and closed with nothing? Really? So, like a fog door, like lifted up? That's cool. Dissipated. Yeah, I agree with Ivar, but I wasn't gonna bother saying it. Any chance there was a big event at the hotel and they ordered a bunch of dry ice? I mean, that dry ice could explain a fog like that, but I don't know how quickly it would dissipate. It was Halloween. Craig Fulgrim is here to share a paranormal story with us. It was Halloween in Illinois in 1978. Craig Fulgrim, that's not your paranormal story. That's someone else's paranormal story. Could have been a joke, lol. What could have been a joke? Oh, the ENFJ, ESTJ thing. Yeah, it could have been. Jamie Lee Curtis was there too. I remember that. Do you think Jamie Lee Curtis looks a lot like me? Activia. Sometimes I get irregularity. Let's go have a health tube. I should bring my glasses so I can. Oh, I'll just open this and I'll read through the window. It'll be easier. He then went on to have a successful acting career, appearing in hit classics such as Shrek and Austin Powers. Michael Myers did? Muhammad is here, also known as AMAEND8. For those who hear me refer to him as Muhammad, that's his name. All right, Satan says, my old school used to be a mental hospital. People died in there. The lights would turn off and on, and then the ceiling panels would open. The whiteboard would glitch. You had smart boards? I had a smart board in my classroom when I worked at Rebecca. Ida, my ego is always super, and people have a hard time keeping up with all my personalities. Are aliens real? Asks Daniel Barnes. Personally, I don't believe in aliens coming here on spaceships from other planets. I think that's not possible because faster than light travel is not possible. But I do think there are weird things in the sky that we don't have any explanation for at the moment. Is God real? I mean, I self-identify as a Christian, and I pray. You can infer from that what you want about my position on that. I don't have any position on my reality because I instead I live a reality. I don't possess one, you know. So like human beings, biological human beings aren't subject to the status of reality or unreality. It's kind of a a category error, right? There aren't any real and unreal humans, but there are characters in our stories. That's why the distinction we can. That's why we can conceptualize the distinction. Just like there can't possibly really be any time travel, but we can conceptualize the distinction because we can experience that via our static, the static parts of life, namely stuff that gets rendered into binaries like symbols and like language and stuff like that, our stories. We can go back in the story, we can go forward in the story because it has that static quality, because that's what language is and does. But because that's what language is and does, we can sometimes mistake distinctions and statuses that are unique to narratives as things that can be uh, analogously applied to reality and help us to understand it instead of being just confusing. In this instance, it's one of those things that's just confusing. Hi, Jonathan Rivera. How are you? Welcome. Welcome to Talking with Famous People. KE says, Ida, I think everything I write is a Reddit post, and people have been irritated with me all the time when what they don't understand is that I am possessed by a TikToker's soul. Well, that's pretty paranormal. You can hear my genuine reaction to it. I could see them with my bare eyes. All right, cool. Looks like Winston's mom's going to post a link at some point here for us to look at. Is Shrek an ISTP? I have no idea what type Shrek is. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie. Do you think the algorithm will shape your personality after adapting to get more views? I'm not adapting to get more views. I'm adapting to having a different kind of chat going on than I've had in the past. I'm not changing what I do to get more views at all. I'm doing what I've always done, which is live stream all the time. And just talk about whatever and talk with the chatters. That's just how I roll. But I do have to adjust um, to the change in the sort of landscape of the chat from what I was accustomed to before. Carlos Peva has had some paranormal experiences. Let's hear about them. I'm excited to read people's paranormal experiences. So when you say not now, you mean later on I'm going to adapt to get more views? I don't think so. I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, I didn't adapt when I wasn't getting more views. Why would I adapt now that I am? Some guy told me I can put my negativity inside a chicken egg, then I sleep on it and wait 7 days and then throw it away. Is this true? I mean, you could engage in that ritual. Is it relevant to anything other than just a ritual that maybe makes you feel as though something's changed? Danger Int says, just joined. Can you give me a quick blanket description of this live? Mostly I just engage with the chat, respond to what people say. Sometimes I have a topic like this that try to stay pretty, it continues to provide information to talk about. But also, sometimes I do the thug shake. You gotta do the thug shake. You gotta do the thug shake. You gotta shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake. I see people dances like that. I do all kinds of things. I thwart the skibbity bombaclats when they come. I knock them out with the riz of my gyat. I'm just a talker by nature. I like to go online. If I'm just having thoughts, I like to talk them out. And if even if I'm not having a great deal of thoughts, I'm hopeful that a few chats will prompt me to continue chattering. Yeah, my gyat's riz is crazy. It's true. Molly the Pig, welcome back. I'm glad you're back. You did tell me you'd be back, and you weren't lying. So I talk about a whole range of subjects, really, whatever anybody brings up that I know anything about. If I don't know about it and they bring it up, I'll probably ask them to tell me about it. The main adaptation, getting back to this, how YouTube shapes me, and YouTube has shaped me a great deal over the 10 years that I've been YouTubing. It's made me much more socially graceful / likable. Although, during parts of my life where I was having like big, like, then I still wouldn't be necessarily very pleasant. But mostly, yes, YouTube's changed me a lot, shaped me a lot, and continues to do so. As my approach as a YouTuber, as a live streamer, is changing a bit, as I said, because of the change in the dynamics of the chat. Like in the status quo right now, I'm having to deal with more trolls and stuff than I used to, because obviously I didn't used to get very many new people around. But that's really actually refining me nicely. You become desensitized. I've already been pretty desensitized, but nowadays with just, I have a bingo card of things trolls say when they come in. I've heard them so many times that they have very little impact on me usually. I'm not nearly as reactive as I used to be. And I was always pretty good at like, some people say like social media makes them feel bad or whatever. It was always pretty hard for somebody to at least space in my head. It happens sometimes, but I both have a thick skin and a short memory when it comes to feeling stuff. Unless it's somebody super precious to me. Then I'm vulnerable because I expect them to not attack me. So whatever they say, I'm going to take it face value. Alright, there, we watched the cat eat, okay? This is the bad cat, Molly. This is trouble. This is the cat that makes me watch him eat. I don't make him watch me eat, so what's going on there with that? You need to put some Subway Surfer gameplay footage on the bottom of your screen with slime squishing videos on the top. Yeah, I don't really want to get subs that are subscribing to content I'm not going to produce. That seems like of questionable value, right? The KE says, ha ha ha, yeah, WM. But you might be frustrated with me, like my other friends were, as I would seem lazy and do things last minute, but still do well somehow. First time here, I dig this, says MJ Mills. Well, I'm pleased to hear that. I hope we will continue to find it a pleasantly engaging live stream. One time I was 12 years old and I ran away from home. I eventually ended up breaking into our old garage. It had 2 stories, and I sat on top of the stairs. What appeared to be the typical shadowy. Yes, we are telling paranormal experience stories on this stream, The Wall Socket, and I'm reading them aloud and commenting on them and such. So Mr. Fox is in the middle of telling a story here about something that happened to him when he was 12 years old. Mina Actor. Hello, how are you? I never really felt the push to do something others wanted me to do. You would have been frustrated by me going dark and hiding from the world sometimes. You're already moving around the camera and stuff. Yeah, I think they were joking, I know, it's amazing, Carlos. It's crazy. There are, in fact, 64 people here right now. And, for me, this is a very recent phenomenon and really just, it's very gratifying. So, let's see here. I'm gonna reread the first part of Mr. Fox's story, a little bit of it. So he was 12, went into the garage. What appeared to be the typical shadowy figure stood up from behind a straw bale and said, "Guess what?" I don't know if it was just a homeless person, if I was stressed out, but I ran so freaking fast. Yeah, I bet. This is not a paranormal story, but it's kind of in that vein. I one time in Temple City came home to my house, and I thought I heard some stuff on the north side of the house. So it's like it was suspicious enough sounding that I grabbed a shovel, like walked around there. I couldn't see; it was dark back there. And I'm like, "Is anybody there? Who's there?" And there was somebody there, and he's like, "Listen, man, I'm just hiding from the cops. Don't I'll get out of here. Just." And I'm like, "Get out of here! Get out of here!" I ran in the house, and I didn't call the cops, but I said to him I was going to. Anyway, that was pretty scary, but not paranormal. All right, let's tilt this way. Can they give us a bomb clot? I am not a bomb clot, okay? And yeah, I encounter a fair number of skibidi bomb clots around here, but I send them away. I say to them, "Get out of here, you," because that's what you got to do. You got to say that to skibidi bomb clots. Usually, as they get too close to me, they are blinded by my riz and run away in fear. Occasionally, one gets through my defenses, shows up around here, and I got to give them the old. I got to give them one of these. I got to give them one of these. Yeah. And then they just scatter like cockroaches in the light. What are your thoughts on the whole Sigma Alpha Beta male stuff? I mean, it's so dumb, really. My thoughts about it are people come in here and tell me, like, "You're Sigma." Okay, whatever. I'm married, so I'm not interested in slaying any puss. Even when I wasn't married, I was just interested in getting into a long-term relationship. I was never somebody um, who enjoyed playing the field or whatever. So call me what you want. I've said before I've self-identified if I'm going to choose one of those as a beta male, but of course it's just in the sense that I am kind of inherently puss shy. I've never been one to want to slay. So in that regard, I don't feel like I I think that alpha, beta, sigma stuff is about uh, basically dating or sexual capital, reproductive capital, you know? And since I don't want to exercise reproductive capital in that fashion, I don't know how to classify myself. In terms of engaging with, say, other males, obviously, nobody intimidates me or, nobody's going to dominate me, but um, basically, I can be a leader. I can be a follower, but I don't like leadership. I think leadership is dumb. Why are some adults leading other adults? you know, I don't I don't need a scout troop leader to help me go camping or whatever. And the boss like says that's a very Sigma answer. Do I identify as Jeffrey Epstein? No. Do I like Fortnite? I've never played it. I believe my daughter has played it. So you believe paranormal things are real? Well, I mean, paranormal definitionally is stuff that has no normal explanation and probably never will, because if it ever were to get any kind of normal explanation, it would cease to be paranormal. I don't feel as though I have clarity regarding what's going on when weird stuff happens that has no explanation, because definitionally and in practice it has no explanation. What are my thoughts on binomial nomenclature? I my thoughts are, I'm going to Google it. It sounds very familiar, but I don't know exactly what it means. Oh, um, I mean, I think it's a taxonomy that naturally, it's a taxonomy that takes advantage of naturally occurring distinctions and similarities. Does it actually represent um, a set of relations like families? No, I don't think so. It's just that's how it's taxonomy. Remember, even though Android quality is ass, I could actually see these things in front of me. I doubt people who talk like this even interact with women. Remember, they're talking about it, which means not doing. That's not the case here, Lamb. So people who talk about things also do things, okay? I talk about things all the time, and I also do things. So it is not the case that just because you talk about something, you're not doing it. Jesus loves you. Praise God. You are not alone. Jesus wants to save my soul. Well, that's good to know. John Castillo. I've gone to haunted places to find things before, and I had smiley faces drawn on my car, and I realized I went outside to wipe it off my car, and the handprints were on the inside. What do you think? Somebody maybe got in your car when you weren't in it, and was messing around with your windshield. They're like, I'm gonna get in that car and push my hand against the windshield. I love the way the windshield feels. It's possible. Jesus wants to save my soul. I should try to be cooperative. Jesus wants to save my soul. Why would I interfere? That's what I think. So, I guess based on the definitions of alpha, beta, sigma, I would qualify, I guess, as sigma. Um, and when it comes to, I guess, really everything, I'm an individualist. I believe in individuals, myself and others. I believe in their capacity to make their own decisions. I believe in their autonomy. I don't think they need me telling them what to do, just as I don't need other people telling me what to do. Eating sushi that's not from the supermarket. This is my paranormal experience. That's not paranormal. Eating sushi. You shouldn't eat sushi at all, really. Why? Because we shouldn't eat animals from the wild, like fish. We should just eat animals that we farm, like chickens, pigs, and cows. If you're eating farmed fish, fine, but we shouldn't eat wild fish. I occasionally do. I'm not saying I always follow this rule, but I don't think we should uh, eat wild caught stuff. People of the state of California LLC says, I'm an active practicing Christian and was playing over the Masonic building in my hometown in Martinez, California. Men came out of the building. When the guy spoke to me, it wasn't his voice. When I rebuked him, the name of Jesus, when I rebuked him in the name of Jesus, when I rebuked him in the name of Jesus, he fell back and was out for like 5 minutes. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Ah! Well, that's weird. So you think the Masons are like satanic or something? I could feel the SI in that story. Why not eat animals from the wild? That makes no sense. Because if we grow the animals, then we own them and can kill them and eat them. If the animals grow themselves, we should just leave them alone. They own themselves then, we don't own them. We own only the animals that we grow ourselves. What do you mean it makes no sense? Of course it makes sense. If I have some cows that I purchased and I breed them and make more cows, I own those cows. If there's some animal out in the wild, it owns itself, okay? I know animals don't have property rights, but that's how I feel about it, okay? I'm not saying I can win any such argument because animals don't have rights. That doesn't mean we don't have positive moral indications, and I believe this is one of them. Everything makes sense and does not make sense unless you want it to. Well, it doesn't matter how much you want that to make sense, Chris Michael Dreamer. It doesn't. What are my thoughts on human organ farms? I like they're growing human organs in labs. I think that's a good idea. Have you ever heard of red night vision goggles? There was a story of military guys who went on a mission. They had red night vision goggles, and the guy started fighting this machine gun. Also, by that argument, if you were making those equivalences, if you raise your children and you own them. No, actually, because children have property rights and animals don't. So that's why I'm agreeing I can't win this argument because you can't justify a prohibition against killing animals in the wild because animals don't have rights. But I don't like the idea, and I think it's bad. So that's why I oppose it. And it's just my intuition that is the determining factor for me here. It's not I can't win the argument. When they asked you, what are you flying over this? What are you flying over? This was during Vietnam. He said, the demons. That's why my night vision goggles are green, not red. Okay, I'm not sure what that means, but all that, like, I thought they had red night vision goggles. So then one of them turned green? Well, I agree, Carlos Faye, but I'm not saying that people who hunt animals or fish for wild animals should be punished or something. I'm just saying if we're going to have any kind of dietary moral position on animals, it shouldn't be vegetarianism or veganism. It should be let's only eat farm animals, domesticated animals that exist for the purpose of us eating them. I'd prefer it to be like that. Your thoughts on child labor but giving them more pay? I mean, my thoughts on youth prison camp, aka school, is that it's an unacceptable holocaust of rights violations and deprecated, etc. Das Isaac says something a little bit crass, a little vulgar. He says he intercoursed a chesty Japanese ghost and now is child support. Money, just go to jail if you want to find a class of people that are classified as not being human and how they treat you. It is true that American prisons are also a deplorable example of our capacity for barbarity. I don't disagree that some people should be in jail, but let's be civilized about it. We don't need to torture them. And they certainly still have most of their rights as human beings. Well, sure. Of course, Chris Michael Dreamer. Otherwise, you're wasting your opportunity. Because even if you're married, you can have sex with a ghost and it doesn't count as cheating. JCT says we have a haunted road. Wonders are real, indicates Max Nimitz. With his penis, Elaine. That's how. I've been on farms where the slaughtered animals brutally. I've seen places where they sell the animals very humanely. It used to be red. You turn the green because people were freaking out because they were seeing supernatural demons. Oh, I see. Okay. Being falsely accused and wrongly imprisoned is definitely a fear of mine. Can't even prepare for that sort of stuff. No. But you know what you can do? I want to tell everybody this. This is important. You can avoid a stroke. How? By getting screened. And what is it? It's painless, non-invasive, keep your clothes on. Keep my clothes on? Wonderful. You're welcome, Elaine. You know, a lot of people, they have questions about it. You know, it can be confusing, complicated. A friend of me saw a witch. Really? How'd you know it was a witch, JCT? 11:30 at night, on the road. No. It's keep your clothes on only money here at the avoid a stroke screening. Non-invasive. Painless. Keep your clothes on. Yeah, I've heard that song. I don't look good naked anymore. Rachel thought it was funny. She said, I identify with this song. You still look good when you're naked. Don't worry about it. I was on a video. What's a video? I don't know what that is. Her feet were not on the ground. Invasive, painful, naked. That's what they call prostate screening. You are still wearing the same clothes you wore as a newborn baby, Elaine? I am impressed. I can't give you a skibbity bombaclat right now because I am not one. I don't have any. And when skibbity bombaclats come here, I have to tell them, get out of here, you. Just get out. We don't want no skibbity bombaclats up in this joint. All right. Only 3 hours on the road. Floating woman. Reasonable to conclude she's a witch. I agree. You're calling her a witch. I accept that now. Now that I know that she was floating off the ground, witch is fine. I saw my dead grandfather when I was 4. He looked like a young version of my dad and came into my room while I was crying and just smiled at me. It's kind of sad. How do you get down and dirty with a ghost? Well, first you've got to woo her with your riz, Chris Michael Dreamer. Do you have sufficient riz? I could probably pull it off. I'd just be like, sup, ghost girl? Sup? Sup? And then she'll say, you're so funny, and touch my shoulder. That's how I know I'm in like Flynn. It's like, lay it down, baby. We don't need no labels. I'm just gonna make you feel good, girl. Do I vape? Sometimes I'll hit Rachel's vape, her THC vape. I don't ever vape tobacco, but I might, I've sort of made a decision that, I guess I have made a decision. I'm going to quit smoking before I'm 54. In other words, for my next birthday. My birthday is coming up pretty soon for 53. A woman killed for the land. A ghost woman witch killed for the land. Chris Michael Dreamer has seen Easter Island heads appear above his bed while he's sleeping. Watch them fall, about to crush him to death, and then they just disappear. No, I don't want to start vaping, but I might get like an electronic cigarette to make it a little easier to quit smoking, with the notion and the reality that I probably won't keep smoking that forever because I don't like vaping this. Max Nimitz says demons are real and not nice. Are nice demons called angels? I was going to say just being a bottom myself is sufficient for most. You stood there while the crabs attacked you. I really appreciate that, Carson Collins. I like it when people come in and say sentences that confuse me. I also appreciate Chris Michael Dreamers coming in with a confusing sentence. But I like this one, maybe a little better even, Carson Collins. You just stood there while the crabs attacked you. Cool. There's no such thing as a good demon? I see. Have you accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? I'm no saint myself. Let's talk. I do self-identify as a Christian. I pray to Jesus, God, and the Holy Ghost as well. Rachel and I did last night together, in fact, in bed. So take from that what you wish. I woke one morning to look outside. It is cold, but heard unknown species scared me. I got it on video. Cool, JCT. Do you have a channel? Is it up there? Shwana Gross says, I'm a medium. Ghosts are normal for me. So do you feel like you can communicate with specific ghosts, or you don't get to choose which ghosts you engage with? What can we gain by sailing to the moon if we are not able to cross the abyss that separates us from ourselves? Well, I guess we get information about the moon. You can only see. I mean, do you get to see the ones you want to see, or do you only see what happens to come in front of you? Well, Carlos Pay, people come in, they have sort of, perhaps a desire to evangelize, and they don't know what I am, so they just indicate what they believe, and when I tell them I'm a Christian, they probably go, "Oh, good, I'm a Christian too," or something. I don't know. Some of them go, "You're not a real Christian," but I don't know why people do that. Max Nimitz asks me some questions here. I'll give you the same answer I gave the other guy. I self-identify as a Christian, and I pray to Jesus, God, and the Holy Ghost. You determine from that whatever you wish. I don't I don't affirm a lot of statements about religion, Christianity, or whatever. I'm not interested in doing that. Mohammed says, having too many viewers will make it hard to interact from now on, though. It's already kind of too many comments to react to. It's not yet, but it probably will get to be that. I like to play whack-a-mole with fortune cookie statements. Yeah, that's the only thing you can do with them, right, Money? You hit one down and they just say something. I'll just shift ground, try to say some other nonsense. Or whatever. I saw the devil in Richmond, California. It was a shop that I went to after a rave during the day. I went to the shop. When I went back the next day, it was gone. Wow, magical disappearing business. I like that. Chris Michael Dreamer says, I'm a Christian, but some of my beliefs alongside most people would hate me. Well, I get, Eric, you're a fake Christian quite frequently because they don't like my understanding of it a lot of times. Hello says hi. I like that your name is Hello, but you say hi. Chased by 16 wild, hungry dogs, says JCT. So Carson Collins provides a mirror. The primary issue would be comment pollution. You mean chat pollution? The rapture will occur soon, and I truly believe it like nothing else. Well, if it were to not occur by Mya, what date would that be for you to be convinced that you were wrong that it's going to occur soon? Like, it's soon 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, 100 years? A hungry in a car, says JCT. People of the state of California LLC says, I started actually praying in the shop because I felt something was off. And when I did, the shopkeeper came right up on me and that I wasn't praying out loud. Mom says, it's kind of interesting because everybody believes in the same God, but different ways to articulate it. So Chris Michael Dreamer says, I believe in God and Jesus, but I also believe in past lives, which would suggest you believe in reincarnation rather than heaven. You know, I pray to God, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost, but I don't affirm the statement even that, like, that God exists or something, because I understand my relationship with God is one predicated on faith, not on statements I can defend, you know? Never, even if my body would fail, my hope is beyond the bodily death. You hope beyond your death, the death of your body, you're going to become a ghost and engage in paranormal stuff? Do you think, if you're a Christian, do you believe it's possible there could be ghosts and still be Christian? Carson Collins says, this is my first and last life. Do you think when you die, Carson Collins, it's just oblivion with no afterlife at all? It's not the same God as the doctrine changes. I mean, from my understanding of God, our attempts to constrain relationships with him via language or foolhardy endeavors. Shauna Gross says, you want a crazy story. When my mom was 3, she had a dream that a red cat was going to get hit. That same night on the same road, she dreamed she got hit in the exact same way as in her dream. Oh, really? And this is the most important question, Shauna Grow. Was your mom a red cat? A Roblox player. I have it often. You have paranormal experiences often? Share with them for us. Share them with us, please. Muhammad says, sometimes I take my beliefs more serious than what I can logically articulate. Pry says, we have a creator, yes. Okay. So for those of you who do believe in God and Christianity or whatever kind of religion, Islam or whatever, do you feel as though ghosts are consistent or inconsistent with your religion? How do you define ghost? A dead person who's in some way uh, still extant in that living people engage with some remnant of him, you know. Well, Chris Michael Dreamer, that's why a lot of people say I'm not they say, you're a fake Christian, because I say the Bible was written by Jesus's dumbass friends, and why should anybody take it seriously? But, you know, a lot of other Christians, they don't like that, right? They don't like me saying that. A good rule doesn't determine the truth of the message. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Brett YBK Kincaid, welcome. And he says, I lived with what you would call a demon. It still visits. I'm used to it now. I keep to myself. I've learned to live in a way that doesn't piss it off. Well, why don't you tell it? Just go right up to it and say, get out of here, yo. Get out of here. Why don't you do that? You consider doing that? No, I define a ghost by a jinn. So Ayubi, I do understand that in the Middle East, jinn refer to, I guess, kind of this hybrid of ghosts and demons and stuff or something like that. But give me your understanding of what a jinn is. I'm not especially informed about that. Tetramorphs are real. I also don't feel like I'm informed about tetramorphs. Shauna Grove says, sorry, I meant she got hit. I know she's not a red cat. That was just a joke. I mean, she got hit just like in her dream. She also has red hair. Also, I believe in God and past lives. I believe we repeat life until we learn what we need to get in heaven. That's cool. Muhammad says, your thought on the Bible makes sense. Sad they don't get you. Well, you know, people are going to believe what they believe, and people are going to say, I'm not really Christian because I don't agree with their understanding of it, and that's fine. Olivia Hoglid Svensson. Hello, good morning, and welcome to Talking with Faithful. Jen is not a ghost. It's a demon, exactly. Oh, okay, it is a demon. Okay. So, you don't think they're ghosts, but you think they're demons. Said, said the person who said they think Jen. Max Nimitz says, Jesus Christ is still living today and forevermore. He resurrected on the third day according to Scripture, so no, my God isn't a ghost. Okay, I'm not saying you think God is a ghost, Max Nimitz. I'm saying, do you think believing in ghosts is inconsistent with Christianity? Are shapeshifters real? I don't think so. Probably not. Danger Ant says, as Christians, we have the authority to cast out demons in the name of Jesus Christ, even if you are not saved. Okay, cool. I will keep that in mind. Elaine says, do you think it's impossible for God to relay a message to humans there? Or does he choose not to do it? Or my definition of God is wrong? God may relay messages in some fashion to individual humans, but he certainly wouldn't entrust any individual human with his gospel, as they say, because words are static and they're not sufficient to stand the test of time and be meaningfully informative about life and morality. Human consciousness and kind of understanding has evolved, even though people haven't. I mean, I do know this. Anybody who tells you, I have channeled the gospel truth of God, whether they told it a long time ago or today, is a cult leader bullshitter. And you should not believe them. Correct. Anybody who tells you they understand God's will for us and you should listen to them, and these books are special magical books because God himself wrote them through my hand, they are just a cult leader, scammer, liar person. You shouldn't believe them. And the thing is, I've never heard any words from God. And that's not a way that I've engaged with God at all. But that's fine, Danger. But I did need prayer and God to successfully quit drinking when I did quit drinking a little over 10 years ago. And so I have a very practical relationship with God rather than thinking of it as contained within words, some sort of book that everybody needs to read or something like that, No, I don't think I think plenty of men are reliable to convey their thoughts about God, divinity, justice, righteousness, etc. But nobody ought claim to be speaking for God, right? So there are no books that are God's words. No human being has channeled God's words. There are some people who think maybe they have, who have mental illnesses, or scammer, culty people who want to tell everybody else what to do. Do I believe in the God had sex with a virgin story? It's never come up in my faith-based behavior of praying to God. To R.S. Yumel, God does not choose these saintly, perfect people who have no sin in them to convey messages. God works through anyone. I agree with Danger End. Yeah, don't trust any men who tell you they understand God's message best or better, right? I mean, I will tell you for sure that I understand clearly that that dogma and evangelism run contrary to honest any honest expression of divinity. So if you want to say that I'm saying that's God's message to you, that's fine. But I can't claim that God told it to me, right? That's my interpretation of things. That's what I believe how people should understand God, right? Not as a set of a set of gospels or scriptures that need to be conveyed to people, but rather as a faith-based behavior that moves them in their life in certain ways. I don't think God wants anybody to go around and tell other people what to believe. But that's my perspective on it. And I don't claim that God told me this. Christopher Pippin says, in Gibson, Florida, I lived on Linda at third house to the left. You think that was an angel of God or UFO? I'm paralyzed in a wheelchair. I'm sorry to hear that. Most of it is mental illness and control issues. The amount of delusionment is incredible, and the legislature is even affected by it. It's unfathomable and disgusting. You know, I don't think that the religious beliefs people should play any role in governance whatsoever. I think separation of church and state, as they call it, is incredibly important. Also, on the subject of God, it hurts me when people say God hates gay or lesbian people. He don't hate anyone. I don't think he disapproves even. I mean, I don't know. It's like, why would God care about that of all things? I think God cares about, like, I think that it's important to be good and moral with the other people in your life and non-exploitative, non-predatory, treat them well, be loving. Criticism kills love. Try to be a good person to the important people in your life. And that's what's expected of you from as far as positive moral indications from the divine, if you want to frame it that way. So should we not trust the prophecy told by Isaiah about the Messiah that came true? Um, you can trust whatever you want, R.S. Yummel, but I reiterate my point. The Bible was written by Jesus' dumbass friends. I'm very confident that I'm smarter than they are and more aware of what's consistent with divinity. Christopher Prince says, I seen a ball of light when I was at my house, 80 feet in the air. Could have been ball lightning, that does exist. Ball lightning. Sins Arcade says, Lucifer was an archangel, the highest echelon. Even cast out, he's still an archangel. That never changed. God lost a bet and was a sore loser. That's an interesting perspective. Are we prepared to be intergalactic slaves? I am. I'm prepared for that, yeah. I'm ready to mine space gems. Eric is awesome. Make sure to like and subscribe and hit the bell when he goes live. Well, thanks, people of State of California LLC. That's kind of you to say. Also, I keep an open mind. That's why I'm here, says Chris Michael Dreamer. I try to keep an open mind as well. Religion as a topic is, says money. I agree. Max Nimitz says, I think you're too proud of yourself. I'm not super proud of myself. I'm correct about things, but whatever. People don't agree with me anyway. The dead are all around, floating around watching us. There ain't no judgment day yet. Christopher Pippin says, my half sis is out to see it. Shauna Grow, heart transplant here. God's only message I understand is love. God is good. Sins Arcade says, the gospel were written decades after Jesus supposedly lived. Did we forget they were Gnostics, not Christian? I don't care who wrote it. I can tell by reading it that they're not as reliable regarding the subject as I am. Self-proud people are doomed. Repeat. It's not pride. What I have is the opposite of hubris. I understand the limitations of human beings to encapsulate God's will, God's message. I understand the static and limited nature of words and language, such that uh, the dynamic truth of morality, positive moral indications especially, can't be contained with those kind of universalizable rules like negative moral indications can. This is just reality, okay? So I don't presume to know God or Christ enough to tell you how to know God or Christ. I explain to you that I have an active and ongoing relationship via faith, via prayer, which is a behavior, not an affirmation of position. Okay? So it's also important to remember if you're a good Christian, you should understand that you don't have evidence to believe what you believe. You're not believing it because of evidence or because you are correct. You're believing it is an act of faith, belief in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. So for Christians who try to say, I can prove God or something like that, then you are spitting in God's faith. He requires faith, not evidence. That's my opinion about it. If you want to disagree with it, that's fine. Okay, thanks, Max Nimitz. Max Nimitz is convinced that I'm doomed to hell. Well, so it goes. I don't think you're correct, Max Nimitz, but you believe what you want to believe. If you think that it's worth your time telling other Christians that they aren't Christian enough, you go ahead and spend your time doing that. I wouldn't say it's very Christian of you, but whatever. I don't want to be guilty of the same thing you're guilty of. Like, where in the world there are all these Christians who think it's a good idea to tell other Christians that they aren't Christian enough or being Christian wrong? Where in the world do these people come from? And why, how do they get that insane notion? Like, you worry about your relationship with God, I'll worry about mine, okay? Obviously, an individual relationship with God is not subject to the critique of other people, except insofar as it manifests as, say, bad advocacies or something, you know? Mine certainly doesn't. I'm not making any advocacies from regarding God or based on my faith-based stuff, because you can't make advocacies based on faith-based stuff, because definitionally you can't support it, it's faith-based. Doy, you know? Doy is what I have to say about that. And I agree the topic is boring. So let's stop talking about religion, for God's sake. The only thing that's interesting maybe in regards here is that if in fact you are a Christian, then you probably should have some sort of position as to whether or not ghosts are consistent with your faith or not, if you are a position-minded believer. I'm not an elderly person. I'm 52, for fuck's sake. That's not elderly. The loudest zealots are usually the worst offenders of the same vitriol they spew as judgment. So that's why people have these crazy ideas about God. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It literally says he's all-knowing and all-powerful, meaning he can do anything. Okay, cool, incel swag. F 'em, says JCT. Talking trash to an elderly person on why YouTube Live is so pathetic. How upset are you with your shortcomings? People can talk as much trash to me as they want. I'm not elderly, also. Read Deuteronomy 28, section 43. No, thank you. I will criticize anything because I'm bored. Fight me, says Elaine. Mr. Max Nimitz, the evidence of God's existence. Okay, that's not evidence of God's existence. You may feel you have plenty of good reason to believe in God, but you can't establish his existence argumentationally. And an attempt to do so is an attempt to sublimate God to your justifications, which is insane. So stop. And I don't want to talk about it anymore. Ghosts aren't real, says the great HD. Okay, cool. Ghosts are not real, he says. So if you see one, you are imagining things. See you later, Jeff Higginson. So obviously, I don't want to argue about Christianity. I don't want to argue about religion. It's not. It's like you're doing it wrong if you're arguing about it. I need a lighter though. That's what I do need. There is an ultimate truth, and that is the evidence of God. Okay, fine. Well, whatever, dude. You're not listening to me, but whatever. The Great HD says, I would definitely agree if you see ghosts, you're having a medical problem. Well, I mean, you could see something that looks like a ghost, but is explicable by some natural phenomenon, like, fog. Um, I don't know, a tangled up web of cobwebs that looks like a ghost or something. So, you don't necessarily have a medical problem. You could just be seeing something that looks very much like a ghost but isn't. Crazy Cat says, I watch an old building alone, 12 a.m., 8 a.m. I have paranormal events every other day. Never been hurt, just spooked. Weird noises, house settling. Oh God, I would love it if it were my imagination, but after freaking out so many doctors, I just have to live with it. What is it exactly you're living with? Paranormal evidence is severely lacking, but there are still logic and scientific gaps we haven't worked out fully. Hold on, I took a pic of my beautiful roses. Who's standing in my bathroom? I see. I think it was a ghost. Or a shadow person. I used to like to watch Paranormal caught on camera. But it's gotten kind of dumb over time. We ran out of good videos. Hi, Stratinum. Stratinum, hello, good morning. Crazy Cat says, not my imagination. Loud door slamming, footsteps. RSU Mole says, you say don't trust man that has a message to relay from God. What if those messages came true? I mean, people can predict things all the time that actually happen. So even if somebody's predictions come true, that doesn't mean that they're speaking the truth of God or something. Do I believe in dimensions? Okay. Dimensions is a silly notion, right? Like, there are 4 dimensions, really 3 spatial dimensions, and time. So, conceptually, mathematically, we can imagine that, like, okay, let's mathematically describe another dimension in space, or that there's another vector besides those 4. But we need to understand the distinction between reality and conceptual reality. When we're coming up with ideas about stuff and using words, then we're empowered by the powers of words to both be binary and static, but we're also limited by their binary and static nature. So, in short, just because we can conceive of dimensions mathematically beyond 4 doesn't mean there can possibly be any more dimensions. Certainly, an additional dimension wouldn't be a place you could go. If you think about, like, dimensions are like this way, this way, this way. So let's say there's like somehow like this wire. Well, you couldn't go there. Dimensions are ways one are architectures in which perception occurs. Stratinum says, I think paranormal events are real. One time I wasn't even touched and I felt like I was having sex with someone who wasn't there. Thoughts? Was it good? Megan says, I died for 27 minutes after childbirth and I promise there's life after death. Do you mean after you had a child or after you were born? JC says, have you had a paranormal experience? I have had a couple of sort of paranormal experiences. I've talked about a couple of them already. I'm not sure I want to go repeat them, but maybe I'll mention one that I didn't mention yet today. Dangerous says, I like this channel's live. First time stumbling upon you, Mr. Eric. May God bless you and anyone involved in your life. Hope you come across your good stuff soon. Oh, well, thanks a lot, Dangerous. That's very nice of you. Max Nim says, who am I to judge you? I didn't tell you you would go to hell. All right, fine. It is important to me that you criticize as much as Nigeria as you possibly can, Elaine. Maybe because you were so out of it that me, your poor mother, had to take care of you for a week straight, Carlos Paella. Megan, when you were a child, when you were born, you died and then were brought back to life. Do you remember something during that way back when, at the beginning of your life? I don't think anybody really remembers childbirth, right? Great HD says, yeah, bro, they definitely real. I got bit by a ghost and then I killed it. Well, when you kill a ghost, then you're just empowering it to become a ghost. You know, that's one of the problems with killing ghosts. Sins Arcade says, thank you for provoking discussion today. May your day improve. Excellence is seldom simple. Thanks, Sins Arcade. My day is fine right now. I don't need to improve necessarily. I'm enjoying myself. Thanks, Stratinum. Z Super says, every morning when I see the world, I have paranormal experiences. What makes them paranormal if you see them every morning? Ghost dream, not calling out a ghost for being an evil ghost, went into a child, not mine. My daughter, Dad, I swear, God, 3:36 a.m. With the possibility of Christ being born in Bethlehem, yeah. Oh, when you gave birth. About a year ago, me and my friend were, Jesus, this is going too fast. I got to go inside so I can use the mouse and scroll a bit. The silver to be used to buy a field, 1:10,000, 100,000. Christ crucified, 1 in 1,000. What are these odds of these things happening? How did you calculate these odds? I mean, it was 100% certain that they did happen if they happened. So there are only certain things for which probability actually makes sense. There's this notion that you can come up with probability that doesn't involve number of times in a set of possible instances. Like you don't need to have something repeatable that probability. There's never a 60% chance of it raining today. It's either 100% or 0%. Please read mine, says Jane. I will read yours. Did you put it here already? I'll go up and read it. I'm going to go back inside. I don't have the mouse, so I'm reading it through the window right now. I can't scroll up. Gematria is the practice of assigning a numerical value to a name, word, or phrase by reading it as a number, or sometimes by using an alphanumerical cipher, like numerology. Should we ignore the secular historical writing about Jesus? I mean, I don't care. You can ignore it or not. There's no we should regarding stuff like that, right? Each individual's relationship with God is their own. You can't tell me what I should do with my relationship with God. I shouldn't tell you, etc. I don't have a ghost to show you, actually. Oh, you mean you think this is a ghost stream? I am AI. Chatters, welcome. I have things to say. AI will never be able to replace me. AI might replace a lot of things, but not me. Crazy Cat says, peace from Long Island, New York. Well, I wish my wife were up. She's not going to be up for hours, but if she were, I would introduce you because she's also from Long Island. She's from a place called Franklin Square. I will scroll and read it, Jane. I'm going inside right now. It just says come out here for a health tube. Because I don't have health tubes in the house. All right, I want to read Jane's story. She wants me to read it, so I definitely want to read it. Let me scroll up and find it. Okay, Jane says, about a year ago, me and my friend were hanging out and started talking about our religion. We then, for some stupid reason, said that we wanted to talk to good spirits, not bad ones. As we said that, we heard a woman singing or humming from her brother's room. We were home alone, and there were no speakers. she told whatever it was to go away, and luckily it did. Yeah, well, you know, my daughter, when I called her the other day to ask her about her any paranormal experiences she had had, she definitely feels as though she has had some very paranormal experiences and said that the key to stopping them was to uh, just pretend like nothing was happening and ignore, and then eventually started going away. So, it's like I trust my daughter's being honest about her experience. I don't doubt whatsoever that she believes what she's saying, and she's also a logical person. She's not prone to she's not prone to making shit up or whatever. Uh, cool, RSUMO. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Russian Hissy says, my phone died and my niece just had to be taken to the hospital. I'm not chilling with my nephew, enjoying the conversation. Cool, glad to hear it, Russian Hissy. JCT says, I'd rather be with the dead, at least they loved me. I hope you find or have people who are alive who love you as well. The great HD says, fortunately, it's all in your head. What's all in my head? I don't really have a position on these things. I've had a couple of weird experiences, but I don't know what to make of it exactly. Toby Craig says, my granddad died in his house, and since then I've taken it over, but I always feel like he's there still checking us out and making sure we are okay. I don't feel like there's any harm, though. Crazy Cat says, Lake Ronkonkoma. Look up Lady of the Lake. It's true. Every summer, a young male drowned in that lake. Lake Ronkonkoma. I've never heard of this before. I mean, Google it. It's in New York, huh? The haunted tale that keeps Long Island locals out of lake. I've got to ask Rachel about this, since she's from Long Island. This is an article from the New York Post. It's Long Island's largest, deepest lake, a majestic expanse. I would not swim there, says local Danny Guido. Too big of a risk. Because buried in the lake's waters are untold lost bodies, they say, the victims of a centuries-old ghost who regularly drags young men to their graves. And who's responsible? A young Setakut Indian princess from 1600s named Tuscawanta fell madly in love with a blonde bearded woodcutter. In the 1600s, that's really early. There weren't that many blonde people in America then. But I guess around New York, there probably were a couple. She's spurned by her love, rose into the middle of the lake, stabbed herself in the heart, and has ever since dragged young men to their death. Wow. Never believed this type of stuff until I woke up in the middle of the night to a white figure resembling a little girl next to my bed, says unknown. Well, that sounds scary. Light 987 Kyle says, me and my sister used a Ouija board when we were young. We talked to a relative who brought us to a graveyard. Didn't find him, but found the site of his wife. Huh. Katie says, I'm copying you now. Liverpool fan says, hi, I am new. Welcome to Talking with Famous People. I'm talking about that story. Well, that story's not all in my head. That story was something that was told to me that I repeated, or somebody else's story, They may be wrong. They may be imagining things or whatever, but I'm not making up the story. Being a ghost would suck. Like we all know, dying makes you such a disappointment. You become so unreliable once you die. I can't count on you for anything now that you're dead. What's going on here? Liverpool fan says, one time when I was young, I was in bed and it looked like a little boy's shadow walking back and forward. JCT says, where I live, the town goes tours. I don't need to pay to see a ghost. Shauna Grow. So a story from me is when I was in the hospital on a breathing machine. There was a baby, Haley. I should not know about her. She died before I woke up. I was in a coma. She died the night I woke up. Wow, that's kind of cool to have unknowable knowledge. Maybe you heard the nurses talking about it or something, conceivably. Don't remember hearing it. SOS Vegas says, once was sitting watching TV with my mom in view with her back faced. She was on her computer and a kid about 10 years old popped up and laughed and ducked back down. I instantly shot up and freaked. Mom then told me, by the way, house used to be an old school doctor's office. Kid got shot and died as well as in the driveway. Laos Machine says, yo, what's going on? Oh, I'm just live streaming, reading the chats, talking to people, discussing various matters. Right now we're kind of on the topic of paranormality. I talk about a lot of different things here, but today we're talking paranormality. Money says, what if ghosts only occupy the spaces that no one is looking at? Well, then no one would ever see them. JCT points out that they survived a head-on collision at 60 miles per hour, and they saw the angels that saved them. That's cool. Are you sure the angels weren't firemen getting you out of your car? And if I was a ghost, I'd shut off people's phone alarms. Then people would be late to their appointments, Great HD. That seems kind of mean of you. Louse Machine says, like your cat. Oh, yeah, Capio's right there. This is my cat, Capio. She's a sweetheart, and her name means sweetheart in Hawaiian. There she is. I've had this cat since she was born. This cat was born in bed right next to me. What do you think about my story? And yes, it is true. I mean, that's the sort of thing that, makes people go, okay, something paranormal is going on. I have no explanation for this. And it makes me, based on my personal experience, into a believer. That's the kind of thing that people conclude from those kind of experiences. I've had a couple of weird experiences myself. I just don't know what to make of them, really. I don't draw any firm conclusions about them because I can't defend any firm statements about them. It's just I'm referencing subjective data, namely my experience. It only generalizes so well, you know. Hero says, I know what I'm talking about. I know people say that, but trust me, the best way to deal with the human spirit is to just treat it like you would a normal person, and to be respectful. Imagine you're yelling at someone IRL telling them to fuck up. Would it respond? Well, probably not. Same for spirits. Okay. HT says, that's all you need to be a believer. I mean, that's not all I need to be a believer. I'm not in general a believer in things. I affirm statements when I can defend them. I negate statements that are indefensible generally. I don't. I have a probably different relationship with my epistemics than other people do. As a debate coach, I see things as affirmed until negated, or negated until affirmed. Do I believe in ghosts? Like I don't believe or disbelieve in ghosts. I understand that ghosts exist certainly conceptually, that people have experiences and they attribute those experiences to ghosts. I believe that they're not lying when they do so, but because we can't operationalize any kind of definition for ghosts and we can't establish whatever argumentationally, it doesn't make any sense to believe in anything really. You uphold values, affirm matters of character or moral indications, but and you can do so consistently. But believing it's a word I don't really understand very well. Do you watch Ghost Adventures? No, I think that show is very silly. Panda Cake says ghosts aren't real. Miami says, I had an alien coming into my room late at night. As I slept, that alien took a probe and shoved it up my ass. Wow. And did they indicate why they were doing that? Were they looking inside of your butt for something? Had they left some alien technology in there? Hero Lamb says, that's why better not getting involved. It is all. So your daughter is right in ignoring it. It does at least damage to you and the spirit world. Okay, cool. Well, it's good to hear, Hero Lamb. Opinions are subjective. God, word, Bible is objective. That's the difference between someone that reads the Bible and applies it versus subjective opinions on the Bible are true or false Christian. Oh, thanks, Lem. Another person coming in saying other people aren't real Christians. That's just the most Christian thing to do. Russian Hennessy says, hypothetically, if you believe in ghosts and the ability to communicate with the afterlife, do you think it would be disrespectful to try to contact a loved one? I don't think it would be disrespectful. I just don't think you'd probably get any kind of response. JCT says, I'm broke selling my story. Sarah Grow says, the ghost I've been able to help because that's why God gave me this. Don't believe they can go to heaven. They thought they were so bad in life that God would reject them. And that's why they stick around Earth, you think? Hey, can you prove something paranormal exists? Well, I can prove that events occur that people can't explain with normal explanations, and that's kind of the definition of paranormal, right? If you can explain it, then it ceases to be paranormal and becomes normal. Pish posh, you have to believe in something. Everything is a concept. I just don't understand why a human soul would stay on Earth. Most of the stream doesn't even believe in an afterlife. I mean, you have to believe in something. I think it's critically important to affirm moral values, to affirm negative moral obligations, to negate wickedness, to affirm the existence of positive moral indications and the non-universalizability of them. These are all good, decent things that righteous, upstanding people should do. But that's different than believing. Okay, having being a righteous agent means affirming the right things and negating the right things, but that's not the same thing as believing. Ghosts are real. I don't think people realize humans only use 20 to 30% of the brain at one given moment in time. Imagine the ability to use 40 to 60%. What does that have to do with ghosts, though? Russian Hennessy says, me personally, I think if I was a ghost, I'd want to talk to somebody I knew in life, although I can totally see other people finding it disrespectful. I mean, obviously, if my loved ones could communicate with me after we're dead, I'd want to communicate with them. But as far as we seem to know, as far as we can establish, communication can only occur between people who are alive. I can't even prove I am real. How would I prove ghost? Well, you don't need to prove you're real because you aren't making claims about your existentiality. It's really odd to have arguments about existentiality in general. What powers do ghosts have? I mean, as they're commonly understood, they have the power potentially to move objects, open doors, turn knobs and stuff. Why would they have those powers? And do they have the powers? Do they exist? I don't know. Brainwaves and the ability to see into more dimensions. We only see 1 through 3 dimensions. Well, dimensions aren't places you can see into, right? Like up and down is just a way to distinguish between directions in space. Money says, imagine an endless existence, just observing the world play out, being unable to communicate, do shit in general. That's actual torture. Yeah, I know. I wouldn't want to be a ghost stuck floating around, able to see but unable to interact. That'd be horrible. DJ says, Mr. Eric, Mr. DJ. Caroline says, it's too vague to talk about in detail without knowing your location and history, etc. Chappie says, I was. Liverpool fan. And it is weird because my friend says she saw stuff like that before and her and her family thought the house was haunted. And I mean, a lot of people have those kind of experiences. Yes, Elaine, it's bad. It's disgusting. I don't know why it's bad. I can't defend that, but it is. SOS Vegas, there is also the light wavelength. We also can't see in that. It's also like how we can't see in infrared. Okay, well, yes, it's true that our senses are inadequate to capture all possible sensory data, but that's not, doesn't mean like super high frequency sounds that we can't hear are another dimension or something. KKK says, I saw a ghost. It was translucent and it said its name was Quandale Giat. Quandale Giat. I think you should draw a picture of that. Panda Cake says, seeing how many people actually believe in something as dumb as ghosts inspires me to make ghost hunting series and make money off of dumb people. Well, Panda Cake, if you are correct, rationalist, and moral, then you recognize exploiting people's ignorance or lack of intelligence is a bad thing. James Stevenson says, God is good. Glad to hear it. If God is evil, then we're in trouble because he's all powerful and he's going to do some fucked up shots. Why is crime against immigrants rising in America? I Is it really? I somehow doubt that's the case, but you know, even if it is, I don't know. It's doubtful that it has anything to do with the fact they're immigrants. Isn't your FI clouding your TI? Yeah, I don't feel the need to justify why incest is bad. Um, it's just kind of like a taboo, like cannibalism, right? Why is it bad to eat dead people? Like, wouldn't it be smart if on their deathbed we just killed people and then ate them so that they wouldn't go to waste? Well, it's just intuitively abhorrent, regardless of anything else, and I feel that way about incest as well. Anonymous Spider says, I don't know if I'd call it paranormal, but I got a warning from a family member's death in a dream. When I woke up, I told my parents 2 weeks later my family member got COVID and almost died. Well, it's called, what do they call that? Uh, prescience. What do they call it? Prescience. Can you explain why exploiting ignorance is immoral? I mean, look, it it just kind of runs contrary to the Kantian theological imperative of don't treat others as a means to an end, but understand them as ends in themselves. And just generally, exploitation is bad. When you're getting consent that only benefits you and harms the other party, you're exploiting them. When you're not concerned about the other party's well-being at all, but only about your own interests um, and the legal defensibility of what you're doing, then you're probably being exploitative. One time I walked downstairs and everything levitated. Then the ghost of Michael Jackson came down and performed a song with the ghost of the Beatles. Even Paul McCartney is still alive. If life gives you lemons, throw them. He says it's okay if you can't have kids, but it gives me the icks. Well, that's why I don't like it either. It gives me the icks. Liverpool fan, and the house was an abandoned train station, and the part they lived in was like the check-in place, but the train station was right next to them. SOS Vegas says residual is trapped energy that repeats itself. Intelligent is a spirit that realizes you are there and communicates. And then there's poltergeist, which is moving objects, then otherworldly like demons. Well, that's a good taxonomy of spirits, ghosts, whatever, you know. INFJ Forever says, well, what's the crike? I don't know what that word is. Boba Fett just ate his grandmother. What about harvesting organs from the dead for use for donation? I mean, I think it's a good idea because then you're not eating the organ. It's becoming a part of somebody else's body. It's a really strange thing, and that's kind of a paranormal area that's interesting as well. People who've had organ transplants and claim to experience memories of the person who's dead and stuff. That's that's weird. Shauna Gross says, "I died. Death is not so scary when you know your heavenly Father is waiting with a hug." I'm not that much of a hugger though, Shauna Grow. I'm really not a huge hugger. Our first cousins incest? Uh, maybe. I don't know. It's one of those things that I don't feel any need to parse out. So I don't have. I'm not correct about that subject. I don't have positions on it. It's just like, why? Am I am I trying to have sex with my cousin? No. So I don't care. I don't want to think about it. It's gross as a topic. Exactly, Hero Lamb. What are those two weirdos talking about? INFJ Forever says crack. What about crack? Would you like to have some crack? Is that what you're saying? Well, what's the crack? What is the crack? I don't know. Pronounced crack, but spelled crake. Cool, INFJ Forever. I enjoy the fact that it's spelled in a way that makes you mispronounce it. Eating human meat causes buildup of insanity chemicals. I studied this. Really? How is it different from getting a transplant? Well, because if you get a transplant, it's working as an organ in your body. If you eat it, you eat it. That's the difference. What's up, my N? Not much, my G. My ancestors are actually headhunters from the Philippines who ate the first white person they came across. And did they gain white people powers? Liberal fan says, do you think it's true? I mean, I believe your story that you experienced this. Do I think I know what it is that you experienced? No, I don't. Sean Agro says, well, then a handshake. For me, I want a hug. For you, you might just say, good job, welcome home. Pat on the back. I'd like a pat on the back. Can I get that? Depends how you've grown next to your cousin or not. If you found out that Rachel, it's not possible. I would never find that out. That's the sort of thing I would find out before I marry her. You've got cousins. I have a couple that met and realized they're twins raised by divorced parents. They're still together and don't know if they should separate. Yes, they should separate, I think. That's gross. Ew, stop. Are ghosts matter and energy? Is there spirit worlds, humans, demons, good, evil? Well, there definitely are humans and good and evil and energy and matter. Are there ghosts and spirit worlds and demons? I'm not sure. Eric has changed to INFJ? No, I'm an ENFP as I've always been. DJ says, dude, you are 52, but why do you look older? Because I have that old person disease where little kids look like they're old men. They gained plus 10 Christianity when the white man returned. But did you check her? Are you afraid to check now? I don't need to check. She's obviously not related to me. Yes, I have a wife, Adriel. Um, she's asleep like most people, most sane people at 7:15 in the morning. Would you punch a giant dog if it bit you and didn't have an owner? Would I punch it? I mean, I would try to get away from it so I wouldn't get bit anymore. But I don't know if I'd punch it. I might kick it. I wonder what the mental block is that prevents incest and what would happen if that were removed. Well, we'd have a bunch of inbred, genetically messed up people. I'm still trying to understand if you have a ghost. It isn't an angel because not all are inherently bad. I don't have a ghost, no. I don't talk to celebrities, JCT. I do talk to you, and that makes you famous because this is talking with famous people. Do you identify with insane, Eric, or just insane Riz? The latter. I do have insane Riz, but I don't even want it, you know? So you guys can have it. I don't want it. Can a man equally love more than one woman at the same time? No. Absolutely not. To love a woman, this is my opinion only. I'm not trying to say this is dispensable. To love a woman, in my opinion, means to love her exclusively and be in a monogamous relationship. Jealousy is a deeply embedded biologic human reality. No, okay, you don't need to have any insanity to have insane Riz. I have insane Riz, and I'm the most sane person in the world. I'm surprised they ain't do that both. Choke it. I don't know what that means. Adriel finally says, finally someone said my name right. Shauna Gross says, well, population control might be easier if people start having kids with their cousins. SOS Vegas says, carry a gun, you know, you're in mountain lion country. Well, I am planning to get a handgun. I have a rifle now, but I don't think a rifle is any good because um, I don't embrace the label. I just accept and it just is. I am that. It's not that I want to be that or it's good or not or whatever. Not anymore, JCT. You are now formally a famous person. Now, take somebody like George Clooney. They're just a well-known celebrity. They've never talked to me here on Talking with Famous People, so they are not a famous person. Why stop at cousins? Darwin's awards everywhere. The Jack and Sally question goes to this moral thought experiment. If a man can't love more than one woman at the same time, then why did people do polygamy in the past? Because there are some men who have a desire to use sex like a drug to, you know, slay a bunch of puss, fuck all the bitches. Not all men are like that, but some men are like male cows. Male cows are dumb. They believe that they need to be the only one who fucks all the cows. And they will fight off the other men and fuck all the cows all the way until they're dead. Because they end the breeding season. They spent like the last month just fucking and fighting, and they just die because they cannot. They just took so much abuse. What's your understanding of the double slit experiment? Well, I mean, the bottom line of it is that we can't determine definitively whether light is a wave or a particle, ergo, it's probably something of both. And accordingly, when we try to force the binary distinction with experiments, uh, we get confusing results. I think another possible takeaway from it is that observation is a fundamental force in the universe. It's yet to be mathematically described. A light a light particle has mass. Okay. Does a wave have mass? I mean, a wave is just a dynamic change across time, right? So, sure, a photon might in fact have mass. If it's a particle, definitely it does, right? Waves don't have mass, and light behaves sometimes as a wave, sometimes as a particle. So, I don't know. I don't claim to be a physics expert or anything. Did I teach debate club at a ghost school? No, I was a competition debate coach. I didn't teach any debate club. We had real debate teams, right? And we had serious debate teams. Is masturbation bad for your health? No. You should, in fact, make sure you ejaculate regularly. It's bad for your prostate not to. Alien race might show up one day and be like, yo, you were 70% there. You did this wrong. Maybe. Yeah, I coached debate. Yeah, I coached debate at a regular school. Then I coached debate at just a debate school where I was the director of a competition debate school program that had, introductory classes, competition classes, etc. Quite a successful big school. I put together the program architecture for it and stuff. And then after I had a conflict with my boss at that place, and um, I started my own debate school called Autonomy Debate and ran that for a couple of years. But that was very successful as well. But I'm not a good business owner. I mean, the thing about topics to debate is in debate, there are three formats of competition debate. Policy debate, which has one topic for the entire year, but it's a topic area. And the affirmations in policy debate need to come up with a plan, a specific plan that affirms the resolution. In other words, the resolution might say the U.S. should substantially increase investment in transportation infrastructure. And then the students have to come up with a plan of doing that. Like, we should invest this much money into trains or something like that. So in that instance, it's like the topic's not a topic you debate, but rather people create plans that are topical to the topic area, and then those get debated. In Lincoln Douglas debate, the topic changes every 2 months, and in public forum, it changes every 1 month. So if you're a active competition debate coach, you're constantly prepping cases on different topics. You're prepping the new PF case, you're prepping the new LD topic, you're, cutting more policy cards, whatever. Okay, he says, I have an admission to make. Do I like mathematics? I mean, I don't like mathematics, but I I'm okay at more or less mathematics. What drugs are you on today? I took a 45 milligrams of Adderall and I pulled a few bong rips. A ghost grabbed my butt cheeks and pulled out his willy. Is liking femboys gay? I don't know. Why would you ask these things? My strat when debating was knowing more information so I could bring more counterpoints than the other could. At a certain point, they'd run out of content. Well, I mean, the thing about debate is every every good debate case has a framework and a case level stuff, right? So, whatever you're going to do with your case, if you're, say, 96 divided by 4, 24, 24, 24 times 4, 80, so yeah, 24. I do. I am willing to coach debaters remotely if they're competition debaters. I'm willing to coach them. I'm not willing to do like debate lessons for somebody who's not competing, because the thing about debate is they need to be in competition, right? They need to come to me and say, okay, I'm debating this public forum topic with my partner on this date of this tournament. Then I can say, okay, I guarantee you by working with me, you will do much better than you would have otherwise. Let's get you a kick-ass case. Yeah, 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 yeah. If somebody's not competing in debate, I'm not interested in trying to sort of teach it as a subject. It's kind of like introductory class stuff. I delegated those kind of jobs to regular people because I could ordinate those tasks in lesson plans. I am actually earning a little bit of money from the live stream nowadays, but not very much still. I'll look at the dashboard and see what it's at. But the thing is, what I am experiencing is a lot of channel growth right now that I've never seen anything equivalent before. It's exciting and it makes me want to live stream more. So, like in the last 28 days, I had 2,691 new subs. That's insane. Insane. But money wise, it says my estimated revenue for the last 28 days is $164.01. But got a couple of age restrictions set, looks like. Yeah, just one new age restriction. No big whoop. Uh, yeah, sure, SOS Vegas. I'm always, anybody can book an hour of me for $100. I've got a link to book a typing session, but it doesn't have to be a typing session. People can book my time for whatever they want. I just see that the debate mechanism is not only limited to debate tournaments. No, it's not. It applies to everything. It's just that other people don't. There's just such a Dunning Kruger thing, right? Like I don't keep up to date with Russia versus Ukraine because I find it depressing. But there's this. I was having this argument with somebody the other night, and they were saying, meth is evil. That one I might be questionable about, Elaine. I don't know if I want to just sit there and listen to you sing for an hour, but it depends how well you sing, I guess. Um, Arguing with somebody about that topic, and basically, like, they were advocating without saying these words exactly that essentially any sort of measures that are countermeasures that are taken to prevent people from doing meth are fine. Because if meth is pure evil, then anything you do to stop it is fine, right? And in making that argument, I I said I said what I said, but I knew what I did there as well. I knew that they were arguing under a utilitarian framework, essentially saying that the consequences of meth are so bad that whatever else we might do to stop it is justified, regardless of the harms incurred. Um, what I did in turn was called, well, I just I did essentially a link turn, which is to say I took his warrant that we need to make it which is the warrant implicit to utilitarianism, which is that we need to make our decisions on calculated costs and benefits. And I said I pointed out that whatever policy measures one might take to implement this notion are going to produce more harm than no good because they don't solve the problem. We've got that proven adequately. So I knew I was doing a link turn. I knew that I was outweighing him on impacts. I was winning under his framework and that he was ignoring my race-based framework entirely. I should win on framework as well. In other words, I should win the prefer my framework argument. But, this guy's so distant from that knowledge that I can't even explain to him why I won the point, right? If you're so Dunning-Kruger that you don't know anything, am I in contact with my relative? My daughter, I'm in contact with her relative regularly. I do have an aunt who I email occasionally and stuff. She emails me, but my parents are dead, and I'm an only child with an only child, so I don't have a big family. I've got me, Delilah, and Rachel, and my aunt. That's it, basically. And my aunt lives in Virginia, and I'm probably never going to see her again. She'll die before I see her again, I'm doing well. Yinamati. I'm a hop in right now if we do karaoke. I don't blame you, K.E. Everybody likes karaoke. I really think this is a good topic. It seems to have brought people in. The polls got 400 and some votes. Can't exactly see what it says. Yeah, I read about that, or I heard about it when I first started streaming. Somebody brought it up that there's been a boat that crashed into a bridge in Baltimore, causing the bridge to collapse. No, my parents are dead. My mom and dad are both dead now. My dad died in August 22. My mom died in December 22. Rachel and I moved here from LA in January 23. SOS Vegas says, I just want to say I appreciate your friendliness. I don't have many friends that I trust, so I find comfort sometimes in these lives. Well, I hope this is a welcoming, friendly, and comfortable place. I'd like it to be, pleasant, right? Who wants unpleasantness in their life? It's not always pleasant. Sometimes I get mad at people, but I try to be as pleasant as possible. So Sayub says, Baltimore is probably on purpose. I have the seeds. I got them. I got them in the mail yesterday. And what we need to do, Rachel and I are going to town today because we have to go. I have an appointment at the mechanic at 1 o'clock. So we have to go into town. If she's not up or available, I'll just do it myself. But when I go into town, I want to get potting soil as well. So am I a foodie? I would not call myself a foodie, but I do like to eat food. Last night I made fried rice. That was good. I was wondering why they didn't send tugboats after the freighter. The freighter contacted Port Authority. Maybe the freighter could still drive around and float around or whatever. I don't know, drive a boat, sail a boat or whatever. I don't know what verb to use there. Maybe the freighter could still drive on water. A foodie is a chantel. Foodie is somebody who's like, oh, there's a new farm-to-table gastropub. We've got to try their locally sourced kale. That's a foodie. Is it lost propulsion controls? So in other words, they couldn't go backwards and they just kept floating until they crashed into the bridge. La ilaha illa Allah Muhammad Rasul Allah ba 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 ba. Well, I appreciate you not writing that in Arabic. I still don't know what it means, but I bet it's some sort of like Muslim stuff. I see Allah. It's spelled with one L, but maybe it means just Allah. I live in the English countryside. We always see orbs in fields or really high up, just sat chilling. What do you think the orbs are? Do you think they are A natural phenomenon? Spirits? Something else? How did you read chantel again? Chantel. I don't even know what that word is. A foodie is a chantel? Orbs are energy. What do you think causes them? Do you think they are natural phenomena or something else? Panda Cake says that energy or black budget tech. Orbs are dust or reflections. I mean, I think most of the so-called orbs that you see on like security cameras and stuff are bugs or dust. But the thing that Sayub is talking about, those are things he's seen in the sky, not things he's seen on camera. So I don't think that's going to be dust or bugs, obviously. Mosselmo. Mosselmo. Mosselmo to you too, Rove de Joffer. How did I meet my wife? Uh, Talking with famous people. She was a fan of the channel and she was participating in the live streams often and like commented on my music, uploads, made nice comments and stuff while I was with my previous girlfriend. So I already knew she just actually liked me, not like she was, um, she was pretending to like me because she wanted to get with me because she was enjoying my content and participating well before I broke up with that girlfriend. It was after I broke up with that girlfriend, I basically said on the channel, I'm looking for a new girlfriend. And I also kind of looked around people from the channel. I thought, I'm tired of trying to find people in my local geography who don't like me, don't like what I do. And I just got this horrible abusive relationship with this woman at BPD. And so I checked out her channel. I looked at her and I said, well, she's hot and everything, but she's too young for me. She's got to be like 25. But then she hired me to type her and informed me that she was 34. And I said, I gotta see about this chick. And so I asked her to read my tarot cards one night on a stream. I said, oh, yeah, I'll start a video conference. You can give me a tarot card reading. And went from there, you know. How did I meet my daughter? I met her one morning in the hospital, one evening in the hospital. My wife had gone there for some reason. I can't remember why. And then all of a sudden, I was holding a baby and carrying it to this room with boxes in it. That was Delilah. Life on YouTube has passed me by. I didn't have a clue you and Rachel got married there. Yeah, we sure have. We got married in July. Most expensive but useless thing you ever purchased? I mean, I have a fairly recent purchase that I'm very frustrated that I got because it's more or less useless. I got a telescope. It wasn't super expensive. It was like 200 and some dollars. I was envisioning, it says you can have the phone thing, you can film what you're looking at. I was envisioning myself filming the moon and seeing the aliens crossing the moon. I can't get that fucking thing to work at all. And then when Acacia and Ruben were here, Acacia broke it. So I can't adjust it anymore. I was just like, okay, I just want to throw this fucking thing away. But I don't know, donate it maybe to some thrift store. It's just taking up space in my garage. I don't want it. I don't know why I got it. I was dumb. I had fantasies about it being looking through the telescope and seeing things. I can't even see anything through the telescope except the moon. Like even when there's no moon out, if I put it on like the brightest planet, I can't seem to find it or see it in the telescope. I don't know why. It's just I hate that thing. I hate it. Camilla Shy Kurt. Camilla Shy Kurt. Hello, good morning, and how are you? Troy Mingo says I had a real ghost attack me when I was high as fuck. Well, that's a bad time to be attacked by a ghost. I had a horrible thing happen when I was high as fuck. One time I was tripping balls on mushrooms and mescaline. And my dad got this super sick, had like 102-degree fever. And then my mom got lost by this hospital, and I had to deal with all the hospital people on the phone. And I was tripping balls. What are my plans for today? I just need to go into town. I need to be in town by 1 o'clock at the mechanic where I drop off my car to get my front right tire replaced and get an oil change. While that's happening, assuming the timing works out right, I will go to the store with Rachel. Rauf de Jaffer, my name is Eric, or as Chip Broadhead calls me, the scruffy old man. Um, anyway, that was a dramatic day when I had to deal with all that shit, and everything was melting around me. I had taken way too much mescaline, and I was feeling super gacked out and horrible. Like mescaline's not a good trip, really. And so I'm like, okay, um, I've got to like mitigate this somehow. I need to take mushrooms, which will make me feel better. And they did, in fact, make me feel better. But the combination of the two made like the whole world melt. And then I had to deal with a bunch of shit. It was horrible. That insurance doctor did not know what hit him when he started talking to me. I was just laughing at him, being like, "Hold on a second. You're trying to tell me this and this and this? You're scolding me about what?" My job used to be competition debate coach. Right now, I'm not really doing it, but yeah, I take mushrooms regularly. I don't really microdose. It's not worth it. But I don't macrodose either. I just take I took 2 nights ago. About I don't know how much it was. Less than an eighth, but enough to make me trip. What drugs now? Are you still eating dog food, you creep? I'm actually not a creep. I don't eat dog food. And I was just talking about mushrooms that I took 2 nights ago. DJ says, when I was high, I went to the washroom to pee. It took me half an hour to pee there. I pee in my pants. ISJ Ferber says, I did them, of course, when I was younger. They grew in my backyard. What's fake AF? Oh, yeah, you're wrong about that, Boba Fett. But that's fine. Lou says her mother has surgery in an hour and she's nervous for her. I don't blame you. Yeah, nobody can pee when their penis is erect. Chip Broadhead says, well, he has escaped from a nursing home. I've never been in a nursing home. I smoked DMT many times, Boba Fett. None of them were fake. I'm not subject to placebo effect when it comes to intoxicants. Got way too much experience with them. Liverpool fan is back. Hi. The cat behind you is a paid actor. Yeah, that's actually an AI cat. That's an AI cat. That's okay, Boba Fett. We're good. You're cool. Everything's fine. Don't mental disorders make typing harder? I mean, Rachel has bipolar mania, and if she were in a manic episode, I might have more difficulty typing her. But you know, once if she's medicated properly, sure, Mister Kerr is welcome to see you. I mean, I'm happy to see you. Welcome, Mister Kerr, first name Nick. It's a pleasure to have you here. My favorite beverage? Well, I mostly drink coffee. Okay, please don't do that to Tarzan. And I don't know what to tell you, man. Don't do that. And I wish you hadn't put that on me, frankly. How can you claim to have a paranormal experience just because you don't fully understand what you're experiencing? I don't claim to have a paranormal experience. So, I mean, I've had strange experiences that other people might call paranormal, but that's not the point of this live stream is for me to advocate in favor of paranormality. I'm just hearing what people have to say about it. I find it an interesting topic. People do experience strange things they can't explain, and they attribute those strange things to various paranormal explanations. But you know, Jeff Tarson, I've I've been through a suicide, up close and personal, and I know another person who's committed suicide, and that other person's suicide continues to haunt me. So, you know, Rachel was stuck in a horrible situation for 10 years, being treated as a cash cow by Mercy Medical Center, being untreated for her mental illness. And then, what appeared to be bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, losing by 10 runs, she hit a bunch of grand slams, and now she's got a wonderful life, right? She's as pampered and loved a wife as any woman ever, really. So even though she probably felt at some point during that 10 years that things aren't getting better, things are difficult, etc., all of a sudden everything changed for her. It's possible for anybody to have everything change. For example, why has no paranormal experience ever happened on millions of hours of strange? Strange, yes, but paranormal activity is hypothetical, not reality, unless there's empirical evidence. I mean, I think paranormal activity is best defined as uh, individual experience that runs contrary to our normal understanding of how things work, right? And for which we don't have a good normal explanation. When we understand it as that, rather than uh, something distinct from us, but rather an example of human experience that's interpreted via these kinds of archetypes, then it ceases to be such a it ceases to be such a question that needs to be dealt with rationally. In seconds, Eric can turn upside down in an instant. I don't normally turn upside down. Yeah, Lou's also gone through a suicide, and for both she and for both her and me, I think we just want to say, please don't. Perfect age to marry, 52. 52 and or 38. Oh, life can turn upside down in an instant. Yeah, it really can. All right, see you, SOS Vegas. Thanks for subbing. I appreciate it. Here, Lim says humans' problem is they want to make it inherently spiritual and inherently unexplainable or easily understood from a human perspective. They want to make it human, right? I mean, you can't if you can explain something adequately, then it's definitionally not paranormal. Liverpool fan says, "Is it like weird that my dog sometimes would just stand still and look at a certain place and also just stand still and bark, or they could do that? What they are inside, they would look out the window and bark." Well, I mean, I've seen plenty of footage of like dogs apparently freaked out by nothing, so to speak. But it's hard to say what's going on there. We can't hear certain high pitches that they can hear. For example, they can smell things we can't smell. So probably they're just reacting to stimuli that isn't obviously extant to us. Advice to people who are in their 20s. I mean, I don't think very much advice universalizes or generalizes. So, if I were to give you advice that I would give myself in my 20s, it probably wouldn't be good for you to consider that advice as applicable to you necessarily. But there are some kinds of advice I think generalize reasonably well. You know, certain super basic things like, you know, don't hurt people if you can avoid it. Don't be the wrongdoer because you will, as you get older, continue to live with guilt, regret, etc. The worst regrets are regrets involving your own wickedness. But there are other kind of simpler pieces of advice I could give everybody, which is like poo when you can. Don't wait a little bit; it might go back up inside, and you never know when it's going to be ready to come out. That's good advice for everybody, I think. To me, it seems entirely subjective and useless. And unless our knowledge is vast, most people have no real way to discern between reality and expectations of reality. I mean, that's what all life is, actually, is determining the distinction between expectations and reality. The greatest ontological distress a person can experience is when expectations and realities are starkly in conflict. So, in other words, people don't like surprises. They want to believe they can anticipate the basic structures and architectures of the world, move through it without those understandings being threatened by unanticipated change. I'd like to call it the prime directive to close the gap between expectations and realities. People close that gap in a variety of ways. So, um, calling something a ghost is a way of closing that gap, right? I didn't expect to hear someone's voice in the house right now because I'm here alone. What do I do with the gap between my expectation, no voices, and my reality, a voice? Well, some people, like me, would simply say, I'm sure there's an explanation for it. Probably it's a voice carrying from across the mountains here. Voices bounce weird in the mountains, and somehow I got a window open or something, and I heard that voice. Or it could just be kind of a spark of electricity in my brain falsely created the sound of a voice. People's brains can generate apparent auditory experiences. It happens all the time when we're sleeping, etc. Well, for lots of things, Stephen Dark, our ability to draw conclusions isn't predicated on more information. So Einstein didn't have to gather any empirics to come up with a theory of relativity. It's intuitively necessary when you muse about, consider the realities of existence, observation, etc. In other words, something has to be a hard limit in order for us to have the capacity to measure time, right? It it was it was a difficult and possibly impressive intuitive leap, but it was pure intuition. It involved no empirics. Now, after the intuition creates the theory makes predictions, and we do empirical tests to verify or falsify the theory. But the theory itself is correct prior to any of the empirics, right? So I think it's important that we recognize that our capacity to know and understand is predicated on there being some information, certainly, and empirics are a very good way to validate or falsify things, but intuition ultimately is the god of science. Does hallucinating count as paranormal experience? Technically, it's outside the ordinary. I don't think it counts as paranormal because we have an explanation for it. So, like when I don't sleep very much, I'll start hearing like music or voices in the water or the wind. So the thing about relativity is it made all those predictions, and as science advanced, we were able to test those predictions. They validated. So we know relativity is pending falsification in some way, correct within its frame at least. In contrast, like a theory like evolution, uh, it made predictions as well. We tested those, they falsified. Unfortunately, because the alternative to evolution is understood to be creationism by many people rather than we don't have an explanation, which is the correct position on it. Evolution somehow avoided, sidestepped the normal scientific process whereby falsifying things with predictions by testing predictions doesn't eliminate the theory as legitimate. Well, no, he didn't have to prove his intuition was. Yeah, he had to make predictions, right? That's what it is to say to prove your intuition is verifiable. Is say, if I am right, predicated on these mechanics, then the following thing, when tested empirically, whether I can test it right now because the tech is not there yet or whatever, is irrelevant. But if we could test it, this thing, the results would show meow and not meow. So he intuitively had to intuit ways to test it, yes. Another, or anybody else could have either. Once the explanation is there, the mechanics of it imply certain realities, and if we can empirically check those realities, and if they are consistent with the theory, then it continues to stand. If any of them falsify, then it collapses and we get rid of it. So, and that's the problem with evolution, is evolution was also an intuitive explanation of where species come from. But unlike relativity, the predictions of evolution are falsified when we test them. And so normally we would just scrap that and say we don't have an explanation. Unfortunately, because a bunch of religious people opposed evolution, it's been framed as a battle between two bad alternatives, namely evolution and creationism, neither of which explains where species comes from. But people think that you have a choice between science and religion rather than the actual science of philosophy, which informs us by logic, reasoning, and stuff. That obviously evolution doesn't make any sense. Empirics fetishists are going to just continually point to the fossil record, somehow unaware that evolution is attempting to explain the fossil record. You can't use the fossil record to justify evolution. That's just circular. What am I having for breakfast? I haven't had any breakfast yet. DJ's the answer that black cats are bad and unlucky if they cross your path, break a mirror. 7 years bad luck. You walk under a ladder, they're considered bad luck. Well, Stephen Dark, what I would ask you is, if we were to make predictions based on the purported mechanism of evolution, then a number of things would be the case. For example, things with shorter generations would evolve faster, and we'd be able to speciate something like fruit flies. We'd be able to generate increased complexity by isolating mutations. We'd be able to do so more effectively than nature ever could. We've not ever been able to speciate anything, let alone produce increased complexity. The fossil record certainly suggests new species emerging from previous simpler ones, but that's exactly what we need to explain, and the mechanisms of evolution do not explain it. The mechanisms have changed over the time. There's been countless it reeks of concentric circles, right? When it started out, it was sexual reproduction for beneficial mutations. Then we had gradualism, punctuated equilibrium, the nearly neutral theory, a bunch of other concentric circles that people are doing to try to say, we still get to keep this term evolution and this notion, even though we have to keep changing it because everything that we present falsifies otherwise. Well, if people don't claim to be able to articulate and test the mechanism of evolution, then it's not an explanation. Real explanations provide the mechanism, and you can test it and verify it. I've had other so-called evolutionists try to argue this as well, that it's a complex amalgam of different mechanisms, and we somehow, that basically things are emergent phenomena of chaotic systems. Well, that's all well and good, but then that's not evolution and not an explanation. The biggest problem evolution has is evolutionists don't have a meaningful definition of species, because if they accept the normal definition of species, which is individuals that produce another individual of the same kind that can reproduce, well, I mean that definitionally precludes evolution because species always produce other individuals of the same kind that are reproductively viable, not something different. There is no opposing theory. Evolution claims to explain speciation. It utterly fails to do so. So we negate and acknowledge we don't have a good explanation for speciation. This is the problem. This is why people think they believe in evolution, even though they can't explain it, don't know what it is, and it doesn't make any sense. It's because they think the alternative is creationism. The alternative is acknowledging we don't know where species come from. That's the correct position and the truth. Right. In the absence of a correct explanation, the correct position is to acknowledge we don't have a correct explanation. It's not to say, well, we'll use this wrong explanation because we don't have a correct one. That's insanity. Evolution is not even a theory, DJ. It keeps changing what it is and how it explains things. It's not even an explanation for anything. Doesn't make any sense. If you accept any conventional understanding of species definition, it definitionally precludes the mechanism that evolution claims causes change over time to genomes. I mean, we have seen change over time to genomes, but they're always a sickening of that genome, an inclusion of, say, sickle cell anemia or something. I mean, if you can't explain how the mechanisms of evolution work in a way that can be tested in a laboratory, which we should be able to do because we have things with very short lifespans, right? Very short generations. So if any kind of reproductive mutation kind of mechanism is at play, we should be able to duplicate it in the lab. We've been breeding dogs into separate breeds, dramatically different from each other, for thousands and thousands of years, and we still can't get them to be unable to reproduce with each other. Even Chihuahuas and Great Danes are reproductively viable still. So, given the fact that we can manufacture the kind of change within a genome into various expressions of that genome more intensely than nature ever could, then we would definitely be able to generate increased complexity in a lab if we actually understood the mechanism and could apply it. If we can't test the mechanism because we don't understand it well enough, then it's not an explanation. I've never had any single person be able to successfully explain to me how evolution results in speciation, and I'm very good at understanding explanations. In fact, I'm a professional at it. I'm a professional debate coach. I understand how to analyze cases to see if they withstand scrutiny, and evolution does not. I have no horse in the race. I would like to know where species come from. I would like to have an explanation, but that's why I don't accept evolution, because I want a real explanation that I can sink my teeth into, that I can understand, where I can test the mechanisms, where we can validate, in fact, that's how change in species is accomplished over time. I want an actual science theory, not a bunch of anecdotes and maybes. And ultimately, it's like all of evolution is just begging the question, pointing out that genetics exist and that there's adaptation within a genome, and just insisting that therefore that's responsible for speciation without providing any testable mechanism for increased complexity. And in the face of the reality that all the mechanisms we do know about evolution work the other way, they push things back to the genomic mean, not cause differentiation. I don't have an explanation for it, and you don't either. That's what I'm saying. Darwin intuited a sensible enough notion to explain differentiation between the finches, It's been falsified many times over. So we don't have an explanation. That is the correct position. I don't have a position on life after death. What's the first law of thermodynamics? Energy can neither be created or destroyed. What falsified by tests, right? Like so, if in fact relativity is right, then then time will pass differently if you move something fast enough, right? And we can test those things, and we've done those tests, and they've validated. There's no equivalent in evolution because evolution is not a real science theory. It's a a notion, an intuitive notion that Darwin has that early on got pitted as the alternative to creationism. So rationalists said, I'm going to affirm this because otherwise I'm just providing magical thinking religious reasons. But good thinkers don't affirm things because of that reason. Just because the people opposing it are saying something even dumber is not a reason to. I mean, it's not even dumber. It's the same amount of dumb. It's not an explanation, you know? I mean, happening to remember the first law of thermodynamics, I think, is not indicative of smartness or dumbness at all. Is it normal to have paranormal experience in a house that isn't haunted? I don't know. I'm not an expert on paranormality or haunting or anything. I like to hear the stories. Hey, fam, any suggestions on what I should do about all these genital warts? Well, actually, I do have a suggestion about warts. I don't know if they work on genital warts or not, but um, I had a wart on my arm right here a long time ago. I worked at the county, and the nurse at the county school that I worked at said, "Can you do a test for me? I would like to know if this is correct. Can you please put a piece of aloe vera on your wart and leave it there for a couple of days, tape it on or whatever?" I said, "Yeah, I'll try it out." And what happened was I had gotten that wart frozen off by the doctor many times. It kept coming back. The aloe made the wart swell up and then fall off, and it never came back. So there you go. Creationism doesn't provide any evidence. No, no. Evolution doesn't provide any evidence either, right? The reason there's no evidence for evolution is because it doesn't pass its validation tests. If in fact the mechanism is as described, then we should be able to test that. If we can't test it, then it's not really an explanation. We need to be rigorous about this sort of stuff. Um, I get that we want to understand where species came from. I want to as well. That's why I want a real explanation that actually explains things and that doesn't change all the time. So if you believe in evolution, who is this guy? What's his name again? Stephen Dark. If you believe in evolution, do you believe in gradualism or punctuated equilibrium? Do you believe in genetic drift or the nearly neutral theory? Do you believe that the Cambrian explosion occurred because there's some mechanism of evolution that speeds up, happens really fast, and then stops working for some reason? And if so, can you explain why and how that happens? Do you believe that species of different generation lengths evolve at different rates? Can you produce some kind of genetic clock explaining how long it takes something to evolve from meow to meow? Um, how would intermediate species work when you're, say, moving from ocean to land? Sure, we've got amphibians, but um, can you explain how purportedly random changes to a genome um, create something that's more orderly and sensible rather than something that's less? Is reproductive viability the engine of this? If so, how can positive mutations, even if they exist in a large population of individuals, make a significant difference in the genome? Because even if they make the individual creature somehow more effective or efficient at being alive, that doesn't necessarily confer a reproductive advantage. And even if it does, in a large population, that reproductive advantage is not going to be meaningfully affecting the genome in any way. There'd have to be some catastrophic shortcoming for all members, the rest of the members of the species that somehow is avoided by this mutated individual. And presumably, if it's mutated enough to avoid that, how can it still reproduce at all? So if you can't answer these questions, you shouldn't think you understand anything or believe in anything, right? I've studied the subject extensively to try to figure out what the explanation is. I didn't start out studying it because I wanted to negate it. I wanted to understand it. So, I'm good at understanding things. I'm a smart guy. If, in fact, evolution is correct and you're right about it, Stephen Dark, then answer those questions. Can you answer any of those questions? If you can't, then you don't know enough about it to believe in it, right? Did you hear about, yes, I heard about the Baltimore Bridge catastrophe. I did. Is it gay if a male human spirit was in the shower and I showered next to him? Extremely, yes. Extremely, extremely gay. I don't want to start a debate channel. I spent my career as a debate coach doing real debate. Internet debate is not real debate. And so-called debaters on the internet are just scrubs who have no idea what the fuck they're doing. I want nothing to do with that haphazard nonsense. But the thing is, I am very good at debate, but I want to stress to DJ and everybody else, I will never, ever debate. I don't debate here. I explain what's correct and why, okay? I am not playing any games. I will not play games with ideas, I will provide you the actual correct position, and I will explain why it's correct, predicated on what, conditional upon what. I'm happy to affirm evolution. All it needs to do is meet my criteria for affirmation, which are the correct criteria for affirmation. Like I said, I initially came here to troll you, but I honestly have mad respect for you. Well, thank you very much. That's very nice to hear, Hire. I feel pretty good about my capacity to kind of convert people who come in maybe with that intent to troll, because I try to just deal with everybody as they are in real life or whatever, and treat them as other human beings, and people go like, well, maybe I should reciprocate, because it seems more pleasant to reciprocate than to just be screwing around. That makes me feel good when that happens. Do you like antennas? I have no position on antennas. How did I learn to retain so much information? Well, I spent decades as a professional debate coach. So, like I said, I had to prep out many, many different topics on many different subjects. Lincoln Douglas debate is explicitly philosophy debate, value debate. So, you get very familiar with different kinds of absolute values that can be upheld as a criterion, and different kinds of value criteria and stuff like that. Debate is the most rigorous philosophy. And it requires you to engage with other ideas directly, with clash, respond on point, keep track of the argument chain, stuff like that. Sal G760G says, Tommy Lee Jones with high dopamine. So I'm an autodidact? I don't think I'm that. I just spend a lot of time, running a lot of different arguments, variations of them. So many of the same arguments will work across multiple topics, but you got to customize them to the topic a bit. If you're talking about framework stuff, like normative ethics is very straightforward. Really, everything's either utilitarianism or deontology or variations thereof. There basically isn't any other way to calculate moral stuff. So Musing's not my hobby exactly, but um, uh, I, I, when I was coaching debate, I was very, very competitive. I really hated to lose. I really expected to win, and I was I was a serious, intense coach. My debaters knew that we were not there to have fun. We were there to leave carcasses in our wake. I tell my students things like, when you walk out of that debate round, I want you to have to wipe the blood off of your boots. I want them to be crying. I want your opponents to cry. If they're not crying, you didn't kick their ass hard enough. That's the kind of coach I was. So if you want to win, you have to do the best job. You have to be the best. And that means, you know, you got to spend a lot of hours prepping. You got to cut the best cards. You got to have the best cases. The kids aren't going to be able to do it. Oh, we kicked so much ass. We kicked so much ass. Yeah, I was like Bobby Net. I didn't throw chairs and shit, but I did yell at the kids all the time. I cursed at them. What the fuck are you doing? I told you, meow, meow, meow. I was a lot more intense back then. And you blackmail your opponent to win the debate. Um, you could probably run a critique that says my opponent shouldn't win the debate because he didn't blackmail me. You could probably win a debate round with that. I'm not sure you could win a debate round by saying, if you don't vote for me, I will harm my opponent or something. Probably not. But you probably could. You can run critiques of any kind. You can run whatever you want. You can run a you didn't comment on my hat critique, so I should win the round. Those kind of squirrely things, they require a lot of. I mean, you can't just make the argument. You got to run the shell, right? Critiques require a shell, which is basically framework for the critique that says, hey, I put in regularly 60 hours a week, if not more. When there's a tournament on the weekend, sometimes there'd be like a 4-day tournament, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and I'd be there all day, all of those days, and then maybe I'd take Tuesday off, but I still have a class to teach on Tuesday afternoon or something. I when I say I worked 60-hour weeks, I'm probably underestimating that. I worked all the time. All the time that I wasn't working, I was drunk. I worked all the time in part to prevent myself from drinking. When you making the next blackened men, I don't know what that means at all. I can sometimes intuit what somebody means, but I have no idea what that means. When you making the next blackened men, I have no idea what that means. You're gonna have to help me out on that one. If you want me to answer that question, you have to explain it a little bit better. I just say slightly racist stuff to make my opponent angry. Well, the thing is, there are plenty of discourse critiques. There's like an ableist critique. Like if you say, my opponent said blah, 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 but that rebuttal is non-responsive and frankly just lame. Well, then your opponents might run an ableist critique. Lame is ableist language. Debate should promote good discourse. It should be a vote against them so they don't use that kind of language again. And it's a pretty good strategy if somebody is using questionable language because, I mean, it's a tough critique to counter. You can just say the debate round's all about the arguments and the case level stuff, but that critique's an argument too, and it's framework level, and it cascades down. It can only possibly be evaluated as a voter. So if you don't have the blocks for that, and you make that discourse mistake, then you're gonna probably lose the round. So I would suggest Panda Cake that your strategy is ill-advised. Debaters don't get angry in rounds. Debaters smile when you make a mistake. And saying slightly racist stuff would qualify as a mistake for sure. They'd, they'd be like, let me pull up my Discourse K. And they've got the whole block all set up on their laptop. And then when their turn comes up, um, discourse critique, shall, standard, violation, impact, run it as a voter. And you're like, oh, God. No, I love you, man. I was actually making a gay joke, but I'm just joking with you. Well, I didn't get the gay joke, but I don't mind gay jokes. You know, like things like, of course I suck dick. I don't want to be homophobic. Do you know for a moving object we can't? Yes, I do know that we cannot calculate both its speed and position precisely at the same time because to know exactly where it is to uh, ignore the vector of where it's going. In other words, to render it into a static measurement. Whereas to evaluate its directionality is to measure something dynamic. So you can't both precisely measure something static and measure something dynamic. Black in men. Um, I am sometimes black, but even when I am black and gay, I'm still really just gay for my wife. So I'm unlikely to put my penis in any men. I'm not homophobia, no. I don't view people according to their group. You can be man, woman, black, white, gay, lesbian, straight, Catholic, Jewish, whatever. I will treat you as an individual. I do not presume to know who you are based on your dumbass group label. Thanks, Luke Tatsco, because I am fluidly transracial is the thing. My race changes regularly. A lot of times, I'm Taiwanese. I seem to be Taiwanese quite a bit. I'm often French Canadian. Do I read books? Not really anymore. I used to read shit tons of books, mostly fiction, like fantasy books, Swords and Dragons books and stuff. But I really don't read books anymore. I research things on the internet sometimes. Uh, Last book I read was last winter when the power went out. I walked down the street to a little lending kiosk and grabbed a book called The Book of Magic, which is this like uh, woman's book about like witches who were all like it's kind of like a matriarchal family. It's very like Lou DeFay Luminix would like that book. It's kind of like her vibe, you know. Like my menstruation period is super linked to magic or something. Well, if you're gonna do that, I just time you out because spamming anything in chat is ill-advised. Um, if you want to use gay as a derogatory term, you could say that your spamming is extremely gay. And accordingly, he's been hidden from the channel. But you know, I do plenty of extremely gay stuff too. You know, me and Rachel go to the thrift store, the antique shop, and look at quaint little things and stuff. Or it could be more gay than that. That's what qualities one must have to win a debate, or what are the factors to debate excellently? Well, to win a competition debate round requires two things. You need to have technique, which is to say, you have to be good at flowing the round, which means you're writing down all of your arguments, their responses, your responses, their arguments, your responses, their responses, framework and case level. You've got everything flowed out. So flowing is a prerequisite to being a good debater. You have to be able to make shorthand notes of what's being said, even though they're going super fast. And the key to that is you have to be able to isolate as you're listening to it the claim, the warrant, and the impact of every argument they're making. Because there may be a shit ton of words being said, but the claim can be nutshelled short in a small number of words. Like, for example, blowback. Let's say you're doing a topic on U.S. drone strikes, and people negating drone strikes argue blowback, which is what the argument might be. Drone strikes in the Middle East cause extremism to rise, blah, 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 a bunch of other words. You just tag it as blowback. And then the warrant is civilian deaths. Drone strikes cause civilian deaths, cause extremism, that causes blowback, and the negative harms of increased militants outweigh the benefits of killing them, So you just have to shorthand that blowback. As you debate more and more and more, you sort of short tag more and more complex arguments. So it becomes ever easier for you to flow rounds. You recognize this huge block of words as just a variant on that kind of argument, and you tag it as such, and you write down the variation. So experience is very important in debate. You have to be able to conceptually collapse a lot of different things into single terms. You need to learn a lot of jargon. And then the other thing about debate that's important is ultimately, all the other things being equal, whoever's correct wins. Because the correct position has an easier rhetorical slope than the incorrect position. You can define what's correct as that which has the best arguments or the winning arguments. So, like, my kids would sometimes, often really, beat people who had better technique than they had because my kids had the best arguments, because I made the best cases. The example I like to use for that is there was a topic on whether or not we should extend probable cause standard to K through 12 students. And my kids were the only ones at the tournament who understood that a probable cause standard was an evidentiary rule that judges used to either render evidence admissible into a trial, criminal trial in this instance would be, or inadmissible. All the other students and their dumb coaches had treated the thing as though it was determinant as to whether cops search or not. Of course, cops can search anything they want. Whatever they find is admissible or not, predicated on whether that search was executed properly, either with a warrant, probable cause, exigent circumstances, etc., right? That's what it means to be a better coach. The other coaches, even though debate coaches are all smart people generally, I don't know how they didn't get this right, but all the other coaches had coached their kids as though probable cause standard for K through 12 students would make it such that cops were less able to search, even though that's not how it works. So, having the best case matters, right? I gotta get a lighter in my cigarette. Well, that kind of thing doesn't happen in a competition debate round. In a competition round, one person is speaking a speech. Let's say it's a 2-on-2, right? Partner 1 is speaking. Partner 2 is flowing their partner's speech to make sure everything their partner says gets written down on the flow. The other team, both people, one person's flowing it, the other person's frantically pulling up blocks to what they're saying on their laptop. So, like, if it's a policy round, that might be spreading too. Like, Convention one, blah, 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 impact, that kind of shit. They could be doing that. And in policy, people generally flash over their case so that people can read along and flow. There's no time for laughing at or whatever. Everybody's frantically writing things down as fast as they can or pulling up evidence on their computers, things like that. In sophisticated rounds, there rarely is any audience because the only people who can understand them are policy debaters and policy debate coaches. And the only people who can judge policy rounds are former policy debate coaches or policy debaters because it's so full of jargon, goes so fast that normal people couldn't possibly understand what's going on even. Bye, Candy Cat. If you start feeling angry for no reason, you might be wrong or can't make an argument. Well, the thing is, Mr. Fox, when I start feeling angry, it is informative not at all about my correctness or ability to make an argument. Generally, when I start getting angry, it's because there's somebody who's earnest, convinced, wrong, and stubborn. Like trolls don't bug me. People who are really trying their best to like communicate, engage honestly, but who are wrong and stubborn about it, those people make me angry. Like there's this guy Cone Man who kept coming around here saying a bunch of wrong stuff about personality type, and I correct him and or explain things. He would not listen to me at all. Would not like wouldn't be able to process what I'm saying for whatever reason, but wasn't doing it in a trolly way. Like wasn't trying to annoy me. No, I offered to type him for free. He said, "Okay, here's the day and time I want." I put it on the calendar, sent him an invite, and we've never heard from him since. As to why, I don't know. So it's like, if you insist on making a bunch of claims about something, then either substantiate them or be open to learn about why they don't uphold or something. Don't just shift around to some other wrong thing that you're saying, ignoring what I just said, etc. That will make me mad. Hi, Burb. Thanks, the hire. What's for breakfast today? I don't know. I'm not normally a breakfast eater. Like yesterday, I didn't eat until dinner time. Uh, no, money. You aren't annoying enough to get offered a free typing session. I respect you too much to type you for free. It's like It's not that I didn't like Cone Man, and I wouldn't say I miss him, but I wouldn't hate it if he were still here. But I probably would end up just pulling my hair out, banging my head against the wall because he's trying to explain things to me that he doesn't understand at all and that I understand well. That's annoying. Your stomach gonna get fucked taking all that drugs with an empty stomach. What all that drugs? I mean, I just took 45 milligrams of Adderall and I pulled a few bong rips. How would you call that all that drugs? If you think that's doing drugs, you haven't done drugs properly. I would like to be on a bunch of drugs right now, but I am not. The INFJ is a complex and kind soul. You just don't get it. Once you know the way, you see it in it all. Right. Demas in Mario World, you are correct. I'm smoking American Marlboro Reds, the greatest cigarette in the world. When you go to another country and you see them for sale, Marlboro Reds, don't believe it. Those aren't real Marlboro Reds. American Marlboro Reds are the only good Marlboro Reds. When Marlboro sells them in other countries, they sell like the shitty things that they don't sell in America. I don't know. They never taste the same. They're never as good. They're just not Marlboro Reds. What was the last debate that you lost and agree with the outcome? I mean, I haven't done any formal competition debates since I was in high school, obviously. I was a coach, not a competitor. But I had plenty of rounds where my kids lost and I agreed with the decision, because invariably because they didn't run the case right or they got surprised by something or I got surprised. Like there've been out rounds where I prepped up my kid for the case that the opponents were running throughout the tournament, but they switch it up in the out rounds and run something different precisely to thwart prepping like that. And my kid's not able to adjust and continues to run what I prepped him for, even though that's not what they're running. That kind of shit. It happened plenty. Ever tried hemp cigarettes? You mean smoking a joint? Yeah, I've smoked plenty of joints. Sometimes you gotta get angry. It keeps you healthy. I actually felt a little emotionally reactive last night when uh, Mob West Side kept, saying like, you keep streaming for too long. You need to go to bed. You must be on meth, etc. It's like this is just my activity. It was annoying because obviously I'm not on meth, and um, I don't like people defaming me accordingly. Yeah, I'm sure Indonesian Marlboro Reds are just another example of fake Marlboro Reds. Noob says, "Hi, man. Hi, Noob. Are you really a noob? You seem pretty leet to me. You know, the Riz lines are coming off of you, like stink lines from Pooh in a cartoon. Jin Kim, welcome back. And JCT, welcome back. You were gone but not forgotten. Sorry, FFS. What are you sorry for? Yeah, I yeeted him. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. You've been awake all day too. It was like 8:30 at night. The fact that I've been streaming all day and I'm still awake meant that I was on meth. No, I was up a regular length of a day. It's just I happen to be live streaming throughout. That's annoying because it's basically saying, yeah, I've had bugler plenty of times. uh, basically saying that it's impossible for a person to be normal and want to talk all day. Well, maybe I'm not normal, but I'm not on meth and I want to talk all day. So it goes. If the U.S. was a 100% free nation, all the things we hate would be legal. Well, I mean, not, you know, empowering people to violate each other's rights isn't freedom. It's, well, I will chat to you, JCT. I will talk to you regarding your chat. If you want someone in the chat to chat with you, I would suggest adding them, asking them a question or something. I'm from California, near Yosemite. Um, I could walk around the house while I finish this health tube and show you a little bit of the scenery and stuff. That's my house behind me. And we live here. My wife and I live here. And we have next to us this is going to be a two-handed requirement here. I have to use both of my hands to do this. And we have over here next to us this gully. It's got a little seasonal stream at the bottom of it, which you may or may not hear. It's down there, though. Trust me. This is our deck. And, If one wishes to, one can stand on it and look over there, down at the woods and stuff. That's where I keep my 40-gallon trash can, which I'm not allowed to put out on the street because we're only allowed 4 32-gallon trash cans. This is the hill behind the house. There's a little shed down there. That's our shed. This is our little rocks that I walk on sometimes. This is the back, whatever you call this, slab with chairs on it. There's a dining room in there. There's our propane tank. Because we don't have natural gas, we have propane. And there's my car. There's the hill across the street. You can't really see it because of the sun. The hill across the street. This little mound here behind the retaining wall is our mound with trees on it that gives us a little separation from the street. Not that we live on at all a busy street. We're like, nobody comes back here at all except people who live here or delivering stuff. There's zero reason for anybody to be back here if they don't live here or work here, because you come all the way back here. There's nothing at all that way. There's nothing back here to this little neighborhood, so it's pretty quiet place. You know, I might see a few cars on the road during the course of the day. Mailman, a neighbor. Other than that, not so much. And this is the foyer. There's this nice ceiling fan here. I like this fan. Unlike the other ceiling fans in this house, which I fucking hate. Yeah, Kentucky, Tennessee, that's beautiful, beautiful part of the country. I've driven through there, and I was surprised at how like forested and undeveloped it was. It was gorgeous. But you know, I was born and raised here in California. When we left LA, I wanted to go to like the mountains someplace, but I didn't want to go too far from LA because my daughter was still living in LA. She still does, you know. She's 25. Here you go, kitty. I'm sorry, you're out of food. Here's some more food. There you go. That's a happy kitty. Rachel tells me that when a cat puts its tail in a question mark shape, that means they're happy. You heard that on YouTube. Oh, yes. What a good boy. You have the spirit of boyhood in your heart. And your father loves you. Yes, he does. I loved you from the moment I impregnated your mother. So, I'm this cat's biological father, which is kind of unusual for people owning a cat. Most cats come from other cats, but, well, I attribute my ex-wife's birthing of this cat to evolution. Instead of increased complexity, though, this child of mine, instead of being an advanced, sophisticated human, is just a lowly beast of the earth. And thus must obey me. Obey me, lowly beasts, for I am human. Apex predator. Oh yes, what a lowly beast. Yes, you are a beast of the earth. And your father knows. I proved evolution when I made you. I like to prove evolution every day. I like to evolve some shit, you know. I'm currently evolving my dick. Evolve it into an elephant trunk with epigenetics. I'm gonna evolve my dick into an elephant trunk with epigenetics. With epigenetics and the nearly neutral theory. I'm so numb I can't feel anymore. Well, you should stop taking fentanyl then. Small O, big O. How did my why did my fail? What did I do wrong, Boba Fett? I believe you that I made an FE mistake, but I'm not sure what it is. Can you inform me? Yes, that cat is a large cat. It is true. Um, Going back up to read what's going on. Do I have any kids in your basement? In my basement? I don't have a basement. I do have an attic. I have no children here at all. Okay. Um, Road Boogers, yes. And you're watching me do it, dumbass, quote unquote. Not sure what that's referring to. Um, let's see here. I'm hungry, says JCT. You should eat. There's some crazy people out there. There are. When I was a child, they had candy cigarettes. They did when I was a child too. I think I'm just using words to convey meaning. Pretend as though you found these comments in a book somewhere. Sounds good. No kids in the basement. No kids in the attic. I don't want to mountain bike uphill. That sounds tiring. There's a little slide down to the stream. I have thought about putting in some steps with stones and stuff to walk down there. It is beautiful. I love living here. I feel so grateful and lucky to be here. If anyone comes back there, they will meet the Second Amendment. I do have a rifle. I want to get a handgun because a rifle is not very good home protection. But I ideally don't want to ever shoot anybody, obviously. But I want to be able to protect Rachel if I need to. Is it healthy for cats to just sit and eat all the time? I mean, he goes outside and stuff. He just, unfortunately, these cats, they like being in the house. They're kind of lazy. Are you telling me to do that with Trouble? Trouble wants me to watch him eat, and he does not mind me petting him while he eats at all. Often he is just purring his ass off. I can feel it when I'm petting him. He's so happy. So I think you have misread his body language, Boba. In this instance, I know that Rachel also, her FE tool is not that great with animals, whereas FE Polar ISTJ reads their body language much better. Strange phenomenon, but that's what's happening here as well, Boba Fett. JCT says, I made a mistake being here. Thumbs down. Okay, cool. So hopefully you find a live stream you like better. Never a dull moment, says Talented Pigeon. Any Grand Funk Railroad fans here? I'm not. What you gonna get, Eric? Bad Boy or something 9mm? I was just thinking about getting like a revolver one of those ones that you has the spin around thing, but I don't know. I'll have to go into the gun shop and talk to them a little bit. I want a god old M1 Grand and Colt 1911. I don't know anything about guns. I do believe I want to get a handgun for just protecting the house and stuff, just in case. I am a public figure, and nowadays apparently increasingly so. So it's a good idea to have a gun that works as protection rather than a 22 bolt action rifle that's in the garage. If somebody were to break in, by the time I got the gun out and put bullets in it and stuff, we'd all be dead. So what I need is a loaded handgun in the drawer by my bed. I will get one at some point here. I'm just not in any hurry. I don't really like guns. Like, I'm not a I'm not into them or anything. I took the rifle out and fired it a couple times. I took some targets and shot them. But I'm like, okay, that's boring. I don't know. It doesn't excite me very much. I just want one for its express purpose and not because I want to play with it. The M1 Grand is a WW2 classic clip-fed semi-rifle. Okay, well, I'm looking for just a simple enough handgun. I'm not. I don't want something with too much recoil. I don't need anything that's bigger than a handgun. I don't want a semi-auto or auto or whatever. I just want a regular little handgun. You know. Panda Cake disagrees with the M1 Grand. He says it's overrated. Sure, a gun can cause holes, but can it point out holes in a person's line of reasoning? Excellent question, Money. I'm going to say no, it can't. I'm going to say no. I don't need a 357. That's too big. It's like it would break my wrist with its recoil. I've got tender wrists, okay? I don't want a gun that makes it go like that too much. One time I was with Taylor and I shot, I think it was a 9mm. I'm not sure. But that gun was nice. I liked that one, that handgun. It seemed comfortable to fire. It didn't hurt my hands to shoot it. Is that joint behind you? What joint? Oh yeah, these are joints. Yeah, these are roaches. That's not very good weed. This one was pre-roll. This one I rolled myself was fine, but the pre-rolls are typically pretty shitty. Hi Acacia, good morning. Yes, Nene 10, I hereby shout you out. As do I shout out Parker T and Crazy Cat, as well as Chris Michael D. Moore, Acacia, and Boba Fett, because I believe in the act of shouting out. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. In a little bit, what we're going to do, pre-rolls are always super coffee. It's like, they'll be like, oh no, this pre-roll is made with the best weed ever. And you get in the car and you start smoking and you're like, bullshit, you liars. That's what I say about that. Elaine, I hereby shout you out, and here I am as well. Winston's mom, you can consider yourself shouted out. It is cold in here. You can see my breath. Demas and Mario World, I shout you out as well. I hope your morning feels fully shouted out at this point. Shotgun to kill mosquitoes all summer when camping. Yeah. So I don't know. I plan to just talk to the person at the gun store, see what they say. Tell them what I'm looking for, why I'm looking for it. Tell them that I don't want, something with a lot of recoil. I plan to just put it in my drawer and really never use it for anything. So I don't need a super expensive one, but I don't want a super cheap one either because I don't want it to like fall apart or anything. I don't know enough about guns, to say what I should be concerned about or whatever. Staged. What's staged? Do you think this live stream is just a big staged fake? Maybe it is. Maybe I'm not really Eric. I'm just an actor pretending to be a regular guy, pretending to smoke weed, pretending to whatever, Acacia, when you were here visiting, I'm starting to worry about this now. At any point did I seem like I might be artificial intelligence? I think Rachel might be lying to me that I actually am artificial intelligence. Yes, this is a green screen. Right here. I'm green screening this. when I walk around, I'm actually just walking and standing in place, pretending to walk, and the green screen just changes stuff, you know. Yeah, it's a set, right? And I mean, it's really just a stool in front of a green screen. Everything else is green screen. Sometimes I stand up, pretend to walk into the kitchen, pretend to cook stuff. There is no kitchen here. There's no bathroom. This is just a single soundstage room in downtown LA. I do. I constantly yell cut. You know, I see Rachel carrying laundry wrong or something like cut, cut, cut. No, no, no. And knock the clothes out of her hand. Listen, that's not how I told you to carry them. There is no spoon. After the person said that line in the Matrix, somebody else should have said, okay, but are there forks? If not, are there at least chopsticks? Because I don't really want to eat with my fingers, but something like chili, you know. Hi, Jan Eoff. Would you put a chip in my brain? No, I'm not. I'm not a dumbass SI polar person who thinks your body is the same as a car and you can just let's just jab a bunch of fucking here's an XLR jack in my skull. No, I wouldn't do that. It's stupid. Random question: will you leave Rachel in your will or mostly your kid? Um, well, the Strauss Family Trust has two people who are in charge of it, me and Delilah. I'm the dispensatory, she's the trustee. And she and I are working in collaboration to keep everything in the trust rather than dispensing it to me. And she will retain control of the trust regardless. I'm not, Rachel has no place in the trust, you know. It's not my trust even to make her a part of. It was my dad's trust, you know. So trust work in weird ways. Regardless, instead of doing what the will slash trust said to do, which is Delilah dispenses most of the resources from the estate to me. She keeps some chunk of change, and then the trust is no more. That's what was supposed to happen. But we're a little smarter than that. So Delilah and I actually trust each other, unlike my dad, who created a trust but didn't trust anybody else in the family to make any decisions or have any input, you know. So Rachel, though, will be fine because I haven't talked with Delilah about it exactly, but uh, it is for sure that, this is Rachel's house if I die. And she is to live here for as long as she wants to. And if she doesn't want to live here anymore, she's to be facilitated and live where she wants. And she's to be made provided for adequately for the rest of her life. But the thing is also she's going to get an inheritance at some point. So, and it's going to be not tiny, not small exactly, not huge, but not small. So, and she'll receive that inheritance also in a trust, which I won't have any access to, you know. Rachel and I actually live um, with kind of separate finances because basically I don't trust her with money, and I shouldn't. She spends too much. All right, I really want him to hear his thoughts. Maybe he's dodging the question because he's in on it. You want me to hear whose thoughts? What am I dodging? I want to answer whatever question you want to answer or hear my thoughts on whatever. Can you tell me why we drive on a parkway but then park in a driveway? Because because driveways are closer to your house than parkways. So that's why we park on the driveway. Parkway, if we parked there, we'd have to walk too far to our house. Plus, we'd interfere with traffic. Ergo, we park on the driveway. What thing do you want to hear my thoughts about? What's on the plate next to me? Marijuana. Sometimes known as nature's goodness. This is organic, locally sourced marijuana. Provides health benefits to you spiritually, emotionally, and physically. I used to have terminal cancer, be blind, deaf, and have my head chopped off. But since I started smoking marijuana, I'm fine. It's all thanks to fine. It's all thanks to me. It's all thanks to smoking weed. You did. You date people you didn't like before. That doesn't make sense. You even lived with them. That's true, Hero Lamb, but that's not true currently. What's more likely, an alien invasion or a staged alien invasion? The latter. A staged alien invasion is much more likely because an alien invasion is, in my opinion, impossible. I don't believe in faster than light travel. And, right, Ivar used to be Down syndrome until he started smoking weed. Now, he's a grandmaster at chess. Might as well, Mid-Atlantic Expanse. Might as well. I think we'll all enjoy ourselves if we simply smoke a little bit of pot. It won't hurt. It'll help. It'll help with what? It'll help with the fact that you're not high at all by making you somewhat high. No, I don't believe I have ever smoked opium. I smoked weed one time that I was told had opium on it. And it did taste a little strange, but it didn't feel like I was on any opium or anything. So, as far as I know, I have never smoked opium. I have smoked black tar heroin a long time ago. Made me puke my guts out. All those opiates, opioids, they make me puke my guts out. As soon as they start to wear off at all, I start feeling super carsick and horrible. So I don't do those kind of drugs at all. I don't know if I'm allergic to them or what, but they make me feel sick. It's just not the kind of drug I'm into anyway. I'm into uppers, not downers. I'm into uppers, psychedelics. I like DMT a lot. I like mushrooms. I wouldn't mind taking acid, but it's a little sketchy taking acid because you just don't quite know what you're gonna get, and it's measured in micrograms, not milligrams. Right. Well, I supposedly got opiated weed in college, where I had this. It was probably like 1989 or 1990, but I don't think it was. I think it was just, I don't know, that somebody had sold it as that, but I think it was just weed with something on it that wasn't opium. Because it wasn't, it did taste, it did have something else on it, but I don't know what it was. If it was opium, I didn't smoke enough of it to get that kind of effect, or I couldn't tell it apart from the high. It did get me very high, the weed. I used to be more of a lightweight back then, of course. I'd never been inside a Grateful Dead show, but back when I was in high school, and the Grateful Dead were still touring, every time they came to LA, we'd go to the parking lot and buy drugs, get acid, really just acid, what we got. and it was so easy to get. It was like this was back in the teeth of the drug war. Just say no, Nancy Reagan, ridiculous penalties for drugs for people, and yet somehow in cities all across the country, Grateful Dead concerts just got a pass. You go to the parking lot of the Grateful Dead concert, and you start walking around, and people will be like, "You want acid? You want acid? 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 Mushrooms? Yeah, yeah." And the cops just turned a blind eye to it. I do not know how or why that happened back in the teeth of the drug war when people were going to jail for weed for years, you know? But somehow Grateful Dead concerts were just excused from that whole thing. I guess because it was a bunch of white kids, you know? It was a more racist time as well. Acid, nitrous, or even contraband soup was available. Yeah, well, I don't remember specifically doing nitrous at Grateful Dead concerts, but at the parking lot. But I may have done it then. Hi, Cammoto. Welcome. Good to see you. Are there any historical or fictional characters you would like to share a bowl with? Historical characters. Let's see. Well, I would be down to hang out with. I mean, you know what's kind of a better question for me is who would I like to interview? Which historical question would I like to historical person would I like to interview? I'd like to interview Minkin. H.L. Minkin. Mencken. I wanted to see how to spell it. H.L. Mencken, American journalist and essayist. If I were to put in quotes for him, quotes like, for every complex problem, there is an answer that is clear, simple, and wrong. What a great quote. For every complex problem, there is an answer that is clear, simple, and wrong. Democracy is the theory that common people know what they want and deserve to get it good and hard. The whole aim of practical politics is to keep the populace alarmed and hence clamorous to be led to safety by menacing it with an endless series of hobgoblins, all of them imaginary. Fantastic quote. On some great and glorious day, the plain folks of the land will reach their heart's desire at last, and the White House will be adorned by a downright moron. How prescient is that? Love is like war, easy to begin, but very hard to stop. Honor is simply the morality of superior men. I like that quote. The urge to save humanity is almost always a false front for the urge to rule. So true. So true. Nobody ever went broke underestimating the taste of the American public. Probably also true. And sort of a variant of the previous quote here, another quote of his is there's always an easy solution to every problem, neat, plausible, and wrong. Puritanism, the haunting fear that someone somewhere may be happy. I believe that it is better to tell the truth than a lie. I believe it is better to be free than to be a slave. And I believe it is better to know than to be ignorant. Fantastic. A newspaper is a device for making the ignorant more ignorant and the crazy crazier. I say that about the internet now, but you know, hey, he's a cynic. He's more of a cynic than me. But democracy is a pathetic belief in the collective wisdom of individual ignorance. Wow. What a great quote. We are here and it is now. Further than that, all human knowledge is moonshine. All men are frauds. The only difference between them is that some admit it. I myself deny it. That sounds like something I would say. A judge is a law student who marks his own examination papers. Life is a constant oscillation between the sharp horns of dilemmas. Communism, like any other revealed religion, is largely made up of prophecies. Love is the triumph of imagination over intelligence. Faith may be defined briefly as an illogical belief in the occurrence of the improbable. That's fun, right? Faith may be defined briefly as an illogical belief in the occurrence of the improbable. And it's important to remember that, right? Faith is an illogical belief. The idea all these people who self-identify as Christians say like, no, I have good reason to believe. It's like you do not understand what faith is. You can't have both ways, right? You can't say God is about faith, not acts, and then be about objectivist empiricism. It's ridiculous. Of course, objectivist empiricism is not what you're doing anyway. You're just doing this pantomime of it because there's no such thing as objective evidence for God. I mean, there is objective data one can analyze, but nobody can substantiate any conclusions about God by referencing that objective data because it's only objective because it's available to all of us equally to evaluate. That doesn't tell us anything about the quality of the data or whether or not it informs us about anything. Anyway, I'll be back to the chat in a moment. I'm just going to read a few more of these making quotes. The worst government is often the most moral. One composed of cynics is often very tolerant and humane. But when fanatics are on top, there is no limit to oppression. Makes me want to cry. It's such a beautiful quote. Self-respect, the secure feeling that no one, as yet, is suspicious. That's not, I would never read that quote, but I think it's funny. The one permanent emotion of the inferior man is fear. Fear of the unknown, the complex, the inexplicable. What he wants above everything else is safety. That is so true. That's so true. I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what to do because it's so true. I hate all sports as rabidly as a person who likes sports hates common sense. I like sports, H.L. Mencken. I think you're underestimating the entertainment value of sports. The most costly of all follies is to believe passionately in the palpably not true. It is the chief occupation of mankind. Fantastic. Democracy is the worship of jackals by jackasses. Okay. Criticism is prejudice made plausible. That's a smart quote, right? Say what you will about the 10 Commandments. You must always come back to the pleasant fact that there are only 10 of them. To be in love is merely to be in a state of perceptual anesthesia, to mistake an ordinary young woman for a goddess. He's like maybe the best quote writer, you know? God is a comedian playing to an audience too afraid to laugh. What a great quote. The older I grow, the more I distrust the familiar doctrine that age brings wisdom. I would say the more I meet other old people, the more I distrust the doctrine that age brings wisdom. In my case, I think it does, however. You know, I don't mean to be self aggrandizing, but I just responded to the quote. I can't help, I don't want to be dishonest. I don't want to engage in any kind of false modesty or something like that. I don't believe myself to be some sort of singularly wise guru or whatever, but I do believe I've become fairly wise as I've gotten older. Sure, Neon. Hey, Nick. Last name, it's such a strange last name. Gers. I just want to say happy birthday to you because I'm so gullible that oh, what? You got me. How many million fucking times have I heard this, Neon? If I was still fooled by it, I have to be history's dumbest person. I never was fooled by it in the first place. But if I, after seeing it this many times, I were still fooled by it, I would seriously have to be the dumbest guy in history. Well, Caroline hasn't received it in the mail yet, Sean L. I have it right here. We're going to town today and then I'll mail it. But she can't show it to him because she doesn't have it. Okay, it's here in my house in this envelope. Since Eric doesn't react emotionally, they'll experience the feeling of acceptance to say, just like bad kids in your class, you don't shame too badly. Yeah, well, I mean, it's so much easier in a live stream than a classroom by a million miles because if somebody's disruptive in the classroom, they're actually occupying the audio space so they can talk over me, you know? Here, if somebody's being spammy, whatever, I have moderators to help, and I don't necessarily even have to, I don't have to read out loud their thing. It might catch my eye and distract me. I probably will read it and respond to it if it's something that's negative but different. If it's just like, you smoke crack, which I hear periodically, like people come in and just make random accusations. Those kind of people, I probably won't even bother reading it. Yeah, we have a bingo card here of things people say. I'll turn the camera around so it's not, it looks, you know what I mean. So it's not that camera backwards thing that happens. Yeah, you're writing a book. Ice. Wallow. Ice Wallow. Welcome to Ice Wallow. We've got ice and you can wallow in it. We've got meth, teeth, old man grandpa, you lost your meds, grandpa. Ohio is coming. Skibbity Giat Riz. Is that your daughter? Regarding my wife, Rachel. Are you okay? This is a fun pathologizing thing. I'm edging to this right now. Are you mewing? Jesus God stuff. Like, Jesus loves you. Yes, please do share your experience, Trey Greg. We've gotten a little bit off topic, but let's get back to it. I've been encouraging everybody who has a paranormal story to please type it into the chat and I will read it out loud and respond to it. Do you have a job? Crack? X for an edit? Do the gritty or the thug shake? What's that on the plate? Stop smoking. To Rachel, blink for help. Blink if you need help. Are you being held hostage? Why are you bald? Say uwu. I haven't been keeping track of them so much today. We've got Shut Up, Stop Talking, Stop Yapping. We've got Walter White, Hit the Bong, Tommy Lee Jones. We've got two kinds of mics. That is Oxlong and Hunt. Can I Be Raw, Mod? Your Uncle Ron. There were some other ones that I've encountered recently that I wanted to put on the bingo, but I was lazy and didn't put them on. What would you do if I sang out of tune? All right, so I want to hear Trey Gregg's strange experience from childhood. I want to learn about the ways of the paranormal, the little slang. I believe respecting and accepting people leads to unexpected positive outcomes. I tend to agree with you, Cam. The thing is, I don't know if I'm naturally particularly unflappable. I've become that way fairly recently in live streams most of the time, but not when I was on mushroom. C7, hello. Sean L says, once we get off topic again, I demand a rematch chess match. Someone posed as me yesterday because I left before you guys started playing. Okay, fine, cool. I don't know who I played. I didn't expect to win. We can do that at some point here, maybe today, but if not, then I would like to do it today. I'm sure you'll whip my ass. I don't consider myself good at chess. I was very surprised that I beat whoever that was. Okay, so when I was a kid, says Trey Gregg, I used to go to this summer camp over in North Texas. It was at a private school where kids used to go through pre-K all the way to high school. So there were a few different. I taught at such a school, by the way, Trey Gregg, pre-K through high school. Roubaix Academy was that. So we'll continue. Water bottle, I give you a wonder point. This is the first wonder point I've given today. I don't give out a lot of wonder points. I'm pretty chintzy with them. But I appreciate your entry here a lot. Water bottle enters the channel with this wonderful claim. Throughout the heavens and the earth, I alone am the paranormal one. I appreciate a person who's willing to make some bold claims. I did think it was you, that's true. I guess I was wrong. Interner Tourette's. You smoke crack. My favorite Tourette tics is, oh my God, I'm on fire. somebody who had Tourette's, the thing they said all the time was, oh my God, I'm on fire. That is absolutely fantastic, Cameron. Thank you so much for sharing that. Trey Greg says building. Let me go back so I can read it more fluidly, okay? So anyways, a private school where kids used to go pre-K through high school. So there were a few different buildings. Anyway, I remember one day the other kids and I were playing hide and seek in the middle school / faculty building. They told us not to go upstairs, but of course, another little boy and I no, I said I wanted Sean to play me. Sean didn't play me. Somebody else joined. I assumed it was Sean. That's how it went. They didn't say they were Sean. I just assumed it was because that's who I had said I wanted to play. And somebody joined, so I figured that must be Sean. That other person did not fake being Sean because they never made any claim about being Sean and didn't have their name as Sean in the chat in the chess thing. So I just jumped to that conclusion. And then after we were done, I didn't hear Sean say anything around here. But I thought, well, maybe he's upset about the fact that I beat him. I don't know why. I don't know. I'm just as surprised as anybody that I beat him. Well, it wasn't him that I beat. I'm sorry, it was not he that I beat. Okay, now let's continue Trey Gregg's story. They told us not to go upstairs, but of course, another little boy and I chose to hide up there. We went into this room with old stains, likely blood, on the carpet, and immediately the other boy I was with got scared and ran off. I, on the other hand, was determined to win. Supriya Bala has missed me, but now I'm back. Supriya Bala is back as well, and that is a fact. 'Twas, dog, 'twasn't, 'twas not, motherfucker, 'twasn't. I believe I said 'twas, as in was. Okay. You're going on timeout. You don't need to tell us that, even if it's true. We don't want to hear it. I don't like it. That's horrible. Boo. Oh my God, I'm on fire. I think instead of like cursing and stuff, I'm going to say that from now on. Like, something happens, I drop something, be like, oh my God, I'm on fire. Oh my God, I'm on fire. Oh my God, I am on fire. Obviously, that's bad. What a ridiculous thing to have as your Tourette's thing. Anyway, so blah, 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 blah. Oh my God, I'm on fire. Sorry. As I was saying, blah, blah, blah. I love that. Do you actually believe that paranormal stuff really exists? I mean, I believe that people have experiences, or they share those experiences honestly. A lot of time, I mean, I'm sure some people are making shit up, but by and large, I think people are honest about the experiences they share. But what makes something paranormal definitionally is that we can't establish a good explanation for it, and the only data we have is their subjective experience and or perhaps a video or something. But all that does is establish that something's happened that we don't have an explanation for it at best. It doesn't tell us that because it doesn't have an explanation that anything besides that. It's basically paranormality is an appeal to ignorance, which says that because we don't know what this is, what happened here, that it is something magical, So in that regard, do I believe in paranormality? Well, I believe in stuff that doesn't. I believe in stuff that doesn't have an explanation. Doesn't have an explanation. Therefore, I don't know what it is. Do I like sex? Yes. Sometimes. Yes, I do. But I'm not like obsessed with it or anything. I'm married, I have a wife. We have normal marital relations. I do enjoy them. Not very exciting. I saw a man dressed in 1800s suit, top hat, walk right past me in the woods across the street from Lake Ronkonkoma. Mist around him, then disappeared at night. I was 15, not on drugs or alcohol then. Later I was. Okay, here's mine, says Water Bottle. I was sitting on my couch and my brother was explaining to me something that happened with him then when I saw a flower pot actually duplicate itself and mysteriously disappear. Now going back to Trey Gregg's story, I'm going to return a bit so we get back on track here. I was determined to win the game of hide and seek, so I stayed in the room and hid in the closet. After a few minutes, I heard 3 knocks on the door, so I looked through the crack and saw a bloody face staring eye to eye directly at me. I freaked out, opened the door, and of course, there was nobody there. A few days later, that boy I mentioned earlier was with me as we were walking by the stairway up to that room. That's how I know I wasn't hallucinating, because I'm not the only one who saw her. Bloody Face Middle School. This is Bloody Face Middle School. Please enroll today your children at Bloody Face Middle School. That's the jingle for Bloody Face Middle School, the middle school Trey Gregg attended. That's right. You know what? This isn't a bug. This is a feature. Let's work with it. Your child can also see the bloody face of a ghost by attending this middle school. And if you want a complete education, a well-rounded child, you want them to have some childhood paranormal experiences so that they can tell about them later on. That's why I suggest you enroll in Bloody Face Middle School. Caroline, hello, how are you? Benton Brown says, I keep on hearing noises like walking on carpet, if you get that. Like the noise of socks walking on carpet at the middle of the night. I'm too scared to open my eyes. Well, I will tell you, Benton Brown, that when we first moved in here, there were myriad occasions when I could have sworn I heard somebody or something walking upstairs. And but I've determined since then that it's just the sound of the way the heater works, because this is a propane fueled heater, central heating, that I've never had such central heating before, And it like the it makes like the sheet metal or something expands and it makes sounds like coming from over there, like it sounds like walking. It turns out it was just that. So anyway, Trey Gregg says, so yeah, we ran like hell, and that was my experience. Thanks for your time. Well, thank you very much for sharing, Trey Gregg. I really appreciate the way you took the time to put that story together properly. There was a woman standing at the top of the stairs trying to coax us over to her. She was wearing an old white gown, probably from the 1800s, and was covered in blood, trying to lure us toward her. So obviously, you're like, me? You want to see me? You want to talk to me? Oh, what do you want to talk about? You have some ghost candy for me? Oh, okay. You aren't going to molest me, are you? No. Come with me, little boy. All right. And that's when Trey and his friend, they went and hung out with this bloody old ghost lady, and in fact, she was quite nice. She did, in fact, attempt to give them ghost candy. They couldn't eat it because it doesn't have any concrete, solid, corporeal form. And no, I'm not. That it didn't happen. But I am going to town today because I need to get my car fixed. Haley Gidry posted her story. Let me read that one as well. Thank you for sharing your story. Haley Gidry. I don't see yours. Um, can you maybe wait? Let me read Priscilla Fairbrothers. I haven't read this one either. I was sleepwalking and experienced nausea and a headache after waking up. Felt much better after leaving the house, and then felt that awful feeling again re-entering the house. Still can't explain it. Probably a precursor to that as well. What do I look for in a guy? I don't look for things in guys at all, or girls. I'm married. Um, I don't see your thing here. Hi, Marilyn Pickard, psychic medium. Uh, One time I saw a ghost and he was doing turbulence, and ever since that, I've been scarred for life. What's turbulence? I'm doing fine, Chaos Fuel. I'll ignore Guntle Schmeckle's comment. I don't see your thing, lady. Taylor Morgan says, give yourself some rest. I can manage my own self just fine, thank you. I don't have an OnlyFans, obviously. Talented Pigeon says that historical figure question. This one I started going and reading those quotes for I missed a bunch of stuff. Anyway, I can't find it, lady, man, whatever. Who was the one who said that? They had it up there, Haley, whatever. I can't find your thing, Haley Gidry. So if you want to copy and paste it again down here, I'll check it out and read it. Trey Greg says, honestly, it was one of the creepiest experiences of my life. I always remember her cold, dead eyes. They were blacker than midnight, and it was like staring into the face of death. Gibby999 says, you're 86 years old and still haven't encountered a paranormal experience. Okay. I am old, right? Gotcha. Okay. Sean L says, I didn't, I just went to go do it, but it's closed. Talent Pigeon says, I have a few paranormal experiences I don't talk about much, definitely not an appropriate recollection. Crazy Cat says, black mold. Trey Greg says, kind of beautiful in a way. I'm sure it must have left quite a striking impression on you, you know. Owen Maxwell says, I was lying on my bed in Montana and watching a thin man with dark hair run past me in the reflection of my turned off television screen on my dresser that was 3 feet between me and my dresser. You can copy and paste it, Haley. If you can find it, you can just copy and paste it. Because neither Winston's mom nor I could find it. And I scrolled back to where I was up in keeping up with the chat, so I don't know. Matarazzi Sound, hello, how are you? And what are you doing? Do you think that you are a shoo-in? And we've got, okay, I won't look it up. Frozen Rose says, I remember one time I was in bed and I just got this feeling that I was being watched, and then I heard a bang at my window and no one was there. Then a black figure ran across my room. You think a shadow person? Haley Gidry says, it was a real wood door and it scared me because it took a real effort to open and close it. Water Bottle says, no shot, you were 86. I'm 52. I reposted as best I could. I rewrote it just shorter. Okay, I see the thing I read. Wait, that's all I see. It took a lot to retype, and then I said it was a real wood door, and it scared me because it took a lot of real effort to open and close it. All right, cool. I am 52, not 86. Aussie, I do say hello. I say hello to people who come here. I read their things. Scary, says Aussie. How do you know? Acacia. All right. Frozen Rose, just to be clear, Show Media is joking. Okay? He does not actually think your thing is racist. All right, it is now time for me to urinate. I'm going to go pee. Okay? It's a necessary thing for me to do periodically. There's no avoiding it. It's not like I'm choosing to have to go pee. I've been drinking quite a bit of coffee. It doesn't surprise me that I have to go pee. But I want to assure you that I'm not doing this because I want to interrupt our pleasant conversation with the trip to the bathroom. I'm doing this because I need to. I need to pee. And as usual, what I'm going to do, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I actually have this tube hanging from the front of my body that my pee comes out of. I call it my pee tube. And even though I have this pee tube though, I should stress, I am lazy. And I don't have super good aim with my pee tube. And the toilet is very low to the ground for me compared to most people because I'm 6'5". So even though I have this handy pee tube, which allows me to point my pee in all different directions, I just sit down here, let it dangle into the bowl, this pee tube I have, and then the pee just comes out of there in a little stream, you know. I find it more convenient than trying to pee with other parts of my body. Like, I used to figure, why don't I pee out of my toes? They're all the way down near the ground already. I could just pee on the ground wherever I am. But after cleaning up a few puddles of pee in the house, I said, you know, I think I should pee from something else. And I noticed these rooms with these toilets in them, and I was like, what are those for, Rachel? She explained that if you pee into them, or poo into them, plus the toilet, then it carries away your waste. And I thought, well, that's a pretty nifty invention. I'm going to start doing that. And at that point, my toes just became really an unproductive place to pee from. I had to stand on one foot, hold one foot over the toilet, let it pee, then stand on that foot, put the other foot up. It was not easy. So I'm like, what's this dangling tube thing in front of me, in the front part, here between my legs? And I examined it, determined that it was useful, potentially for urination. But I've been using it ever since. It's like, wow, this is a really tidy way to do this. You just sit down here and you know, let the pee tube do the rest of the work. I don't even have to point it in any particular direction. I'm going to go ahead and use this so-called toilet from now on. I just had to train my body to change where it peed from. It took about a week and a half. I used kind of behaviorist approach. Every time my toes would try to pee, I'd smack them with a ruler. And then I'd give positive reinforcement when the pee started coming out of my pee tube. By saying, good job, pee tube. And of course, by giving it a reward of cocaine. Pretty soon, my pee tube was peeing all the time, and unfortunately addicted to cocaine. So I had to wean my pee tube off of the cocaine, and now everything's fine. It's called Winning with Behaviorism. Yes, you may recommend an album to me. Yes, you may, indeed, indeed. Wow, crazy cat, you stand? That's because you don't understand that sitting is easier than standing. Especially if you have a poop stool like I have in there. And it's quite comfortable to sit down on the toilet. Also, like, I'm standing here, I'm 6'5", right? I either have to, like, super stand over the toilet, or I'm gonna get some pee driplets somewhere. It's just unavoidable. I don't want to clean up pee, so I just sit down. Plus, I want to stand up. I can just, stand up right now. I don't need to be peeing to stand up. When I pee outside, I do pee standing up. What do you think really happened to Riley Strain? I don't know who Riley Strain is. Let me look it up. Well, Nashville police say the death is accidental. So, I don't know what happened. Let me read a few things here that I might have missed. Moving on down the line here. Have you heard Tall Man in our native country? We see it a lot, and yes, I came to your channel twice, never got response, just being honest. Have you heard Tall Man in our native country? I don't know what you're saying there, Aussie Aussie. I do say hello. I don't know what you're asking me. Have you heard Tall Man in our native country? We see it a lot, and yes, I came on your channel twice, never got response, just being honest. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't respond to you. Sometimes I miss stuff. Make sure to turn up your audio for this next bit. Now, paranormal would seem that way in the moment. When I was homeless, I slept in the forest. The sounds coyotes make for hours was terrifying. Didn't know it was them. Scared the hell out of me. Coyotes make weird noises. I hear them around here too. ReadingAustralia.com. S-A-N the tall. Aussie and the tall man. Let's see. Is this fiction or nonfiction? Oh, it's this horrible story about atrocities committed in Australia against the Aborigines. Yeah, I don't want to read something super depressing like that. That sounds super depressing. Uh, Lol, WTF. What's happening? I stand. I recommend an album. Few. What do you really think happened to Mia? Years ago in Texas, says Owen Maxwell, I had the kitchen door open and screamed bloody murder and ran outside right after I felt and heard an unseen entity run in my open door and stomp up behind me at the kitchen sink. Wow. And after you ran, you're just like, there's nothing there? I like that story, though. It's well stated in one sentence. Great story. It's compelling and includes good detail, not too much detail. It's a good story. I don't dislike coyotes, but that experience made me feel a certain type of way. It is simply called Pacific. It's from 1978 and has three Japanese artists. If you see Haruomi Hosono, I'll just put Pacific album 1978. You know, I'll find it. Cam says, I taught a class where I had to wear a mic, which was the assistive device for an individual with hearing impairment who heard sound for a cochlear implant. Turn off in bathroom was one tip. Yeah. Can I get a tighten up for the boys down here in Nashville? Tighten up. What is goody, my gang? I'm not sure what is goody, Nate the Great, but I know you're not goody because you're great. My friend forgot to turn it off, so the student heard him pee. Oh, not the end of the world. Spiral cut ham for a decent price. I got the spiral cut ham, not so expensive. Just like corned beef, cheap right around St. Patrick's Day. All the rest of the year, it's super expensive. I stayed outside for a while on my porch. Later, found out my ex had tarot cards and other occult items stashed around us. We have tarot cards. Rachel likes tarot cards. Nothing wrong with tarot cards. It's just this thing people use as a set of archetypes that represent, formally represent the hero's journey. They could be expressed as represent ways to experience portions of our life as these elements of the stories we tell, characters slash situations, etc. Kamoto says, I have Gregory in disguise in my head sometimes thanks to Eric's spontaneous song time. Can you explain who Gregory is and what inspired the song? Gregory is nobody, and what inspired the song? I don't know. Nothing. It just I have no recollection of actually coming up with that. The verse part. He is Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory. That part, I think I came up with it just singing. I don't know why, where the words came from. And then I wrote the rest of the song later, and that was just me trying to write a song that followed and made sense from that first part. Why are some people so weird? I don't know. Perhaps they have taken some weirdness pills. Zach Smash says, you're so old you look like you're starting to see through yourself. See through yourself. You're so old you look like you're starting to see through yourself, lol. I mean, like I'm turning into a ghost? Is that what you're saying? Or do you think old people become more transparent over time? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, well, the thing is, the verse part of it was made years before the chorus part of it. The chorus part, I mean, the rest of the song, where it says there, he wants to yell at these people. He's mad at the people who say the lies. That probably was motivated by channel stuff. I was mad at somebody around the channel or something like that. But the first part and the rest of the song came about years separately from each other. I finally got around to writing a song around that Gregory thing. Just like the same thing happened with What's the Matter with Dan, I originally had the part of the song that goes, what's the matter with Dan? He's a terrible man. That's all I had, right? Was that. And then years later, I wrote the whole rest of the song. Zach Smash informs me that he's just playing with me. Well, okay, Zach Smash. That's fine. People tell me that all the time. It's actually on my bingo card of unoriginal comments people made. Old grandpa. I've never heard anybody call me semi-transparent before, so that's not unoriginal. You added something new to the very, very commonly heard statement about being old. I've heard things like, you're 107. I've heard every variant on it imaginable. It has no impact on me whatsoever. Somebody escaped from the care home. Somebody come get their grandpa. Grandpa's lost his meds. Were you a veteran of World War II? You know, I've heard every conceivable variant of it. It obviously doesn't bother me at all. Where did I put my glasses? I could have sworn I just had them. Well, what evs? What evs? Yeah, I unlocked transparency as a special skill. I just had to master out the skills of animal husbandry and stealth. Then unlocked transparency. Why are you meowing at me? Why meow? Why? Oh, meow. Oh, mournful meows. If you want to eat your food, just go eat your food. You don't need me to watch you, okay? Facts are always true. Facts, they're always true. Even when they pee and even when they poo. It's a good cheesy thing to say. Facts are always true, and your lies, they can never do. Meow, 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 meow. You know what I like to say as a very, very decrepit old man, living in the nursing home, losing his meds, needing to go to bed all the time. What I say is, shut up, skibbity bombaclats. Do I think you have Down syndrome? No, because I think if you had Down syndrome, you'd spell it Downs syndrome. It was probably just one of my exes. I was sure I saw a malicious demon in my house the other night, but it probably was just one of my exes. Does that count as paranormal? Probably not. What's the name of the other cat? I got Trouble and I got Capillo. Capillo is a Hawaiian name meaning sweetheart or something like that. I'm just down for the syndrome. Give me that Down syndrome. I'm down for your syndrome. I want some Down syndrome. What do I got to do to catch Down syndrome from you? You got to drink after you. Who wants to have Down syndrome? How many of us would like to have it? I'd like to have it when I could just masturbate on the bus and nobody would say anything. Toby Craig has a ghost in his house named Eric. Does he sound a lot like me? Is he a shoulder-centric person? You may have noticed, some of you, that you're going to get a higher percentage of shoulder, really, than any other non-head body part on this live stream. Look in the screen, okay? Okay. You want my magical gaze, my magical healing gaze? First, let me just get myself in a spiritual place, and I'll give you my magical healing gaze, okay? People say when they experience my magical healing gaze that their life changes from that moment forward for the better forever. Ready? Do you feel healed by my gaze? I live in America. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, is that guy with his magical healing gaze that people would pay to get looked at by him. And he had this kind of like dumb healing smile on his face. Oh, God. Wow, that's powerful. That is powerful stuff. It's just hitting me with like Aquaman rings right in the face, you know? Yeah, I give you solid shoulder action. You don't have to be on my OF to get shoulder action, okay? It's what I offer around here. And, because it's spring, if you got kids in the room right now, cover their eyes, okay? Spring break! Spring break! Woo! Spring break! One day, my dad just disappeared. That's my biggest paranormal experience. His car, his phone, and wallet went missing as well. So strange. Everything just disappeared, huh? Aquaman can't even talk to fish. He can just cause them to come to him with his circles. Gangsters have Down syndrome. You mean because they're down? That's why I would rather be Landquaman. If I'm going to be able to order creatures around, what good is it going to do to order fish around? you know, at least if I could order the squirrels around, they might like bring me some acorns or something. Swim over there. Now swim over here. See, I can order the fish around. Yeah, I can see the circles actually coming out of you. How do you plan to use this skill? A party trick, I guess. I don't know. Land Man would be better. I could organize the deer and have them do like synchronized dances for me. No, it's not Aqualand Man. It's Landquaman. Right. I could use rabid creatures. See, I don't, Sean. Let's ask a realistic question here. Are my land command circles going to be sufficient to command a rabid creature, or does the rabies make it immune to my power? Because after all, it makes the creature go crazy, right? So I'm not sure it's still going to obey me. Only the sane animals listen to Land Command because he's such a reasonable guy. Yeah, Land Squirrel Man is Glide Flaps, right? Glide Flaps is kind of a sidekick of Land Squirrel Man, I think. Because Glide Flaps is part animal. He's not really subject to Land Command's circle commands, but he nevertheless feels implicitly inclined to work for him. He's kind of awkward about it, like, did I do good, Land Command? Did I do a good job? Yes, Glide Flaps, you did great. An army of 100 squirrels could really F you up. I mean, not me. I would punch them all before they could even get to me. Because I don't know if you've seen it, but my karate chop is lightning fast. Karate chop! You can barely even see my hand. When I maximally karate chop, I actually can cut through space time. And I just fold back the flaps of space time a little bit. And I can reach in there and like throw my trash away, close it back up, and boom. That easy. That's where I put all my trash. I just karate chop a quick slash in space time, peel back the edges, and throw my trash in there. Between the whole battle. Well, there's also, of course, Eriquilady. Eriquilady's in charge of birds. And she kind of is a bird, but she's got a human head, but she's got a lot of feathers off of her arms, and she can fly. And she's not helpful. She's not a superhero or anything. She's not a villain either. She just hangs out with the birds, flies around, has them bring her like dead field mice and stuff because she eats like a bird does, like a hawk. Big Dog Mofo. I'm gonna just assume it ceases to exist. If you were 20 again, would you hit that Kusasi if she was down? If who were down? Who's Kusasi? I'm assuming a Kusasi is yes, her bones are hollow, but they're very strong anyway because well they're not exactly hollow, okay? They've got air bladders in them. And she produces, instead of methane for her fart, she produces helium, which fills those air bladders. Okay? That's how it works with Eriquilady. She also lays eggs, but there's no Eriquil to fertilize them, so she just eats them. Just makes omelets out of them and stuff. Anyway, neither Eriquilady nor Landquilman likes Aquaman. Because both Eriquilady and Landquilman feel as though Aquaman's unfairly gotten all the publicity here, whereas he's, being the least useful of the three. Um, you know, being stuck living in the ocean, telling fish to swim over here or over there. He's not very useful. But somehow he gets his own movie, he gets his own cartoon, whereas Landquilman and Eriquilady continue to languish in obscurity. Eriquilady just doesn't like Aquaman because he's a dick, but she doesn't care about the notoriety. She doesn't want the fame. But Landquilman, he's got a YouTube channel and everything. He's trying to show off his powers and stuff. The problem Landquilman has, of course, is that while he can with his circles bring the animals to him. Once they get to him, they're resentful almost invariably because they were busy doing something. They didn't want to be called over. They're like, "What the fuck, dude? I had to come here from like a quarter mile away. I'm a squirrel. It takes a long time." See you, Cam. Have a good work time. I have this experience 2 to 3 times a week, like someone is chopping my throat and my legs and my hands. I see. Chopping it with what? A karate chop or like an axe or what? I appreciate Amar's strange comment. I've not heard that before. Grandpa love pussy. Is that a command? Are you saying, is it an observation? Chase the Pro. Hello, hi, and how are you? Ian Thomas. What about Aquadan from Adam Sandler's movie? I can't think of the movie off the top of my head. Aquadan? Not familiar with him. Never heard of it. Didn't see that movie. Well, yeah, really, those are all the possible people you could have. Aquaman. I can transport the Justice League across the ocean. What do you mean, like a boat? I can transport the Justice League across the ocean much slower than they could cross it in an airplane. And I might be able to keep up with a relatively fast boat, but not a speedboat. Okay, so I ate one of the 6-year-old Girl Scout cookies. Listen, Girl Scout cookies are made by girls of all ages, not just 6-year-olds, Lou. That's too old. You shouldn't eat that cookie. Okay. I don't know if it's got a best by date on it or a use by date, but I guarantee you it's not 6 years after the cookie was baked. You're going to get food archaeology disorders. This MF think he Albert Einstein or some shit. I do? I'm pretty sure I don't think I'm Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein was that guy who came up with the theory of relativity. I'd be pretty foolish to think I'm him because he was somebody else and also he died. I found a box in my closet. They're dated 9/1/2018. Yes, that is, in fact, Lou, too old. Yeah, well, maybe he's fine, I guess. You know, I watched somebody eat a biscuit from a World War II Army rations thing that had never been opened. He said it was fine, so I guess those things keep a long time if they're sealed, you know. If Landquil woman, there is no Landquil woman, okay? There's Airquil lady, there's Landquil man. You know, you can have sort of subset people like Desert Boy and Swamp transgendered person. But, you know, they're all subsets of either Landquaman, Aquaman, or Airquilady. It's not like there are things that live in a volcano in magma. If there were, then there could be magma person. But since there's not, they wouldn't have anything to command. I mean, sure, they could command magma, but you can't command magma with circles. All the quas, they use the circle power of Aquaman, all right? When they want to attract their creatures, it goes, wah, 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 wah. And the creatures have to come over. What? Tundra Qua Boy. Okay, I stand corrected. I think we can make Tundra Qua Boy a different person than Landquil Man. He just controls the grasses of the tundra. Most of the year, like those grasses, he lies dormant under a thick layer of ice. The true Qua hero is Quasimodo. Quasimodo wasn't even full moto. He was just Quasimodo. How could you be impressed with him? Translandquaman. Yeah, well, there could be Translandquaman as well. They'd have to compete over the same resources, obviously, namely land animals. But I guess Translandquaman, you know, there'd be a market for him, obviously, depending on the inclinations of the creatures, I suppose. So, you know, like, what's a very gay animal? What's a very gay animal? Hummingbirds. Hummingbirds. Well, they go to Airquilady though. What's a gay land animal? Okay, llamas and alpacas. Obviously, Translandquil Man has an advantage of llamas and alpacas. Humans are very gay animals too. But Landquil Man doesn't get to use his circle power on humans. But you are right. That's true. Ma'am Turil EQ. Ma'am Turil EQ. Unicorns. Yeah, unicorns are definitely Translandquil Man. Translandquil Man woman, or whatever you want to call it. It definitely has an advantage over unicorns. Platypuses, I think, yeah, sure. I'd say that foxes are a pretty gay animal. Translandquil woman, translandquil person. They have an advantage with those. We're talking about the power of Landquil Man, Yahaira Hernandez. Land Aquaman is like Aquaman, but for land animals. He's the same circle power. And he's of the trinity of Aquaman, Land Aquaman, and Air Quality. But, you know, they have various sidekicks. Like there's the Horse Whisperer, who just uses his circle power on horses, but is extra good at that. So, like, regular Land Aquaman can't make horses run as fast as the Horse Whisperer. I think you have a lot of potential sidekicks, you know. Rodent Ron. Rodent Ron, who uses his circle powers to only work on rodents, does include squirrels, but doesn't include chipmunks. Close to pronouncing it properly, Alaskan Native language, Mumtagee-Thluck. 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 That's a fun word. Mumtagee-Thluck. To round out the elements, we can have Lord Firequad. Well, I mean, what animals live in fire though, Sean? I don't know if any animals live in fire. I think a subset of either Aquaman or potentially Land Aquaman or some amphibia person could be uh, uh, what do we call him? I guess you just call him Fjordqua Lord or something. He's in charge of fjords. Yes, Ant-Man is subject to the oversight of Land Aquaman. There's no S in Land Aquaman, by the way, big dog motherfucker. There's not Lands Aquaman. Tardigrades. What are tardigrades? Moss piglets. Okay, exclusive control over fireflies. Fine, Sean. Then I stand corrected. That makes sense after all. He really only has one use. We're in a dark place. There are fireflies nearby. We don't have any flashlights. What are we gonna do? Call on me, Fire Aquaman. Come, fireflies, illuminate our path. He can also be in charge of all photoluminescent creatures. Okay, we're gonna have some little photoluminescent worms that you can see it in the wall sometimes at certain times of year. I don't know what they're. Just tardigrades. They're like, you got your gifted grades, your regular grades, and you got your tardigrades. Don't expect much of them. Slightly more use than Aquaman, yes. I should have paid more attention to my son's Pokemon phase. I'd be able to join in his own Maxwell. Yeah, I was shocked the first time I saw it. We've seen him a few times now. There's a little teeny holes in this wall, and then there's this photoluminescence thing going on. Yeah, well, Jason Mimosa, he's just like, just give me the paycheck, and I'll just stand around here with this trident and look like I'm carrying the best I can. Oh no, Caroline. No, no, no. I make sure no tardigrades are anywhere near my moss, okay? Get out of here, tardigrades. I shoo them away. Get out of here. I don't want you. I want, at worst, regular grades, at best, gifted grades. Seems really decent, NE, and quick, too. Of course, there are villains, There's Mayan Shanktopus, who's a Mayan giant octopus with obsidian knives in each of his tentacles. Mayan Shanktopus is not able to be controlled by either Land Aquaman, Airclady, or any of those people. He's not subject to the circles, right? And just bat him away with his octopus arms. So, Mosquaman does have power, Chris Chapin. He does. Mosquaman, without saying a word, without doing anything, can attract you over and get you to lie down on him. and be like, oh my God, I always wanted to do this. I always wanted to lie in a big square of moss. And you'll take off all of your clothes and you'll roll around on the moss. Say, oh God, I love this moss. It's so soft. And then you're like, oh wait, oh God, no, I'm getting tardigrades all over me. Ah! Is there also like a giant squid with powers? Uh, there hasn't been heretofore, but I think maybe there now is a squid called the Swedish squid. The Swedish squid is not from Sweden, but was born in the oceans near Sweden, climbed onto land, and grew up in Sweden, um, but doesn't identify as Swedish, but rather as Swedish. Anyway, the Swedish squid is a person that has the lower half of a human from the waist down, and the upper half is a squid, and it's got a terribly sharp point. It cooperates with the Mayan Shanktopus to do harm to all the peoples of the world in various ways. The Swedish squid, mostly what he does is he bites people with his beak. He can chop off an arm with just one bite. And he talks like this. I'm the Swedish squid. So, I'm glad that the Mayan Shanktopus has help, in being the villain, because there aren't a lot of villains in this universe. There's a lot of heroes who have trouble using their powers to do anything. Um, except for Fire Aquaman, obviously, can help light the way if there are fireflies nearby. However, not a ton of villains. The Swedish squid, yeah. What he does is he elicits people to say squee, but really he's not cute, and they're just making themselves vulnerable, and then he bites them with his beak. His favorite food is human limbs. That's why there's been such an increase in people missing limbs lately. Yeah, he can go in water or on land, the Swedish squid. He's got both squid gills, whatever that is, and lungs. Okay. Obviously, he can't fly. Unless Mayan Shanktopus throws him in the air. They do that sometimes. That's one of their moves. Alive Star the Deer says, my home is 98 years old and is haunted. By ghosts or something else. Yes, the Swedish squid has control over Swedish fish. That's true. What about the monster plaguing our country? The great and horrible dementia man. He speaks in riddles, makes money disappear, and has the power to evade accountability. Are you talking about Joe Biden? Well, I would agree that he's an undesirable president to have as president. Have you heard of Patagonian Morris related to capybaras and guinea pigs? Uh, Guinea pig Quaman is in charge of all of those things, Caroline. Guinea pig Quaman is a man who has the left half of his body is a guinea pig and the right half of his body is a human. Makes it difficult for him to get around. But he's got very long guinea pig legs. He walks on two legs. Very long guinea pig arm. I literally see my door opening by itself. And have you determined that it's not the wind or something? Sometimes doors don't latch very well in air conditioning or something. I blow them open. But like, if it's both opening and closing it by itself, then that's a little bit more strange, right? Guinea pig Quaman is weak sauce. Well, I will agree. He really got the short end of the qua stick, but he has his role too, Caroline. Guinea pigs, capybaras, and Patagonian maras, they need a qua person as well. I don't know what hui means. Cute GP reference? What's GP? I am confused. Otters. Otters are very cute. When I used to surf in Santa Cruz, I was surfed from the time with sea otters and bring up something from the bottom and float on their back and like pound it open on their chest. Chupacabraquaman. Chupacaquaman. Chupacabraquaman. Chupacabra is the hero we don't need but deserve. He's in charge of chupacabras, actually. And his main sentence that he says is, hay demasiado chupacabras en este pueblo. Mi nombre es Chupacabraquama. Chupacabra, hombre. Hombre de Chupacabra. Hombre qua de Chupacabra. Guinea pigs are very proclaimed. One of the sounds they make is weak. You know what's funny, Caroline? I did not get that at all, but I have had guinea pigs. I had a bunch of guinea pigs back in Temple City. They kept making more guinea pigs. Wheat, 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 wheat. I would have said wheat probably if I were imitating them, but even if you had said that, I would not have gotten it. And even with Winston's mom, GP equals guinea pig, I still didn't get it. Swordsman, a few years ago, I saw a large globe where the moon should be, like very round, but much closer. I mean, the moon tends to look like a circle rather than a globe. Did this globe you saw look like a globe, not a circle? Can you see the roundness of it? Can you see my roundness? I'm round, I'm round. Hey, look at me, I'm round. I'm no longer square, but I'm round. Like a globe, I'm round and I'm found. Weep, 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 weep. Weep, 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 weep. Weep, weep. Did you know, Swordman, that I actually discovered the moon? It was like early 80s. Nobody had ever noticed it before because why look up at night when it's dark, And I threw my head back for a hearty guffaw and I was like, wait a second, what's that white thing there? Since then, the moon has been featured in TV, movies. People talk about it in songs. It's crazy. The hell you yapping about today, says Grindstone. I'm yapping about how I discovered the moon. Muhammad Sari says, squiggle, squiggle, squiggle. You know what, Muhammad Sari? Are you doing an imitation of guinea pig as well? Let's say, weep, 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 weep. He used to breed and show Peruvian guinea pigs, the long-haired ones. There's a guy with a prairie dog in his apartment on YouTube. They go, wahoo! Really? What's with the duking sound? Winston's mom. It sounds like duke, 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 duke. Duke, 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 duke. That's a duking sound, Acacia. One love. Which one? Are you requesting just one love? And if so, which love do you want? And if you're telling me that one love is something I should have, then, well, which one again, If you're recording a Bob Marley song, one love, one life, let's get together and feel all right. I got a guinea pig years ago for my sons, and it had 3 babies a week later, 4 for one deal. You can't even see a belly. Well, if you get one male and one female guinea pig, you will have tons of guinea pigs before you know it. They will interbreed. You will have some weird, retarded, inbred guinea pigs that don't live, but then the rest of them seem to be fine. You know what Bob Marley song I like a lot is Three Little Birds. Woke up this morning, rise with the morning sun. Three little birds on my doorstep, singing sweet songs, messages pure and true, saying, "This is my message to you. Don't worry, about a thing. Because every little thing is gonna be alright." Caroline says, fun fact, male guinea pigs are called boars and females are sows. I also like you can't blame the Utes. You tell the Utes about the Christopher Columbus, and you said he was a very great man. You tell the Utes about the Marco Polo, and you said he was a very great man. But you can't blame the Utes when they don't learn. You can't fool the Utes. You can't blame the Utes if they don't learn. You can't fool the Utes. That's a good song. Jacksonville Kid. Likes Megadeth, Peace sells, but who's buying? Caroline says, that's interesting, Sean L. In Japanese class, we learned about the rabbit in the moon. I always look for it now. The rabbit touched the crane's head with a bleeding paw, leaving the red mark cranes wear to this day. According to this legend, on clear nights, rabbits can still be seen riding the moon. That would be some pretty big rabbits. Yeah, youths. But Bob Marley pronounces it Utes. That's how I always sing it. I'm assuming he means youths, but maybe there's something called Utes that I don't know about. Maybe he's talking about the Utah Utes. Or he's saying they do a poor job of teaching history at the University of Utah. Lamau, Acacia, Lamau. You just got Lamaued. As a child, I always had nightmares of bridges collapsing while we were driving across, and this bridge collapse takes me back to those nightmares. It would certainly be a nightmare if you're on that bridge. I'm a fan of staying home, staying here and standing right around here. Seems to be a pretty safe spot. Unlikely any boats are going to crash into me. Possible, but unlikely, Oh no, boats are crashing into me now. I should never have set that death flag. Gotta watch out for those flags. If you've watched enough anime, you know how it works. You know how the economy of narrative works. After this mission, I'm gonna retire with my wife, Jeannie. Uh-oh, you are dead. You are dead. In this battle, I'm gonna prove to Jenny that I'm worth her love. You're dead. You proved it, Tommy. You proved it. Tell Jenny I'll never love anybody. Elaine is dead. Again, for the first time, forever without stopping. Speed McQueen 68, hello. I have a bridge fear too. Got stuck on a big one last week, and while my anxiety was high, I didn't have a panic attack. On the way home, I got to see 3 mountains. It was a clear day, so that was my reward. Usually, you can only see Mount Hood, but I could also see Helens and Adams. Watch out for that Mount St. Helens, Lou. I don't know if you've heard, But not that long ago, like maybe 40 years ago, it erupted and it put a lot of like molten lava and like ash and stuff out of it. So if it does that, close the door. You don't want to get any molten lava in your house. Hello, Russia. How's it going? Strasby. Strasby. And bienvenidos a Tequiendo de Famoso de People Place. Okay, it is now 10:30. I do have stuff to do today, so I'm not going to be streaming forever. Here we are, face to face. Just a couple of silver spoons. Hey, Mr. Kurtoffel. Iron Lion, top of the morning. So, I like the answer to the question I was asked quite some time ago. Which famous person from history would you like to smoke a bowl with? But what I'd say is, which one would I like to interview? I'd like to interview H.L. Mencken or possibly H.H. Munro, who is a writer. I admire his work a lot. I'm very impressed by it. I wouldn't mind interviewing Milton, John Milton. He was an excellent poet. He wrote very, very dense little. Oh, we almost have 1,000 votes on the poll. Oh, that's fantastic. Should I sleep at my brother's house or my sister's house? I don't know. Which house has better food? Tolkien or Marley? I have never read those Tolkien books. I enjoyed the movies, but even though I read tons of fantasy, I loved that genre. I did not like those books. I started reading one of them. I didn't like it. I am so pretty. It's because I use oil of Olay. 1,000 votes on the poll, huh? Well, that seems like a good time to end it. Let's see. 1,000 votes. Yes. 57. No. 43. That was a good poll question, huh? 1,000 votes. That's the most votes I've ever had on any poll. It's like, no, not oil of Elaine, oil of Olay. Because how do they get that oil? They get it from matadors when they're saying Olay as the bull runs by. It causes a certain kind of sweat that is wrinkle reducing and skin tightening. Megan says, yay! And Megan, in reply to your yay, I say, yay, Megan's here. I think I might need to make some kind of food before too long. So perhaps I might, Mrs. Mom, I tend to, after I stream, I occasionally have thoughts about what a title might be for the next one, and I just go with what I go with. You know me, Mrs. Mom, I cannot be counted through to follow through on anything that proves useful because it's useful. It has to be just what I feel like doing. That's why this is so wonderful. This is a gift from God, to use Owen Maxwell's gift, to be able to just be me and do what I do anyway and have it work is just like, what more could anyone possibly ask for? Oh, I do want half of your hot dog and curly fries. Oh, I know what I could. I could make yesterday as though there's somebody else in the chat write the next words to that. Yesterday I undertook and endeavor. Bent down, went to Legoland. Yesterday I bent down because a variety of creatures were. Okay, I need to make food. So I think what I will do is take you into the kitchen with me and we will make a little food together, okay? I've got easy food to make, but it is going to require a little bit of cooking in a pan. And the easy food I have to make, I was bent down because a bunch of creatures were around me getting bitches. And so I'm all like, what's up, y'all? What are you doing here? And they're all like, we just be getting bitches. And I'm all like, what you getting bitches for? They're like, so I can hump them, so we can smash in the Rari. And then they did. They all smashed in the Rari. And at some point someone said, this Rari is too small for us to all smash in it. Can some of you please smash elsewhere? So then some of them went to smash in the benzo. Me and Lorenzo were rolling in it. There. Go into the pan, rice. Go into the pan for cooking shall occur. I would just, eat it cold, but cold rice gets too dry. You need to moisten it up a bit again. So, what am I going to moisten with? Well, I'm going to use a little bit of this butter to oil the pan and moisten the rice. In order to get the butter, I'll use this cutting thing. Actually, I use this. Careful not to cut yourself when cutting butter or anything else. You don't want a hand injury. That will interfere with your goings about. I'm going to cut some more butter here. There. That should be special butter. Put this little nub of butter back in the fridge. And then we will turn this fire on. Put that there like that. Let's move these butters around so they melt. I might even need more butter than this, but maybe not. This should might be fine. Yeah. Break up this fried rice so that it heats up all around. Alright. We got a better tool than that knife to poke at things with. I'll use this wooden spoon. I'll push this down. Gotta give it some pushes to break up the clumps, You can see how that works here, as the clumps have begun to break up. Now, you get this butter going on the bottom of the pan. That's going to give some oil to fry in, but more importantly, it'll get on the rice and make it a little wetter than it currently is. Because nobody wants dry rice. And it's like, I gotta have beverage so badly. My rice is so dry. There. That's looking nice and buttery, you know, properly conditioned for eating. Rather than just this horrible, dry, hard to eat clump of cold rice. You know? Right. This is obviously already fully cooked and everything. I just need to heat it up. But I do want to make sure I've broken up all the clumps and everything's gotten a little heat on it. I'm going to just spread it around a bit. Make sure it gets all the way hot. That should do. That's good enough. You can see the steam rising from it. It's hot. Put it back in the bowl from whence it came. Try to get all the rest of the pan so that there's less cleaning to do. There. Good enough. Alright. I think I just use this wooden spoon as my spoon. That's another way to prevent making a new dish, you know. Okay. I'm going to eat lunch here. I think at that point maybe I will play a song or two on the guitar and then probably wrap this up. I do have to go into town today to be there by 1. I need to leave here by, 12:30. I gotta make sure Rachel gets up if she's gonna come with me. I said I'm fasting. I will break my fast. Go ahead, do that. Delicious. Hi, Sashu. Cream of tartar is on the bagel. Thanks, Mohammed Mujahid Khan. It says, God bless you and your family and your friends and your work. Thanks. You're doing right that you'd like to cook for Eric. Get you still on that thing. I like to cook, okay? Let me cook for myself. It's fine. Right form, do I want to smoke some wicked crack with you again? Yes, I do. Let's do it. Let's smoke some wicked crack. I am well, thank you for asking, Mohammed. How are you? I'm going to be weller after I eat this. No, I take gabapentin before bed because that helps me go to sleep. I'm going to take it at 10:47 in the morning. All right, you be right back, Chris Evan. You be right back. Soulbreaker says, sign language. Well, I already took my Adderall earlier session. Soulbreaker, I can't understand you. Like that? It's fried rice time is what time it is, which is fuel for my body as well. Oh, I love the crack. I just can't get enough of it. You know, I get it from Amazon. I order it in bulk. 128 crack rocks. You know, mewing. Shh. Easter Island head. Okay, well, I'm not gonna but you know, thanks for the emojis. I doubt you can beat Amazon's price light form. No, well, it's on this flat thing here that's between the chairs. I'm eating leftover fried rice that Rachel didn't eat last night. Cocaine and Adderall in the same family of drugs. No, I mean Adderall and meth are in the same family of drugs, but not cocaine. Cocaine's a very different drug. Having done all of those drugs, cocaine, meth, Adderall, I can tell you that yes, meth and Adderall are both amphetamines and have some similarities, but cocaine does not. Sure, they're both uppers, but it's a wildly different drug. So if you'd like to sort of condemn Adderall or something by comparing to something else, the best argument you could make is to compare it to meth. What's the best drug high? I mean, I don't know if I would call meth a great drug high. It makes you tweak out, you know. It was a great high, probably, maybe not. Ketamine plus Adderall is pretty great. I've never liked any opiates or opioids. I like DMT. If I had a DMT pen, I just like smoke it like 5 times a day, probably. This drug high is O2. Yeah, I take Cavacloni to help myself go to sleep occasionally. Rachel has clonazepam. I don't like it. It doesn't make me feel blissful at all. It just makes me sleep better than I otherwise would. Benzos are also good. In case you're tripping too hard, you can take a half a benzo, knock it out. If you're gonna take acid, nowadays I think if I were gonna ever take acid again, it would only be because I have benzos on hand in case you're tripping too hard. Well, DJ, she and I kind of have opposite sleep schedules. I go to bed early, get up early. She goes to bed middle of the night, late. You know, sometimes like 3 in the morning or whatever. Gets up late. But right now, she got hit by the COVID harder than I did. She's still kind of sick. I still have some congestion, but I don't feel sick at all. So she may be getting an unusually large amount of sleep right now because she's sick, but it's just for like last week or so. Yeah, she's feeling. When she's got that kind of like no energy COVID. It didn't hit me like that, but it's got to be that because Cameron came up. He was sick. I got it from Cameron. She got it from me. I mean, Adderall is not just legal meth. Meth is methylated. Adderall is not. Prescription meth is legal meth. YouTube doesn't pay anything to moderators, okay? The moderators here are kind enough to take on that role for me out of the goodness of their heart. YouTube barely pays the streamer, let alone moderators. My iced tea beverage is satisfying. It's better than more coffee at the moment. That is so ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. Pay to be a mod. What a nightmare that would be. It's like if somebody pays to be a mod, then you have to let them be a mod, even if they're a bad mod. Yeah, a little bit. It's the channel is just starting to grow after like years and years of stagnation, right? But it is growing right now, and I'm looking at the dashboard here. So I currently have 12,618 subs, 2,691 in the last 28 days, and my estimated revenue for that time period is $164. But I suspect that the earnings don't scale exactly, especially with live streaming. The reason I think the earnings don't scale, which is to say, I may be making $164 this month with 12,000 subs. That doesn't mean I'm going to make $1,200 a month with 120,000 subs. I think I'll make more than that if I get to that, because if there gets to be consistently a large number of people then probably the amount of super chats will be, in other words, the frequency of super chatting increases in a non-scalar way and keep it as the channel activity increases. That's what I'm thinking. No, I don't think life form. I think you're misreading that. I think he's saying your channel must have started to grow because your videos reached me, and I feel very lucky about that. I don't think he's saying the channel started to grow because my videos reached him, even though that's what it says. The comma in there suggests to me he means it the other way, okay? No, I just want to ask this guy, but he didn't answer anyway. I answer questions. I did answer. I told you exactly how much money I got off of YouTube. Did you ask a different question that I didn't answer? Oh, what would happen if you take modafinil and clonidine together? I don't know about modafinil and clonidine. Modafinil it does keep you up and doing stuff, but it's not an amphetamine. If you take Adderall and clonidine together, like it feels great. That is a great combination. Like take enough Addy to get pretty seriously gacked out, and then take a Klonopin, and you'll still be awake, but you'll be like just gacked out, but not gacked out. It's great. That's wonderful. I highly recommend that. Good afternoon. Do I play chess? Yes, I have played chess, and played chess on stream yesterday. I don't think I'm going to do that right now. I do think what I'm going to do right now is play a couple songs on the guitar and think about wrapping this up. Actually, the first thing I'm going to do is smoke a couple bowls. Then I may go have a health tube. Then I'll play a couple songs on the guitar. Then maybe I'll wrap this up. We'll see. I have to wrap this up no later than noon. It is now 11 a.m. So, because I have to go to town. I have an appointment at the mechanic at 1 o'clock. I will plug it in when I start to play because that way it'll wake up Rachel. And I'd like for her to go with me, but she doesn't need to. She doesn't have to. So I won't be upset if she doesn't feel good or doesn't want to go. I know. Actually, hey, now I'm thinking, like, maybe it would just be easier when you go deal with all this shit myself. It wouldn't be easier. It would just be the same. I kind of need to get a lot of stuff from town. We need to go do a full grocery shopping trip. But I also need to get potting soil and some pots. That's the issue here right now. Well, I don't have to get a ton of potting soil. I just need to get enough potting soil to answer enough potting soil to get all the seeds that I want to get started and some little pots, and maybe, I can go back and get more later as they get bigger. But it would be nice to solve all that problem at once, get everything. But my car is too small to carry all of this stuff in it. There's not a McDonald's close by. I had to go all the way to Oakhurst to go to McDonald's. Yeah, it's a solid 20 minutes, maybe as much as 25 to get to Boot Jack, where I buy cigarettes and little shit like that, because it's a gas station market. But have I thought about getting on TRT? I don't know what TRT is. Never heard of it. TRT. It's dynamite. I have testosterone now. I mean, I don't feel like, for example, like my sex drive has changed at all. It's kind of the same as it's always been. I have sex with Rachel every couple of days, every few days, depending. Like, I think we had sex 2 days ago, and I'm already can tell I'm inclined to have sex today. So, it's how it's always been. I mean, when I was like in my 30s, it was like, every few days. How long should one last in bed? Until one comes. That's how long one should last. Those kind of things are always between you and your partner. There are no firm rules or whatever. I feel young and energetic. How does a person know if they're a thinker or a feeler? Thinker and feeler aren't real designations. You know, uh, they're taxonomical groupings. So all the people called feelers, they have either FI or FE above TE or TI. But that's not a commonality, right? People with introverted feeling are very, very different than people with extroverted feeling. There's no real commonality among them except they just happen to both have F above T. There's no reason to categorize them as members of the same group. People with PME. What's PME? Premenstrual excellence, premenstrual excellence. Bill Crockett says, "Hey there, how are you? I'm from Seattle. Where are you?" "Hi, Bill Crockett. My name is Eric, and I live here in California, very close to Yosemite National Park." So you and I both are in a place that has trees. Oh, premature ejaculation. I mean, what makes it premature exactly? It's just like, okay, super backed up, so it didn't take me very long this time. But next time I won't go so long between sex. And sometimes it's like, how long did it take me? It totally depends on the instance. Sometimes it takes me a long. Sometimes I don't come at all. It takes me a long time to not come at all, and then I say, "Well, we'll just finish this later." Sometimes it doesn't take long at all, and I'm like, "Well, Rachel, too bad for you. I am done." That's just how it goes. People worry. It's like sex isn't a performance art. You're not. It's not. You shouldn't consider it as something that's subject to evaluating your skill on it. It's a it's an engagement with another human being at a very intimate level. Maybe it is, Elaine. Maybe it is. Aesthetic girl, are you okay? And grandpa, you hit 2 of the bingo squares for unoriginal things, people say. Congratulations. You're twice as unoriginal as a regular unoriginal person. Well, yes, Sashu, thank you. I don't need you to teach me about sex, please. I'm 52 years old. This is my 3rd wife. I obviously have plenty, I am plenty capable of handling my own love life. I wasn't asking for any advice from you, nor do I want any. You be a man how you want to be a man, and let other people live their lives as they wish. When did you bathe last time? Last time I bathed is probably the last time I had sex. I basically shower whenever I want to have sex. And I don't really shower any other time. So every few days I shower, Yeah, well, giving other people advice about how to have sex seems probably pretty ill advised. I think the best thing to say about it is it's sex is something that's unique to the 2 people having it, you know? And they have their ways, whatever they are, that work for them if they're happy and satisfied, as I think both Rachel and I are. And it's not conceivable or possible for somebody else to indicate to um, somebody in a couple, especially when there's no complaints from either of them, some general rule and expect that to apply to them in a positive way. I've barely been to Yosemite myself, Bill Crockett. We did go to the back end of it to go see a concert, but that's the only time we've actually been to the park. Um, we moved here a little more than a year ago and haven't gotten around to going there yet. We want to. I get exactly as much action as I want in Typology. There's Rachel's an excellent wife. Kentucky is a good place to visit, just the laws are really shady. If I feel like I need an SI reset, in other words, I'm feeling kind of tore up from whatever, I take a shower. You know, some period of times, I just feel greasy from life. Ohio, 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 Ohio. Yeah, obviously I take a lot more showers when I'm doing any kind of manual labor. I get sweaty or whatever. NI reset. I have some bugs for you. How is that an NI reset? I'm pulling up my pants because they're falling down. Because that's what my pants do all of the time. Right. What am I doing? Right. I told you. I'm pulling bowls. Then I'm gonna smoke a healthy. Then I'm gonna play some guitar. Because I am on a schedule today. I have something I have to do. It's very, very important. It's going to require me to depart. I cannot take you with me if I didn't answer that question yet because there are no bars between here and Dara Road. All of Scott Road until Triangle Road is 0 bars. How did I pull 3 wives? I didn't have 3 wives at the same time, statue. I had my first wife. We had a kid together. She left, or we broke up, or what are you gonna call it? And then I raised my daughter for a while. Then I got a second wife, and she was like the mother functionally the mother to my daughter. Her biological mother wasn't that involved. After that daughter grew up, became like 16, that marriage fell apart because the only thing we really had in common was raising my child together. And then, I I had this horrible, toxic BPD girlfriend for 2.5 years. And then finally I got with wonderful Rachel. Well, how did I earn? How did I manage my daily expenses? Well, in the second marriage, we both worked full time. I was working long hours, making pretty good money, and she was actually making pretty good money too. And unfortunately, she was a very big spender. So I never got ahead at all. Uh, yeah, I have only one child, 25-year-old girl. She lives in Los Angeles. And now in this marriage, as far as managing expenses, well, I'm in charge of the money, and I PayPal Rachel money sometimes and try to. I don't know. It's not like my previous marriages. I kind of have to be in charge of that. There aren't there aren't shared decision making, and it's not like also that like my first marriage was kind of like we both had our own accounts, we had our own jobs, and we didn't really mix finances that much. Yeah, I would like to have grandkids, but unlike other people in Delilah's life, her grandmother, her step grandmother, her stepmother, her mother, her biological mother's back in her life. I don't care enough to push for it. It would be cool, but I'm still a kid, obviously. Look at me. I think that like a toddler around here as I'm trying to pull bombers with my blowtorch. It's just kind of incongruous juxtaposition. When did I see my daughter last time? Like last month. I go down like about once a month, sometimes once every 2 months. Usually to hit her up for Adderall. And then I see her for a little while. We talk on the phone more frequently than that, though. When I'm feeling like my FI, my emotions, or whatever, I call her. Sometimes I'll watch an anime, and there'll be some sad scene where like a daughter type character dies or whatever, and I'll call her and be like, Are you okay? I saw this very sad thing. She does the same thing. Calls me something. I was like, I had a dream. Are you okay? But neither of us are super attentive to like we don't have any sort of regular time we talk or anything like that. How often do you feel an FI wave like that? Fairly often. Sometimes it's large enough to actually motivate me to call her just to talk to her. It's got to be the right kind of. It's got to be the right time of day too and stuff. It's more like an SI wave. I mean, I think it's an FI wave if I'm feeling the preciousness of that person, sort of recognizing the possibility of loss via a external piece of media like a cartoon or something that represents an equivalent kind of loss. That seems like FI to me. You mistaking it as FI seems like an FI 8 thing, Carlos, possibly. Because 8 is most unconscious. And people have the most difficulty probably. Well, they have difficulty with 7 too. I have less difficulty because I'm super metacognated out about it. You are mods talking amongst themselves nonstop is clogging up the chat. The chat's creeping by. Why would you possibly call it clogged, Sashu? Everything's getting read. We've got plenty of time to address everything that everyone's saying. They're talking about what they feel like talking about. And Carlos is actually talking to me about stuff. So, what are you complaining about? I can guess that you were a kind of kid who teases others silently and usually doesn't get involved in fights. Me? I didn't tease people really at all. I would be somebody who had opinions and was happy to voice them, maybe sometimes sticking my nose into some fights that I didn't belong, but in terms of physical fights, I was unlikely to get involved at all. I did get in fights, we've been in physical fights, but well, Sashu, listen, only some people even are participating in the chat, Sashu. There are probably people who just listen to this live stream and don't view the chat as even relevant to it. Chatters in the chat enjoy the chat how they feel like enjoying it. If they don't cross any lines, they're not a problem. They're a feature, not a bug, okay? Even if they're not talking about what I'm talking about. Oh, Sashu says you're joking. Okay, fine. Well, though not hilarious, your joke did evoke a response from me. Well, temporal teleporter, you could always just listen to the melodious tones of Eric's voice. And then your work people will say, well, he just has his headphones in. When I look at what's on his computer, it's work-related stuff. Things like requisition forms and order forms and expense reports, stuff like that. Exciting work stuff. I've got another one of these iced teas here. I'm going to drink it with my mouth. In hopes of getting this awful resiny taste out of my mouth. There are my glasses. I can't wait till I get my overalls in the mail. I bought some overalls yesterday. I'm tired of my pants falling down. Even if I put a belt on, no matter how tight I cinch it, even if I cinch it so tight that it cuts off blood flow to the lower half of my body, my pants will still somehow fall down. How? Why? Why? How? These are two questions I have that I do not have a good answer for. Oh, woodland friends. I've got chores to do. I need to do instead of just fucking around, chatting on the live stream. I need to get a couple of things done. Oh, yes, overalls. Because I do not want to deal with a belt, nor do I want to deal with my pants falling down. Overalls seem like the most sensible invention in that regard. Why do I want my pants to fall down? I don't, obviously. Sashu, will you zip it with your chat policing, please? Joking or not, it's disruptive in a less than pleasant way. Oh, sure, I get it. I can be disruptive in a less than pleasant way sometimes, too. Go for a walk. Good for your health. You want me to go for a walk? Fine, fine, fine. I'll go for a walk. Yeah, overalls, right? How sensible a solution is that? No belt, no suspenders because they're attached to the overalls. Suspenders are no, no. Those clips that suspenders have are not strong enough to hold up your pants. They always break, they're no good, they're dumb. I'm just getting some overalls that Lou recommended. I hope I got the right size. And uh, they're not going to say TWFP on them, but I could, in theory, like paint TWFP on them. Or I could bleach with a paintbrush with a little bit of bleach TWFP. I don't think that either of those things are a good idea, though. Eric, can you buy my hip buffing DVD? I mean, I'm already searching for it online, see how much it costs. I want to know how to buff my hips. I want to know how to buff my hips. You got to get out the buffer and buff your hips. You got to buff them good. You got to buff them up. You got to get out your buffer and buff it buff. And that's called Hip Buffer. It's the new hip hop single by Hip Hop Hipper, the hip buffing hip hopper. Please don't swing your band hammer. It sounds like an old gospel song, you know. Moderator, please don't swing your band hammer down. I'm doing as I'm told. Take your band hammer around. Hip buffer, waist snatcher. These overalls will hold my pants up. That is the wall. The reason you're seeing the wall is because if I have health tubes on my live streams, then I get age restricted. I don't really care if it age restricts the video after I'm done live streaming. But I don't like them to age restrict it while I'm live streaming. If I have a health tube on camera and somebody flags it, that will happen. In the idealist section, it speaks about the search of self. I am phasing through this and have been for a few months. You know what? This is a surprisingly common thing. If you're searching for yourself, you need to just go like this. Oh, here I am. I found myself. I'm right here, exactly where I've always been. In fact, where I am defines what here is. Age is just a number. Well, it's also a deterioration of the body. But nice thing about bodies is they usually work fine until they break. The exception are things like your eyes. Your eyes get weaker, and you have to wear reading glasses to read your phone, stuff like that. There are a couple other exceptions. But by and large, if you don't injure yourself, if you're not dealing with old injuries in your old age and stuff like that, and you don't have any substantial or notable medical problems, if you're not don't have diabetes or something like that, then you're fine. Lungs get stronger. Lungs, I'm not sure about lungs, but I do have actually, I think at this point, a firm decision to quit smoking before my 54th birthday. Hopefully, it's well before that, but quit smoking cigarettes, you know. You still haven't found yourself out what rock bottom can feel like. Well, I've endured a number of bottoms in my life, you know. A good bottom was the one that helped me to quit drinking. It prompted me to go start quitting drinking. That stuck, you know. It's been over 10 years since I quit drinking. Hi, free Palestinian. How's it going? No, it's not too late to quit smoking. You know, in fact, it's one of those things where it's kind of just in time to quit smoking. I won't quit smoking pot right away. I probably will eventually, cut down on that at least. It doesn't really. Or at the moment, it's hard for me to get high because I keep smoking the same strains that we've had for a long time. You know, and the one I'm smoking now, I don't like the taste of it at all. But at first I was like, well, it's good weed though, it's stony, but I'm so accustomed to it, it's like kind of leaves a bad taste in my mouth. It's kind of icky. You know. All right, let's take a little walk around here. It's 11:25. We're going to walk around the house as per the suggestion of somebody who, uh, well, I don't care what docs blame on what. I don't want to get COPD. I'm not really exactly so worried about lung cancer, which is a substantial increase in lung cancer risk from smoking, but the actual risk for any individual is actually quite low. So not so worried about that, but COPD, I think, is a legitimate concern. And that's the things where you stop smoking, you're not going to get your lungs aren't going to get any worse. If you don't have COPD when you stop, you're not going to get it. So it's one of those kind of just-in-time things. I don't think I'll quit before my 53rd birthday, but maybe I will. You know, my 53rd birthday is April 27th. It's about a month away. Uh, I could try to kind of wean myself down from that event. See if I could maybe even cut it out entirely. I'm not good at limiting myself to some, right, with cigarettes. I don't necessarily smoke a ton. Like yesterday, I smoked probably 14, 15 cigarettes, which is, less than a pack. So look at all these caterpillars all over the place. We got caterpillar. I'll show you all these caterpillars. Got a caterpillar here. I've got a caterpillar here. There's a caterpillar here. Right there. There's a caterpillar here. There's a caterpillar here. There's a caterpillar there. There's a caterpillar over there on that gray thing. I don't know if you can see it. There's a caterpillar there. There's a lot of caterpillars. What am I gonna do with all these caterpillars now? The caterpillars are dangerous? I'm pretty sure those caterpillars aren't dangerous. Is this chat old? This chat's super old, huh? Now, I'm not going to bother one of the caterpillars, okay? I'm not going to do 10 push-ups either. I am going to go back inside and play a couple songs on the guitar, and then I'm going to wrap this up because I got to go into town. SD channel, hello, how are you? SD channel, hello, how are you? I'm going to go inside, play the guitar right now. I've been streaming for 7 hours already? Wow. That's a lot of streaming. But I did get today my best ever results on a poll. I got 1,000 votes on a poll. I've never gotten that many votes on a poll before. So, it's exciting. We'll keep hitting new record highs on things like that, I guess. My glasses are crooked, just like my soul. Your form, sir. What is my form? I don't know what my form is. All right, here we go. We're going to play a couple of songs on the guitar. There are 31 people here. Some of them maybe new, some of them maybe not. I guess I'll play, a couple of the old standbys and call it a stream. I am going to plug it in today for shits and giggles. Today's SUPAR. Okay, today's SUPAR. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what you call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be a chance enough to return to the work I left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing fact list to list list, so how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clear now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why and the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he drops time in the underview. Too much to do, but he's aware now and what. But too much time spent picking the skill with you. Now Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what you call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Now Gerald has a thought. Good night. Have a nice day, SD Channel. I know there's holes in my pants. I got a hole right here. I don't like it either. Fortunately, I've gotten some overalls that need to be delivered to me in the mail. I don't know how to play Summer of '69. I don't really like that song either, so I don't want to play that song. I will, however, play Cloudy Day in Los Angeles. Play some of the normal ones, even though probably most people here are normal people, but nevertheless. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time. Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight, but whether I'm supposed to be here, just be singing forgotten noise, is so based on what I see here, also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Troubles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. Thanks, Caroline. I do feel like my voice is in good shape today. Thank you for saying so. So I will additionally play a couple of other my normal songs that I do. I'll play Gregory in Skies, and it's 11:37. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied, chased to the left end, because he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he flies, they only run and hide. Again he is denied, chance to yell at them, until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on Now he's walking down the drive, covers his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. Well, Sashi, I identify mostly as a songwriter, actually, not as either a guitarist or a singer. If I could be like a musical director and have other people play the instruments and sing, that would be fine with me. Every life lived reaches the time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sacrifice and sing. And I satchel filled up with bones. Yeah, that satchel of nothing but home. Satchel of helpful goods. 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 Biggity pow. Well, that went pretty good. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on, sending sparks a soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves, where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types? They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's the second night the shelves where she stores the chai. Above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. And she lies beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual none. Played it iffy. Yeah, that's a hard song for me to play. I haven't played it the old way it was written like that, which involves this finger picking stuff in a while. Than normally just playing with the chords, because it's a hard song to play. But, you know, I like it. I think it's a good song. I wrote that song a long time ago, too, which is surprising, because, you know, most of my songs that I think are examples of good songwriting aren't that old. So, good for you, Eric. My pants are constantly falling down. Hi, Banana Boy. Thank you, long-awaited rain. Jacksonville Kid, you mean? What are they saying? If they say anything unacceptable, I don't know. It just means they like Volkswagens. You have the same problem your pants constantly falling down? Well, today I don't have any belt on, but you know, it's like these pants fit me better than the pants I put on yesterday, which I had a belt on, and they still fell down with the belt. I'll put a belt on these pants before we leave, but it's super annoying for my pants to always be falling down. And I know that even a belt, they're still gonna fall down. They just want to fall down. It's called gravity. Right. I don't know why. It's like, in order for a belt to help, I gotta pull it up over my hips. And then it's like, this is not, that's not how I want to be wearing my pants, right? It's like, I purposely don't wear skinny jeans. I'm gonna pull them over my hips. This top to bottom of the crotch section needs to be longer. I don't know what it is, but the thing is, if I wear my pants up high enough to be over my waist, then it's just like, it's like, it's, you can, I don't know, I can show you, but you can very clearly see my schlong because my pants are up too high, and it's clear as day. It needs some room to not be visible, right? Moose knuckle? Is that the male version of a camel toe? Who accepted his type very quickly? What are you talking about? Big Dog Mopo? I mean, I think that's typical for TI too, if the typing is right for them. I think Elaine resisted ENFJ because she was TI2 and it was wrong. She doesn't seem to be resisting ESTP. Well, maybe they need to make some extra long crotch jeans so that for high hips people like me, it's not, like I'm trying to be some ESFP rock star in leather pants showing off the outline of his dick. I don't want to be that guy. He doesn't have the NA for it. Don't look for the SE, look for the NE. If you accept that she's TI tool, it's much easier to establish or falsify NE one or two than it is SE one or two. Alright, well, whatever, Carlos. I spent a long time typing her. I could spend considerably more time just testing her extroverted intuition, see what I see, but, you know, if you want to say she's ESP, go for it. Isaiah Rude typed her ESP. You might say he was influenced by my typing. I don't know. I don't want to. I certainly don't want to discuss it or argue about it anymore. I've already spent enough energy on that subject, and I really don't care. I could care a little bit less, but not much less. Well, I've never typed you. Have I, Carlos Paiva? I don't know what type you are. You might be ISTP. Here in the chat, Sean's NE seems quite good, but it's not in if you test it. So you could very easily be an STP. Just because you seem NE to me in chat, that can be very misleading. I've speculated you're ISP because, well, I mean, what seems pretty clear to me is that you're TI one too. You're very TI-ish. I still kind of make the mistake of assuming that because somebody can talk intuitively about TI and TI stuff in chat that they're probably in TI, but it's very misleading sometimes. Yeah. All right. I sent them Big Dog Muffo. Yeah, I've been hiding the secret for a while, but I'm actually Landcore Man. And I sent my circles over there. I've got to go. I've got to either get Rachel up and wait for her to get ready to go, or just go to town without her, one of the two. So I will no doubt be back after I go to town for yet still more exciting live streaming here on Talking with Festival. Thank you all so much for being here. What a wonderful occasion to, like, I don't think we barely dipped below 20 at all today after the initial ascension into the main part of the stream. So anyway, thanks a lot for being here. I love you all. See you later.